Yeah, oh yeah. She texted me. She'd be here before the coffee. Thank you. Oh. Well, there's not much else. Yes, for this.
If I can have members of council to please come to the council chambers. If I can have members of council to please take their seats. This meeting is now resumed. Good morning. Okay, now, members of council, we will now review and confirm the order paper. To this point, council has completed 130 items. There are 28 items left on the agenda and 8 member motions. Today's meeting must end by 7:30 under council's policy of ending meetings before sundown on Fridays to permit religious observance. Members and staff, please note that the Doors Open event is in the chambers over the weekend, so I would ask that you take your materials with you when council finishes this evening. Members, I will review the order of consideration and items today after the release of member holds. Please put your name under request to question staff. I've also reviewed a number of urgent motions to be added to the agenda, so if we have 30 members in the council chambers, we can add those motions onto the agenda. So, quick releases. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 3, EX 25.10, Future of the City's Vacant Commercial and Industrial Tax Rebate Program. I'd like to try and release it with a quick amendment that I've spoken with the chair of the committee about, and that is to add report back to the Economic Development Committee prior to the release of the 2018 budget.
Okay,
and with that, I hope we can just deal with it quickly.
On page 3, pardon? Recorded vote on the amendment, recorded vote. You're holding it? so it's not a quick item. Yes. Yes. Councillor Ainsley?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. On the top of page 6, CC 29.1, declaring the office of Councillor Ward 44, Scarborough East vacant. So I'd like to move the first motion, part of it, that we're declaring the office vacant, and then move the option A, which is an appointment process.
No?
No? Okay, I'll continue to hold it then.
Do we want to just vote on it?
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong?
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. Page 6. Oh, pardon me. No, I'm going to try page 4. PE 19.6, waiving park permit fees. This was held by Councillor Fletcher, but Councillor Fletcher was going to release this to me. She's not here right now. I'm essentially moving her recommendation to the Parks and Environment Committee, so she's completely fine with this.
Okay, so if we can put it on the screen. There it is. That's on page 4, PE 19.6.
Yes.
This is Councillor Fletcher's amendment.
Yeah.
I believe this is Councillor Fletcher's amendment. Is everyone okay with it? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Grimes, please. Councillor Mamalidi, please. Councillor Fragadakis, when you're seated, please. Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Mihevc.
The amendment carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Did you, Deputy Mayor, did you have
No,
another
that's
one?
fine.
That's it? All right. Councillor Palacio.
Good morning, Speaker. Page 5, EY 22.2, status update, city initiatives on St. Clair Avenue studies, OPA 84 and 144 between Blackthorn and Spring Grove. I have an amendment to it. In essence, what it is at the topical community council, it was agreed to form a working group, and these are the people that I would like to be on the working group.
So on page 5, EY 22.2, Councillor Palacio, amendments on the screen on the working group. All in favor? Well, it was a working group that we approved at Etobicoke, and now we're appointing the members to the working group. Yeah. I don't know what the problem is. Councilor Palazzo, why don't you just, why don't you,
I don't understand what the issue is with Councilor Perks. This is a working group, the same one that we formed when the St. Clair Avenue study was held, and you held it as well, and we were
Councilor
able
Palacio.
to reach a compromise.
Councilor Palazzo, they want to still continue to hold it.
I will continue to hold. And I'll be more than glad to have a great debate, Councilor Perks, with you.
Councilor Palazzo, maybe if you spoke to the members and explained to them what we're doing. It was approved at Community Council, we're just appointing the members. Councilor Palazzo, do you have any other releases? No? Councilor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning. Page 3, ED 21.1, Improving Services to Youth with Experience in the Criminal Justice System. Councillor Ford had some questions on this, and it's been dealt with, and so we're fine, and the questions I had for staff has been dealt with, so I'd like to move this and ask for a recorded vote, please.
Okay, thank you. So on page 3, ED 21.1, recorded vote.
Councillor.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
The item carries unanimously, 34 in favor.
Okay, Councillor DeBearmaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two quick releases, I think, on page 4 of our pink sheets. The first release on page 4 is LS 19.2 Graffiti Management Plan. I can release that. I've talked to staff and other councillors, and I think it's just a quick release.
Okay, on page 4, LS 19.2, Councillor, you're holding? A recorded vote. All right, recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor Cole, please.
The item carries 34 to 1.
Councillor DeBearmaker.
Okay, sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just making sure, yeah, it is still a quick release on page 4 under Parks and Environment Committee, PE 19.1, strategy to expand the city's tree canopy. I've talked with a number of councillors. The chair of the committee is comfortable with the amendments. The senior staff or chief forester are comfortable with the amendments, and if staff can just put them on the screen.
Okay, if we can,
And yes, please, recorded vote.
recorded vote. Okay, so there's two. Okay, so the first one, recorded vote. That's the first one. Okay, recorded vote on the amendment.
The amendment carries 35 to 1.
Okay, on the second amendment, did we want a recorded vote on that one too? Recorded vote?
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Councillor Mihevc, your vote, please.
The amendment carries 32 to 4.
Item as amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor De Bermaker, do you have any more?
Not at this point.
Councillor Fletcher?
Oh. I don't think I have one, Speaker.
Oh, okay. Councillor Matlow?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. On page 6, CC 29.9, it's 1417, 1431 Yonge Street. Request for direction. I have a motion that I'd like to add, and then if, with the indulgence of council, just a very quick acknowledgement of the participants that were part of this process. So this motion is with regard to the fact that I believe that there still is better that we can achieve, and I've spoken with the applicant, and they are in agreement that we can continue to work towards optimizing the bill. No, I really just wanted to say a quick.
On the amendment, recorded vote? Oh, you sat down. Okay, Councillor Matlow.
I'll continue to hold it, yeah.
So are you releasing it, Councillor Matlow? Oh, okay. Yeah. Councillor Grimes.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and thank you. I'd like to add to the agenda. I worked with my colleague, Councillor McConnell, request report on damage sustained from rising lake water levels and restoration plans for waterfront parks, and I'd like to add that to the agenda for debate.
On favor? Carried.
I gotta get you to slow down.
Councillor Baila.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Have a motion with regards to West Toronto Rail Path, and the reason for urgency is we need to take advantage of the federal funding.
On favor? Carried.
Good job, Anna Bailao.
Okay. Councillor Mihevc, can you introduce one for Councillor Fillion?
Sure. I'd like to introduce the motion below. It's very urgent, as the developer has already entered into negotiations for the purchase off-site parkland contribution property.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The reason for urgency is we need clarity on the parking arrangements for an infrastructure program. In Ward 10, there's a very strict deadline for federal funds, and that we need clarity at the next North York Community Council meeting.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Shan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is urgent because there's an OMB hearing scheduled for June 26th. This is a minor variance appeal at OMB, and the staff have worked with the developers on this, so just like to move this motion.
Thank you. On favor? Carried. Okay, so maybe they can... on page 7, There were 3 members' motions that were introduced yesterday. So if the members just want to release it, one is by Councillor de Bearmaker, MM 2941. On favor? Carried. Hold. All right. MM 2942 by Councillor McMahon. Want to release it?
See what it is?
It's the motions that we introduced yesterday.
Perfect.
That's
Yes,
on your agenda,
I'd love to
page
release
7.
that with your support. Thank you.
Page 7. On favor? Carried. Councillor Crawford, MM 29.43. You'll release?
Yeah, I can release that, Madam Speaker.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Carmichael Griff.
As I get. Madam Speaker, I have an item on page, sorry, hold on. Where is it? Page 5, North York Community Council NY 22.4. It's currently scheduled to be timed after the Ombudsman's report. I have planning staff from North York here to deal with this item. I was wondering if we could reorder the order paper and move it up, since planning staff is here.
So if it's the ombudsman.
Well,
I would agree with that.
yeah.
Yes, I support it.
No, I think, well, at this time, okay, before we get to members of council trying to put any timed items, which we're really running out of time. So if you look on your first page, the order that we approved yesterday, that we are to consider today. It's on the first page of your pink sheets. It's on the screen. So we have AU 8.4, which was a timed item, so that will have to be dealt with. CC 29.10 is the second item. Yeah. We have the public debates on both of them. We dealt with them in camera yesterday. Then P 19.5, climate action. 19.4, sorry. And then ED 21.5, CC 29.2, and then NY 22.4. That's the order that we approved yesterday. So if there are any changes, we'll have to. Yeah. So, yeah. Well, it looks like So the so you've reviewed. I strongly encourage members to keep to the order paper, because if we try to get a timed item today, we won't. There's no guarantee we're going to get it. We're going to deal with it on that time. So, well, I think we're just going to have to go through the agenda, and hopefully we can finish the timed items that we have on the first page today and get some quick releases on the remainder of the agenda, or we'll have to schedule a council meeting next week. Okay, Councillor Karygiannis.
Chair, I've been trying for the last 2 days to get an item that I'm holding to be a timed item. If we cannot deal it today, then, there's people that want to come down in order to see what the result is. So
Well, Councillor,
that wasn't given, the opportunity was not afforded to me yesterday or the day before.
Councillor
So I think that
Karygiannis,
the opportunity should be afforded to me. If not, then we might have to defer this item for another day.
well, Councillor Karygiannis, if you want to put a timed item on the agenda and hopefully we get to it today, you'll have to put it on following NY 22.4, which I don't have any guaranteed time when we're going to get to it.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I have no
Yeah.
problem. I can put it in.
Yeah, you can propose it.
I am proposing that GM 20.7 that I'm holding be timed item for 2 o'clock today.
Oh, there's no way it would be at 2 o'clock today. But anyway, you can move it, so let's vote on it. Recorded vote.
What's the problem with the meeting?
Because it's not possible, because we have so many other timed items, we don't know that we'll get to it.
This is to accommodate one company which we're going to suspend.
Hey, when you put yours up for timed item, nobody said anything.
It's okay,
Are you
Jim.
trying to tell me you got
We're
more
voting.
rights than I do?
We're trying to influence.
Councillor Karygiannis, please stop disrupting. Well, I could hear you yell at Councillor McMahon.
Okay.
Oh.
Councillor DeBearmaker, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Robbins.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 7 to 29.
We have one more. Councillor Mamalidi?
For purposes of transparency, I would love to see 21.5 moved to the first item of today's agenda. There are a lot of people looking at this right now in the city and wanting to know what we're doing with this. And given what looks to be a very lengthy day, this thing could very well be debated at 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, and nobody's really going to be paying attention to a very important issue here. So I'm going to move, or try to move, that this be dealt with first thing today. 21.5, that would be the parade issue, the funding for parade.
Okay, well, as it was mentioned, that we have to adjourn by 7:30 tonight.
I know. But
Yeah. So, yes, hold on, Councillor Mihevik.
Regrettably, I do have a family appointment that I have to attend between 11 and 12:30. If that means that we vote at 2 o'clock, I am fine with it. Otherwise, I would ask people to not support and go with the schedule as we have, because that will frankly make it by 2 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Pastern. Okay,
think
hold on.
The way things are going today, it looks like it'll go, this item, which is crucial to the city, will go very late in the day. There are people in the audience to hear. I think it is incumbent on us to do this item first so that the most number of councillors are in the chamber, and then most number of people who want to watch the deliberations are in the chamber as well.
Well,
Madam
we could say the same for Transform
Madam
TO.
Speaker.
Yes, that's right.
Madam Speaker.
Just do that agenda. Because we won't be alive.
Madam
Now-
Speaker. Just
Councillor Shiner.
On a point of order, my colleague, Councillor Mihevik, has asked that we not vote between 11:30 and 2. Is that then part of the motion? Because if it is, I want to, and I'm fine with that. I want to be able to vote for it so he has his opportunity to vote for it. I don't want anyone not to have that chance. Or do I need to bring an amendment that we deal with it the first item, and if we are not completed by 11:30, then we hold the vote at 2 o'clock?
Councillor Shiner, the motion by Councillor Mamalidi was to be the first item.
Okay, so then I will move an amendment.
Yeah,
No, we debate right through, we just don't vote.
So, okay, so Councillor Shiner, you're correct, that could be an amendment.
So I would move the amendment that we, to the motion for the first item, that if we have not reached the vote by 11:30, that the vote on the item be held until after lunch, after 2 o'clock.
Okay, on the amendment, Councillor McMahon?
I am just going to say that we also have people in the audience here for Transform TO. They were here the first day. I requested it the second day after dinner. They were here last night. And then I bumped it up to, because we were delayed yesterday, to this morning at 9:30. And here they are. And the staff is here as well. as well as audit staff, and I would say, why don't we just get to work on the order that's here and get going on it and stop meddling with it? And Transform TO is ahead of Pride. I was on the docket ahead of Councillor Campbell. And I'm taller than him.
Councillor Mamalidi?
I still maintain that this is probably really important for transparency reasons to deal with right now. There are a lot of people that have tuned into
Councillor
this.
Mamalidi, you've already spoken.
I tend to agree with Councillor Shiner and Councillor Mihevik. If it's the will to have the vote right after lunch, then we have the vote right after lunch if we're not finished.
Councillor Mamalidi, you've already spoken. Okay, on the amendment, recorded vote. We're voting on the amendment, Councillor Fragadakis. The amendment by Councillor Shiner that if we don't complete it by 11:30, then we don't vote on it till after 2. After the amendment.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Lee, when you're seated, please.
Can you call the mayor for me?
Mayor Tory, please.
This is what happens when we have a lot of timed items.
I agree.
I tried to warn councillors yesterday.
I was warned.
I know.
The amendment carries 33-6.
Okay, on the item as amended. On the motion as amended. Sorry. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Palacio, please.
The motion carries 21-18.
All in favor of adopting the order paper? Carried. So on ED 21.5. Councillor Campbell, you held the item down. Questions? Okay?
I have no questions, staff.
Yes. I got your name up. Where's the staff? Okay, you ready? Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I don't have any questions of staff.
Oh, you
on this
don't have any
particular
questions? Okay. Councillor McMahon, did you have questions? Oh.
No, my name that was before.
Oh. Councillor Mihevik,
Yes.
questions?
Yes, thank you very much. This is the issue of the funding of the majors, and I recognize that, and certainly if I have an opportunity, I'd like to speak to the issue when it's speaking time, but now it's question time. So I'm going to focus my questions on, frankly, the funding for the Caribbean Festival, the Summer Festival. How much is the proposal, just to contextualize this, for the city to put into that festival? That's the item. It's the large cultural grants.
It says in the report, 625. 625,000.
$625,000. In addition to that, what's the estimate that the city puts in non-cash contribution to that wonderful summertime festival?
It's significant, but I don't have a number with me right now, I'm afraid. We can get it for you.
Would it be fair to say that it would be in the ballpark, all in, of close to $1 million that we put into that event?
I believe that would be accurate, yes.
How much does from a revenue point of view, how much does the city get from that event?
In the order of 50 million.
No, sorry.
Oh, sorry, revenue.
The corporation of the City of Toronto.
So that would include the fees that we would get to the city and the fees that we get to Exhibition Place. Hundreds of thousands of dollars for sure.
Okay, I think it's actually much less. But let me ask this then: the provincial and the federal government, how much have they put in, and what kind of benefits do they get as corporations or orders of government?
So you said as corporations or orders of government, you're talking about the provincial and federal government?
Provincial and federal
they put
government.
in lower grant amounts than we do?
Substantially lower, is that not right?
Yes.
Somewhere in the province in the order of
Okay,
less...
Councillor Mihevik, hold on. I'm going to put your time on hold. If I can ask members of council, members of the public, please try to keep it down. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Mihevik.
I think the province, if I'm not mistaken, is less than $300,000, and the federal government is about $100,000. Is that about right?
So 90,000 for feds, 260 for the province.
260 for the province, less than 100 for the federal government, yet they make literally millions from HST, employee benefit tax, employee taxes, and so on and so on. Would that be fair?
Way in excess of what they provided in grants.
Way in excess. So there really is a disequilibrium or an unfairness in us in the amount of money that the city puts in and the lack of matching funds from the province and the federal government.
That's true for many events, especially this one.
And would it be fair to say that we have done everything on the staff side and on the political side to urge our provincial and federal counterparts to basically pony up and pay their fair share of contribution to the festival?
We've certainly encouraged both parties to help financially more than they are.
Great. Thank you very much. That's very important information for all of us as councillors to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi, questions?
I've got some questions just with respect to our policies. Who determines where parade funding goes and where it doesn't go? Is it council or is it staff?
Council established a number of policies with regard to the major cultural event organization funding, and so the basic ground rules were set by council.
So council has said no to the Santa Claus parade?
I've never been involved with an application from the Santa Claus parade, so I don't think we've said no, we haven't said yes.
Council has said no to other areas like charity runs. Scotia Charity Run, for instance, has asked for money in the past, and we've said no to them. Am I accurate?
Not in my time. They've come and asking for permission as to what the routes, but not for cash.
So can we get a list before we vote on all of the organizations we've actually said no to? Because you know.
If you want to vote today, I cannot assemble that list. That would mean going back in our records over a long period of time. That information would take an extensive research as to those that we've declined.
So council has said in its policy, this is how much money we are going to allocate for these things, and only these people are going to, only these organizations and people are going to get the money.
So economic development and culture provide grants to a wide range of cultural organizations under a wide range of programs. The particular program we brought before council today, to committee and then to council today, is a major cultural organizations program.
Yeah, I get that.
And so it's only that program that's out in front of council today, but there are other programs as well.
Yeah, and for me, it's not about this particular organization that's getting the funding. For me, it's about our policy and how we've determined that there's only, I think, just 2 groups in this category that are getting funding.
No, there are.
Does the Easter parade get funding?
So we have on our list and in the report are the cultural organizations that this council approved to be part of this program. This council had to approve
That's my point.
membership in that program, and council approved 4, 6, 8, 10.
What are the 10?
They are Art Gallery of Ontario, Canada's National Ballet School, Canadian Opera Company, Festival Management Committee, which is the Toronto Caribbean Carnival, National Ballet of Canada, Pride Toronto, Toronto Artscape Inc., Toronto Festival of Arts, Culture and Creativity, Illuminato, which is coming up, Toronto International Film Festival, and the Toronto Symphony Orchestra.
So today we are ready with a list of those that we have said yes to, but we don't have the list of all of those we're saying no to.
So again, there are a wide variety of programs. So the Toronto Arts Council administers about $18 million in grants. They have hundreds of applicants, some of whom get rejected and some of whom are accepted. I do not have a record of that.
So
we also have special events program that we get grant applications for, and some of those get rejected and some of those get accepted. We have cultural build program. We get a number of applicants for that. That program went through recently, and a number of organizations were rejected on that.
We've got all of the yeses, and you're giving me all the answers to all the arts groups that are getting the funding. But what about the rest that we've said no to? You're not ready with that list. You can't answer that question.
Also, for Cultural Build program, we came to council, and there were 2 organizations we said no to in that.
Okay, what organizations were they?
I don't have that in front of me. It's not in front of council today.
That's
I can
my
get it
point.
for you.
We're talking about who we're saying yes to, but all the people we're saying no to, we're not ready to talk about publicly.
It's all right. We would be happy to talk publicly. They're part of the record. Mr. Brillinger made comment on this as well.
I'm sure you can get that list before 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Through the Speaker, to clarify, the City of Toronto grants policy defines a number of different kinds of grants programs. The one Council is dealing with this morning is a closed program. There are no applicants.
I don't have much more time left, but my point is
There are
the
no
policy
applicants.
itself. It's not about... my concerns are
There's no
who
list
we're
of
saying
people
no
who
to
have
here.
been
We're saying no to other organizations.
Thank you,
and we're saying...
Councillor Mamalidi, please. Please, you're out of order.
No, I'm not out of order. I'm not out of order. It's unfairness in this city.
I want to hear the answer.
Okay.
So on this particular program, council has decided which cultural organizations are in the program. As Mr. Brillinger said, we call that a closed program. There are 10 organizations. We evaluate those each year, and we make recommendations to council, and each year council approves it. There are many other open programs in which people apply for. Some are accepted, some are rejected. We only bring those to council that are approved, but we always list those that applied that were not approved. So we can go back through the records and get that for you, Councillor, but we do not have that at hand right now, but we do explain that in every one of our reports.
Point of order, Councillor Mammoliti.
Whenever any councillor has stood up and asked for further information, we've made every effort to get it before the vote. This vote has been determined to be at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Staff, yes it is, or later, and staff have got about 5 hours or so to get that information to me.
Okay.
I would ask that staff get the information of all the groups that we've said no to.
Thank you.
That to me is important.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The item before us is the majors. It is not all the grants. And all of the majors have been funded, and they are before us, the 10 of them. So there is no further information that the councillor needs in order to decide on the majors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
And he can't just, sorry, Madam Speaker, he can't just ask for,
Well, just a sec. Allow Councillor McConnell to finish, and then I'll...
he can't just ask for Wikipedia.
And with all due respect, no councillor here can tell me what I expect in terms of my vote. My community would like to know.
Councillor Mammoliti.
You can't tell me what I need for my vote, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Mammoliti. Okay, Councillor Mammoliti, please. That's not before us. Councillor Davis, can we go ahead.
I mean, what I heard was there are no other applicants. I suppose the general manager could provide nothing, but there are no other applicants.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Aljamari, questions?
My question, Speaker, has to do with police. Is there anyone here who can answer? So basically, I'd like to know in what instances are officers permitted to wear their uniform if they're not on duty, and if they march in a parade, are they on duty? That is, do they get paid for doing that?
So through the Speaker, if the officers are just marching on the parade on their own personal time, they would not, my assumption would be they are not paid. There's
not
a difference
paid.
between the officers that are on duty and paid to monitor if there's, you know, part of their regular job to monitor public safety, but if they're just marching in the parade on their own, my assumption would be they're not paid for that.
So in past parades, in past Pride parades, when they have marched as a delegation, they have not been on paid duty, even though they were in uniform. So they are allowed to be in uniform and not be paid. I've been trying to get this answer from the chief. I've been calling his office for the last 24 hours, and I haven't had a call back. So I need to know this before I vote.
So through the Speaker, I'll try and connect with the police chief.
Thank you. I
don't want to be able
appreciate
to
that.
respond.
So I'll stand down and perhaps be on the floor later.
Yeah. Councillor DiCiano.
Through you to Mr. Williams, can you just help me understand how we get to the numbers we get to? I look at the film festival, and when it comes in each year, there's so much hype and buzz, and it's everywhere. You know, they're in at 1.1 million. Then we look at the Canadian Opera Company, and they're at 1.6. So how do we get to these numbers?
So the numbers are the end result of many years of grant applications and approvals by the city. Many of these organizations were pre-amalgamation in terms of their involvement with grants from the City of Toronto in most cases, and then became part of the new City of Toronto after amalgamation. I don't have the history that goes back prior to 2009, but I can tell you that the range and size of these numbers were largely established by that time, and that we tend to evaluate the program up or down from the previous numbers. There are a couple of ones that have come onto the list over the last few years. Pride is one of them. TIFF is another. and those were set at the time based upon the size of the program, the impact and role of the city's funds in that program, and a comparison to peer organizations and size of budgets. There is a very rough approximation of size of grant and size of organization. It's not an exact correlation, but there is a rough correlation along those lines.
A rough correlation, so it's what, so the number is basically what just makes everybody happy.
I wouldn't say that, but it's a historically developed pattern. We do not have, if that's where the question is going, we do not have a scoring system that says you get so much money for so much of this or that or that.
And would you say that if some of the majors in this major list were to have a reduction or an elimination of the monies sent to them, they would cease to exist? Like, you know, these are pretty established organizations getting a ton of money, and to Councillor Mammoliti's point, you know, is there an opportunity to take this money and incubate new cultural and new festivals that could bring additional economic benefit to the city? Like, at what point do you say, we've helped and we're glad you're here, and, you know, like the Santa Claus parade, I don't think it's on the list. You know, I think they're doing it completely. St. Patrick's Day, like, there's a ton of festivals that have eventually, you know, after so much time established themselves that they're able to go on their own. Is there an eventuality where we tell these folks, you're where you need to be, and good luck?
So the Santa Claus Parade started, as you know, as a commercial parade, as an Eaton's kind of event. That's all those of us that were fortunate enough to grow up in Toronto enjoyed that. So these organizations are all cultural organizations, nonprofit organizations that have no ability to be self-sustaining without grants. So without grants from this level of government or this order of government and the other two orders of government, these organizations would not exist. They are vital to the cultural fabric of this city. That is why we give them money. That is why other organizations give them money. That's why they get philanthropic contributions for capital campaigns and why they get sponsorship. It is for the intrinsic value of what they contribute to the fabric of the arts and cultural community in Toronto. And it's on that basis that the city has consistently provided significant grant awards to them. So they cannot be evaluated from the perspective of could they stand commercially on their feet. I would hasten to add that there's probably none of these organizations equivalents in any other city in the world that could stand on their own feet without philanthropic and government support, and that's why we support them.
Okay, so then my last question is, do we audit these organizations to understand if they're running themselves accordingly, that they are also driving value for dollars?
That was your last question?
So we do a number of reviews of each of these organizations. We do a staff review of their annual report, staff review of their submission, and we also put their organization's information and their application's information in front of a third-party review panel that takes a look at the vibrancy, the sustainability, the return that the city gets for its support, and each of the panels says yes they do or no they don't, and then we vary the grant accordingly with that advice in hand. So yes, they are reviewed, very much so each year.
Councillor Thompson, question?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Through you to staff, I realize we're dealing with the majors, but I just wonder if you can give me a dollar figure in terms of the annual allocation that's dispersed two groups through grants in the city, through the city programs? I've got the major numbers here.
Right,
7.9
so in
million.
total, we provide about $30 million in grants to cultural organizations through this division. 20 million, or under 20 million of that is via Toronto Arts Council.
Right.
The rest we do directly. There are other grants programs that end up in the arts and cultural world through communities.
All right, and so I imagine there is a lens in terms of the criteria that is looked at in terms of determining whether or not any organizations are going to get city funded through the grants program. And so by that I mean, for example, are there a city policy about discrimination, city policy about how groups treat others and so on? I'm just wondering if you could give us maybe an overview of the criteria for determining whether or not organizations are following city policies.
So in terms of city, there is a whole list of criteria you would imagine, Chair, so that the one in particular that you're asking about is they must comply, and they sign an agreement that they will comply with the City of Toronto's anti-discrimination policy.
Yes.
And they must,
So all of these organizations
and their
meet those
participants must do that too.
Okay, so all these organizations basically meet those criteria,
Correct.
is that correct? Do all of these organizations, these major organizations, do they have their own respective board of governors as such?
Yes, and we take a look at the solidity of that board when we assess each organization.
So when those boards or any specific boards of these organizations makes a decision, what is the city's position in terms of their decisions that are following, I imagine, their governance and their policies?
As long as they comply with city policies, then we're fine with it.
So are there
They don't
any
intrude on their
groups as part of the majors that's here on this list of 10? Is there anyone that's doing anything that's contravening city policies and or city requirements?
Not to our knowledge.
Right. And so you mentioned earlier in terms of the benefits of the grants and so on. Without the grants, many of these organizations would not be able to seek private additional funding. Would that be in terms of to the magnitude?
One of the most important aspects of city money, it's often the first money in that they then leverage for other government funding, they leverage for sponsorship, and they leverage for philanthropic contributions. Toronto Arts Council has indicated that it's a 14-to-1 ratio.
And just for my edification again, why do we fund the majors and other grants and cultural organizations? What are the benefits that accrues to the city, both locally and internationally?
So there are many different benefits. I'll start with the intrinsic cultural benefits. It's my view and the division's view that these cultural organizations provide a very important role on the helping develop the city's intrinsic cultural values, especially on diversity, and we assess that each time. Also, there's a very important economic impact that these organizations provide through tourism, especially in the majors. They draw in large tourism flows in each of these cases. Their payments that they make to their artists are very important to developing artists. The training programs they do for professional artists and for amateur artists are incredibly important. The love for the arts that they imbue in the children of Toronto when the class visits are made are incredibly important as well. So there is a very long range from social, artistic, cultural, and economic.
Is there a punitive aspect with respect to any of the criteria and or measures that can be utilized if we simply don't like a decision that's been made by one of these particular organizations? Do we have a policy? Do we have
a policy as long as they follow our criteria? Then there would be punitive. If they don't follow our criteria, if they do follow our criteria, there's no punitive.
Okay, so can you just speak, Mr. Williams, about the objective of actually our UNESCO designation that we asked council to approve yesterday? What's the benefit, and what does that have in terms of ramification, in terms of looking at maybe some of the actions that might be taken to today globally?
That was your last question?
As I said before, tourism and global brand and global image are very important to the city's economy going forward, and the reputation of the city going forward. It is the globally leading roles that each of these organizations play in their respective fields that helps develop the brand for Toronto. In the particular case that we're talking right now around Pride, World Pride 2014 was a huge positive image provided to the rest of the world of the City of Toronto. The UNESCO designation on media arts helps to contribute to the image and brand of Toronto around the world. That's the reason why staff recommended to council and why council has now accepted that recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
I got a question here. Thank you, Speaker. Through you to, I think, the General Manager, but we might need some help answering these. The Toronto Caribbean Carnival, Pride Toronto, Luminato, and TIFF are festivals, from what I understand, which are essentially kind of like projects where people come together. There's a bunch of programming. They seem to be, many of them are outdoor-oriented events. And I want to know what our city policy says about other in-kind supports that the city provides these organizations. So coming to mind is solid waste management, perhaps the paramedics, the police, of course, parks, TTC. How do we govern what support we provide? Do we charge back for that? Do we give permits for that? And who's the delegated authority on those matters?
Well, each general manager makes those decisions with respect to any in-kind decisions as to whether it's charged back or not charged back. Part of it follows historical practice as it's been established over a period of time. Part of it is the application of the in-kind rules as each division applies it. So there is no hard and fast rule that governs each of these decisions. There's a significant amount of historical practice that governs it.
So historical practice. So I take it we do have mechanisms to charge back for all of these services.
Some services are required as a normal course of business. So for instance, all parades require police on duty. So that is provided to whether we provide a grant to them or not.
Sorry, is that provided free or is that provided as a service with a chargeback?
Sorry, just to clarify, when I refer to on duty for police, that means police are absorbing the costs as part of their normal operations of protection to the citizens of Toronto. Paid duty officers are when an organization pays for off-duty police to wear their uniform and provide services. So in Pride's case, the parade itself, the police are on duty, but for their bars they have, for instance, outdoor cafes and bars, those are paid duty officers. So the organization pays for those.
So paid duty aside, it sounds like the city goes well beyond the cash grants that are talked about in this report in supporting these festivals. And I'll put them all together. They're all slightly different, but they're all large. Do we have any idea, in comparison to the dollars, how much the value of that in-kind support is? I'm assuming that we're waiving the fees on most of these supports, unless someone can tell me otherwise.
Is that for just Pride? Is that Pride? So in Pride's case, the in-kind support, if you value the police and their on-duty work, if you value that, is very significant. It's over $500,000. But a lot of that they would normally do anyway. So same with Santa Claus Parade, same with all of the other parades.
Okay, and then what about the non-police? Do we do cleaning of the streets?
Yeah, so a couple $100,000 in terms of the solid waste management, Toronto Parking Authority, Toronto Paramedic Services, some service that TDC provides, and transportation services with regard to street closure permits.
So is it more than the grant?
Yes, it is.
And so, but that doesn't come to council. That just gets dealt with in divisions by those general managers. And is there a clear policy on where we waive those fees and we do not? To the you mentioned it's historical, so there's not a crystal hard and fast rule, I take it.
And I can't speak to the other divisions. I can only speak to mine. You might want to ask a deputy city manager about the policies of other divisions, but my experience of working with them is it tends to be, as I said before, historical precedent.
Fair enough. And just in terms of our experience with any of these festivals, are there any other organizations that have prohibited the participation of any member of the broader Toronto Public Service in any way?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Thank you.
Good question.
Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I have a few questions related to Pride and Caribbean Festival. I see a number of festivals being funded here from an ethno-racial equity lens or even from a sexual orientation equity lens. I see those two being the two that are outside the general quote-unquote mainstream. So can you tell me a bit, you talked about the economic benefits of the festivals. Can you talk a little bit about the economic benefits specifically of Pride?
So Pride brings in a very significant amount of economic benefit to the city. There are about 2.6 million visits to the Pride Festival over the course of a week, now a month. About 32% of those visits, and so it's a lower number because somebody will visit multiple times, came from outside the GTA, so that would be defined as tourists. It's a pretty high percentage for a tourist vote. The three-day festival is estimated to generate revenues in our economy of about $426 million. There's a per capita spending of $162 per day per person. Although obviously the international visitors, of which there's 11%, so of the 32%, about a third of them come from outside of Canada, and they generate a lot more. And about 30% of attendees stay in hotels. It is very difficult during Pride and during the Caribbean Carnival to find a hotel anywhere within reasonable distance of Toronto.
I also understand these applications are reviewed by many departments or many divisions within the City of Toronto. Can you tell me which divisions were involved in reviewing this application?
So in Pride, because of the specific focus on Pride this year, we ensured that a number of divisions were involved. So Mr. Berlinger's division, Social Development, Finance and Administration was involved. There's Mr. Keir's group, Equity, Diversity, and Human Rights, out of the City Manager's Office was involved, and Legal was involved, as well as Economic Development and Culture Division.
And from your understanding, all four divisions were okay with the application completely moving forward and being funded?
We put a very close scrutiny on this, not only because of the publicity around this, but the organizational issues that Pride organization faced early this year and last year. We were concerned about the viability of the organization. We were, I would say, pleasantly surprised at how solid they came together at the last minute, and the review panel gave them a very favorable review.
If the organization adheres to our anti-discrimination, non-harassment policy, do we at any point in these major festivals go in and let them decide how they should run the festival in any way in terms of who attends or who doesn't attend, who the performers are, any of those things, or is it our goal is broader?
Our goal is broader. We leave organizations to run their own affairs. We make sure, though, that they follow the commitments they made to the city with respect to adhering to our anti-discrimination policy.
The questions may be general. So if we have a situation in which organizations are adhering to these policies, and is there a precedence in which we have said, so let me rephrase this, are there programs that city funds where a certain segment of our population is not welcome to attend because of the safety, comfort, or the effectiveness of those programs?
I can only speak to economic development cultures programs. I'll ask Chris to comment on his wider set of programs. From our set of programs, we focus, and Pride has been through controversies before, so we're very used to taking a look at this with Pride. We always have viewed we've always made sure that organizations are aware of and follow their requirements to follow our equity, diversity, and human rights policies. Chris, do you want to comment?
With respect to broader program activity, depending on the target population or the purpose of the program, there may be segments of the population that are not welcome. So if a program for victims of domestic violence, men may be prohibited from that program.
That doesn't
So
mean all men are violent, but for the safety of the women who have faced violence in the hands of men, those programs are allowed to exclude men. And
Correct.
that is not seen as a
Okay,
violation
that was
of
your
the
last
harassment.
question. I'm sorry. Thank you. Councillor Burnside, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Specifically speaking about the Pride Toronto funding, second paragraph, the last couple lines, you said, despite the turnover of the board and staff, the organization has displayed professionalism in organizing the 2017 festival and planning is well underway. Were you implying that they're so far in the process that to now consider not funding them, that $260,000 would be an issue?
No, not at all. The implication, what we're trying to state there was our concern about their disarray had been allayed, and we were very confident that they could organize a very successful festival. It meant no more than that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The declaration of compliance with our anti-discrimination legislation, I understand this has to be signed by all recipients of City of Toronto grants?
That's correct.
And is Pride going to sign for this year?
They signed it.
They signed it already. Now, embedded in here is a reference to harassment. Would you say their decision to ask police services to remove their uniforms is a form of harassment, or that's a reach?
I'm going to ask Uzma or a colleague to answer that more correctly because it's their policy.
Councillor, I don't believe it constitutes unlawful harassment.
If there was a native cultural ceremony and native dancers or participants were asked to remove their native garb, would you consider that harassment?
Since the Indigenous community would be considered a protected group, I think that may constitute harassment.
Okay. My next question is for legal. A few years back when we were, and I realize you weren't here, and I realize it's a new city manager, so maybe you can't answer this question, but a few years back we tried to remove the hate group Kwaya from the parade. And it was legal's position that council could not impose a broad restriction on prohibiting a phrase or group. But based on the flip side, and they used the Supreme Court case of Saskatchewan versus Watcott, but does council have the authority to impose better inclusion?
Who did you ask the question to?
Our chief legal person, and if she needs more time to respond, that's fine, but clearly we were given advice we couldn't prohibit or ban groups, but under that ruling it seems that we can impose better inclusion.
I see that question as being about the administration of the grants program and the structure of it, which is something we could look at, but the program as it's currently designed doesn't contemplate council doing that sort of thing. Really, the decision before council today is whether this grant is in the interests of the city. That's the statutory permission given to council to make a grant, and if council in good faith decides that this is or is not in the interests of the city, then it's entitled to make that decision on the grant. The caveats are that it must be, the discretion must be exercised in good faith and cannot be contrary to law.
But beyond money, do you think we have the moral authority and the legislative authority to impose better inclusion in what we fund?
There is a policy that applies to grant recipients that requires that they comply with human rights legislation, and to that extent, certain types of inclusion are imposed, and that these grant recipients, or these proposed grant recipients, have all agreed to comply with that policy, and Economic Development has done a review to confirm that they comply.
Okay,
But
we'll leave that. I'm running out of...
inclusion beyond that governed by human rights
I
legislation.
mean, I don't know what
It's
government's
not really
for
a
if they
legal
can't
issue.
impose inclusion. I don't know what we're doing here if we can't impose more rights, more inclusion. And I thought that's why we're here, but
Inclusion beyond what's contemplated by human rights legislation is not really a legal issue. It's more of a policy issue.
okay. This is...
Councillor Pasternak, hold on.
Can you put
Councillor
my time on
Jamari
hold?
has a point of privilege.
I'm not sure I heard right, but I think Councillor Pasternak referred to a group as a hate group. Which group is that?
That would be Queers Against Israeli Apartheid.
Yeah, I have problems with that group being called a hate group, Speaker. I would ask you to rule on that.
Councillor Pasternak, could you?
I would simply say that the term Israel apartheid is a very offensive slur against the state of Israel and the Jewish community that supports the state of Israel. And Pride has been advised over the years that that is the case.
Hold on. Can you retract that comment, Councillor Pasternak? The hate. The word, hold on, I'm dealing with the point of privilege here. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, I mean, really, we're not here to discuss Quia. We've exhausted that.
But can you just withdraw that one word, please, Councillor Pasternak?
In order to proceed with the meeting, I will withdraw it, but it
Thank you.
doesn't change my opinion of that group.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Back to staff here. In 2012, we allocated $123,000 to Pride Toronto, and this year we're allocating, I guess, $260,000. I don't know, just rough 130% increase in funding. No other group has received. In fact, some of the other increases over the 5-year period have been minuscule. I'm just wondering how Pride, which has enormous corporate sponsorship and is in the black every year, can receive a 130% increase over this period of time.
Pride was a new entry to the program. It's not unusual for us to ramp up contributions as we examine the validity of the organization and the sustainability. So I don't regard that in this particular situation as unusual.
All right, final question, and we don't have anyone from Police Services, but is it a violation of the Police Services Act for an officer to be on duty and paid without their uniform when they're not on an undercover assignment?
Okay, that was your last question.
It is my last question, yes.
Yes.
Through the Speaker, I would assume so, but I would need someone from the police to confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My first question to legal is, has the specific issue of exclusion of uniformed police in marching in the Pride Parade been analyzed by City Legal Services?
Yes, it has.
And according to City Legal Services, did Pride Toronto contravene the City Human Rights Policy or the Ontario Human Rights Code?
No, we don't believe so.
And is being a uniformed police officer a grounds for discrimination protected by the Ontario Human Rights Code or the City Human Rights Code?
No, it is not.
Is it accurate to say that the City Human Rights Policy protects City of Toronto employees from discrimination by the city and their employer?
I'm going to defer that question to Economic Development or to USMA.
Can you repeat
Because it's really their policy.
Yes, it does, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Has Pride Toronto complied with the city's community grants policy with access, equity, and human rights policies and legislation?
Yes.
So they have complied with all our policies. Does the City Human Rights Policy protect the public who receive services from the city from being discriminated against by the City of Toronto employees?
Yes. Usman says yes.
Is this the matter before us here with the major cultural grants specifically? Have any City of Toronto employees denied city services to any members of the public?
No.
As long as a culturally funded organization comply with city policies and human rights legislation, can the city interfere with a funded organization's programming?
Can I add to that, as well as all other criteria that the city has for programs? The answer is no.
So as long as they're complying with our policy, we can't tell them who to include.
Correct.
And how to function. By withholding Pride Toronto's cultural funding from its decision here today on from its decision on who will be able to march in the parade, will the city be setting a precedent and involving itself in the internal operation of cultural organizations?
We certainly can't do that unless there's criteria established to ensure that the organization follows those criteria. This is not one of the criteria that's been established by statute or by council policies, so no, we can't interfere in that.
Do you want to be setting internal policies when council determines that an organization is just doing something we don't like? Even if it follows city policy, do you want to start dictating to any of these organizations about what shows the ballet should put on, about what or whom should be permitted to attend some of the other events?
We provide an enormous number of grants to a lot of different organizations. The only way to practically do this fairly between the organizations is to adhere to the programs and policy guidelines set by council, set by staff, and set by statute. To go beyond that and create any rules on the fly would be very difficult and unfair to all the other organizations and to the organization.
Thank you.
Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Speaker. So just to be clear, staff from Economic Development and Culture, Social Development, Financial Administration, Equity, Diversity, Human Rights Division, and Legal Services all reviewed this application.
In detail.
And what is before us in the report I read is that you recommend that Pride continue to get its funding.
Correct.
The other issue that has been raised before, and I just want to reiterate it, is Pride has complied with all city policies and all pertinent or applicable legislation with respect to human rights and all other policies. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then deny funding.
One wonders then why we would have any grounds to make any other recommendation other than to award it. But let me just, in your report, you also mention that, yes, there has been some dissent within the community. As we know, there's dissent in many organizations, and that one of our requirements is that there is a dispute resolution process. Does Pride have a dispute resolution process?
That was one of the strong legacies of the controversy a number of years ago under QUIA. They have a very clear dispute resolution process.
Something's already budgeted.
So the other thing is that your report also says very clearly that you believe that both Pride and its new management and Toronto Police Services should be given an opportunity for dialogue and future cooperation that's focused on rebuilding and restoring relations.
Yes, and thank you for raising that, Councillor. I think this is a very important point. All organizations go through controversy, and it's an appropriate role for the city to play, which is the one that the Chief of Police chose to play as well, is to give them space to solve their problems over time. And we recommend in the report, as did the Chief of the Police when he withdrew the notion of the police marching in the parade in uniform, that they needed time and space to resolve this problem, as many organizations do, and we're asking council to give them that time and space.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm sorry, Speaker. I just wanted to ask Mr. Williams about just the importance of this parade, Pride Parade, growing from pretty small to being, would you call it a signature event
Very much
for
so.
the City of Toronto? That what other signature events of this nature are there?
The Caribbean Carnival, Santa Claus Parade would be the three main parade-focused activities that we have that generate hundreds of thousands, if not millions of visitors.
Do you think people are coming from Boise, Idaho, Miami, Florida for the Santa Claus Parade?
I don't know. I haven't seen the research on that, but not as many as would come to Pride or the
Do you think
Caribbean
they might be coming
Festival.
from Barrie or Aurelia to come to this pretty big event? So would you agree that people coming to Caribana and Pride are coming from longer distances, filling the hotel rooms in that way, and that Pride and Caribana are signature events internationally for the City of Toronto?
Correct. 7% of the visitors to Pride come from outside of North America.
Outside of North America? How many from the Santa Claus Parade come from outside of North?
I have no idea, but not many.
Just Santa Claus. So, ho, ho, ho.
I might also point out that Toronto is not in its best climate situation.
Okay,
at the beginning
hold
of
on, hold on. Point of privilege. Councillor Mamalidi, point of privilege.
Yeah, it is about Santa, and it's about the religious.
Please hold my time,
the
Speaker.
religious component
I did.
that this
I did
parade
hold your
brings to
time.
the city. And I think that some people around this chamber are being so insulting to the whole thing. And I think if there's a time to talk about all of this, it is right now. And instead of making a joke about all of the Catholics that seem to be coming downtown, the hundreds of thousands of them, instead what you're doing is you are insulting every one of them.
Thank you, Councillor
I think
Mamalidi.
certain people are going to be
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
having Councillor Mamalidi as their mouthpiece for campaign.
Councillor Fletcher, I'm going to turn your time back on now.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just establishing that we have two big events, and both we've worked with Pride Toronto and the Caribbean Cultural Festival boards of directors for many years through good times and bad times. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And sometimes there's ups and sometimes there's downs, but we've never kind of abandoned these parades. We realize how critical they are to the city and also to the image of the city. Would you agree?
Totally.
So the Pride Toronto has actually made a decision on this. It's, would you agree? They've asked certain
Was
things
that
to
an
happen
annual
in their
general meeting
parade.
that they- Sorry, Councillor?
Pride Toronto has asked for certain things to happen in their parade or not happen in their parade. This is not me asking, it's not Black Lives Matter asking, it's Pride Toronto saying this is how this year we'd like to conduct our parade for the reasons, historical, cultural, many different reasons in the City of Toronto.
That's correct.
And so we've often had to have difficult conversations with Pride Toronto, but we generally have followed the lead of the organization because they know their community, they know their history, and the motions and the position of the city coming from Economic Development Committee is to maintain that relationship and maintain that funding and let them do their business in their wider community and sort things out in the way that they're asking to do. Would I be right to put it like that?
I would, and that's the way the Chief of Police put it.
So really, your committee has voted that asking council to continue that funding, despite people being uncomfortable with the police being requested not to march in uniform in Pride 2017.
That's correct.
And that's supported through the Equity Office. Could you answer that that's also supported? You've had a lot of activities around Pride Toronto over the time you've been the officer. That would also be your understanding that that's the request from Pride Toronto for, this is their request, they're still asking for money, and the city is, through the committee, basically advising council that that is a good route to follow. Would you agree with that?
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, if such a request has come forward to say that our fire department or our EMS were not to be part of that of the parade, how would we handle it? In the absence of the Chief of Police not being here to ask the questions, I'm hypothetically reaching to staff here and asking a similar question.
You're talking about them participating in the parade on a float. You're not talking about them providing
On a float in
safety.
uniform. In float in uniform.
Safety. Without any other guidelines, we would treat them the same way we've treated the police in this situation.
What kind of economic impact would you figure that the Pride Parade brings to Toronto?
There's 2.6 million people that visit. On an economic impact perspective, they calculate that over $400 million in economic impact to the city.
And out of the $400 million on impact, would you say that, what, 50,000, 80,000 is money that we get back in taxes and, HST, taxes to the City of Toronto? How much would you say that that contributes to the economy?
So it would be very small. We don't get a share of the HST, which is the largest part that goes to government. It's always on a very small basis. So it would be, I'm not going to say 50, but it could be even less than that.
But with other taxation that we're looking forward to do, like the destination tax, that will bring some money in the hotels, correct?
So that, yes, there would be 3% of the hotel bill would go to the destination marketing fee if they stayed at hotels that were part of that program.
Would you happen to have a rough figure of how much that would be for us?
I could give you that in a second. It would be about $3 million.
And how much is Pride asking us to contribute to their parade?
They're asking us to contribute zero to the parade.
But they're asking us to contribute some funding.
So they've asked for funding for their festival, for their organization, and we're providing that funding for that. We are not providing any funding for the parade.
But it's funding that we're providing for their festival, and how much is that?
$260,000.
So would you say that's probably 10% of what we will be getting back?
We don't, the city...
Well, no, a destination tax.
Well, we don't get that. The hotels get that, and Toronto Tourism gets that. Tourism Toronto gets that.
That would be about 10%.
No, well, 260,000 on 3 million is a lot less than, is less, not a lot less, so it's less than 3 million. But so yes.
It's just about 10%. I mean, just rough calculations. Are we providing funding for any other tourist attractions, parades that are happening in our city right now?
So that's a pretty broad question, so the answer is yes.
Okay. How much return would you say that we get from them back? Is it the same? Is it less? Is it more? Or Tourism Toronto, the benefits to our city?
I would say in most cases it's going to be more than 10 times.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you. To Mr. Williams, can you refresh my memory a bit? So when applications like this come forward, we have a set of parameters or guidelines that the applicant has to follow when they put their application in, correct?
Very much so, yes.
And so when those guidelines and the parameters that we established or set up, that they have to follow that was approved by the city council, correct?
Correct.
And then, so Pride, for example, put an application in, went through the Economic Development Committee. They followed those parameters, and the application was approved at the last meeting of Economic Development, correct?
Correct.
Pride, for example, I understand they have a board of directors that are duly elected that looks at all the aspects of how their Pride Festival is run, correct?
Correct.
So when we go through this process and we reach this point, I can't think of another instance, or I can't think of why we as an organization would want to get into the finite details of how a festival like this is run or who participates. That's not our norm. Is it correct?
No, we focus, as I said, about the established criteria and policies and programs. That's the only approach that we can take to make sense of all of the applications we receive.
Yep, so just to reinforce that, we don't get into the finite details. Like I was at the opening of the Pride Festival last summer. They had a beer garden, there was a music festival. Some people said to me, I didn't really particularly like that band, or, I can't believe we didn't have craft beer from Toronto, but we're not going to go back on them and put that in as getting down into the weeds of their application.
Correct.
Much like any organization, and I'll give the Santa Claus Parade as an example. We wouldn't ask where Santa Claus was from or if it was really Santa Claus or a guy in a suit, correct?
Well, we don't fund that parade, so we don't have that choice.
All right, bad example. If we had another
organization. But all the other organizations, we do not, as long as their programming fulfills the laws and policies of the city and the laws of the land, we do not interfere.
And our Economic Development Committee looked at all of that, and I think it was a unanimous vote at Economic Development for this?
Correct.
Okay. And then the last concern that I have had raised by some people stems around public safety. So any large event like this, we have police along the parade route to ensure that public safety, and they're there as paid duty officers, correct?
Police have always been there. No, they're there on duty. Many of the officers are on duty, and some are paid duty with respect to the bar you just referenced. Chief of Police has reassured everybody that police will do their jobs as they've always done with respect to this parade.
Yeah, and just to reinforce that, that's right along the entire parade route. I marched
And the other,
parade
and
last
other
summer.
occasions.
I saw an abundance of police officers along the route.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
They have multiple parades, so.
Yep. And at the opening day festival as well, there's an abundance of uniformed on-duty police officers and security guards, I believe, as well.
As there is for any large gathering in public places.
Which follows the guidelines that we establish that were approved at Economic Development.
In terms of the approval for the process, in terms of how many police go there, that's based upon the Chief of Police delegated authority to decide how many police go to any one of these events.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Councillor Holland, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to staff. So I know that, so you may or may not be able to answer this question. I think it's for Mr. Williams. And so we know that New York City, their Pride, invited our police to walk in their parade. Is there different funding? Does New York City fund the Pride in New York City? Or do they have different human rights policies surrounding their Pride March than here in Toronto?
I can't answer questions as to the policies of the New York Parade, I'm sorry.
Okay. And do you know if New York City has different human rights policies? Maybe that's to
I would have to ask Uzma that.
Councillor, I'm not familiar with that. I'm not sure.
Okay. And I know I was in New York last week for a sharing economy event. There was an unfortunate incident down in Times Square where a car ran into a number of residents, or actually visitors, tourists, and we had police detail with us as we were with city councillors and deputy mayors from New York City as well. And my question is, so if the Pride in New York City is inviting them to march in their parade, do you find that there may be different policies in place in New York City than there is here in Toronto?
So I've only seen brief reports about who invited the Toronto Police down. I believe it was not the actual organizers of the parade in New York, but I don't know that for sure, so I can't definitively say that. But you'd have to ask the New York Pride organizers that question.
Right. I was just trying to understand if there was a difference between, so I know that there's other chapters of Black Lives Matters in the U.S., and I was just wondering if they came up with a different, I guess, consensus or strategy regarding their Pride March.
So the only comment I can make on this conversation, Councillor, is that all organizations, in my experience, have very different dynamics within the organization and between similar organizations from place to place. It's very difficult to generalize on much of this stuff between organizations and within an organization at any point in time.
Okay, and I know that I've been reading, and I would just appreciate hearing your feedback on this one. So the funding that we provide as a city, that City Council votes on, and we provide to Pride, is that symbolic, or is it something that they actually rely on in order to run the Pride Parade?
$260,000 is a significant amount of money, so it would have a material impact on their organization. As with all cultural organizations, though, that we fund under the majors, it is always a relatively small percentage of the total funding that an organization gets. So it would curtail, the lack of the money would curtail some of the programming, definitely. As to the symbolic nature, you would have to go back to when this funding began and ask the people that made the decision then as to how much of a symbolism it was. There have been questions already today about how important it is for the city to support such organizations, and given the fact that we've provided Pride with funding for a significant period of time, I think it indicates that Council has decided that it is very important to support this type of organization.
Okay, and that's true. I agree with that. And but I guess that leads into my final question about. We know that they've invited officers to, if they do wish to march in the Pride, they can, but without uniform. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
So I'm just trying to understand human rights, if it's policy or if it's legislation. Is this an infringement on the right to free expression? I'm just very confused about that. It just doesn't seem to, I just can't mesh those two together, that you can march in a parade, but you can't wear what you want to wear.
That's your last question.
I'm not sure that the, Councillor, I'm not sure whether the issue is whether they're telling them what they can or cannot wear. It's a city-issued uniform.
So I just wanted clarity as to, is that an infringement on the right to free expression?
Okay, that was your last question, Councillor Holland.
I'll defer to the city solicitor here.
So council is either going to make a grant or refuse a grant, and in my view, neither of those decisions would violate the freedom of expression of anyone.
No, my question was, sorry.
Yep.
My question answered.
But that was your last question, Councillor Holland.
I need my clarification, sorry, if I have to repeat it.
So if
but I just really want to know, I want to know a direct answer.
Yes.
If you cannot wear what you want to wear, is that an infringement on the right to free expression?
In another context, I can't speak to another context, and I also want to reiterate that Pride is not governed by the Charter. So Council is making a decision here, and I don't see Council's decision to deny or make a grant engaging freedom of expression issues.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to address the Head of Economic Development. So I know you've talked a little bit about this previously, but in-kind services probably are as valuable to festivals and events and runs across the city as cash. Would you agree, the in-kind services portion?
When it's in-kind and depends whether it's in-kind and you have to do it anyway versus what like the police on duty do, or in-kind, and if it wasn't done in-kind, it would have to be done, it would have to be paid for. So there is significant amount of funding provided in-kind. There's a significant number of services provided to the Pride Parade that are not charged for by the city, agency, or division supplying it.
And is that across all festivals, major festivals and arts?
It varies from festival to festival and event to event.
And why is that? Why would it vary? Why wouldn't it be dealt in a standard, City Hall likes to deal with things in a standard manner. Why wouldn't it be standardized?
It's because of historical precedent over a period of time. Each of these things develop their own pattern.
Are you working towards standardizing that so it's fair for major festivals, events, and runs across the city?
We'd be happy to look at that if requested. We are gradually looking at that, but if you want it done faster, then a request would be fine.
In any document or report, do we ever see those numbers, those in-kind gestures and donations to festivals, events, and runs across the city?
We do make it available, usually on a post-event basis when a report has been requested. So we did it a lot during the quiet controversy on Pride, where the numbers first were collated. We've done it on a variety of other events when we've done a post-event report back, because then we know what the actual costs are, because we'd have time and services accurately reflected.
Okay, but it hasn't, other than that, it hasn't appeared in a comprehensive manner in any report or budget document that comes forward to council?
Not on a regular basis. There's something rummaging around in my mind that we did do one for all of the events back about 4 or 5 years ago. We could look for that for you, Councillor.
Thank you. That would be great. I'd appreciate seeing that. So tell me about, when you think of all the runs in our city that we facilitate, all the festivals, major festivals, cultural events on the streets in our public parks, tell me the top 3 that you think you're providing in-kind services for, the top 3.
Caribbean Festival, Pride, Nuit Blanche, probably.
Nuit Blanche is city produced. I'm asking about external events.
Sorry. Santa Claus probably would be up there.
Santa Claus Parade in-kind, but no cash donation?
Correct.
So there's no cash donation, but you provide barricades and street closure and cleanup?
I don't know the specifics, Councillor. I'd have to get back to you on that, but I do believe there is some in-kind.
Okay. So for Pride specifically, what do you provide? I've heard you say cleanup. I've heard you say police. What about park usage, permits, barricades, all the facilitation work that goes into facilitating a major, now it's a month-long festival. What would you tally the in-kind gesture donation as in total, please?
So this is including paid to police on duty is $713,449 last year.
So that includes everything I've just listed and more? That includes park permits?
Toronto Parking Authority waiving of that. Toronto Transit Commission, I'm not exactly sure what they do. Transportation services in terms of barricades and road closures.
So $713,000 in in-kind support.
That we don't bill back to them, yes.
And what would the Caribbean Festival, would it be approximately that or a little lower or higher?
Well, you'd have to factor into that the discount that the exhibition place provides, which I don't know the exact amount of that is. So they provide a discount, although they do receive some fees for their services. Plus, again, there is some paid duty police, there's some on-duty police. I don't have that a number. We could get that back.
But you're saying that festival and Pride are are
Off
the
the
two
top of my head, I think those are the two
the
major
two-
ones.
Yeah, okay, thank you, that's very helpful.
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know this has been asked to staff quite a bit, but hopefully I get a little bit more of a clear understanding on this. So I'm making reference to the appropriate staff to the Speaker about the city's community grants policy. Out of the policy, it says activities funded by the City of Toronto must comply with all relevant legislation, including the city's anti-discrimination policies. Is this in our community grants policy?
Yes.
Thank you. From the city's anti-discrimination policy, under section 2.4 in employment, every person has a right to equal treatment in employment without discrimination or harassment because of one or the more following prohibited groups: race, citizenship, creed, sex, color, sexual orientation, gender identity, and among that, membership in a union or staff association. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
So, furthermore to that, and like many of my colleagues, it is under the staff's interpretation of these policies that denying the Toronto Police Force from being in the parade in uniform is not discrimination.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Most of my questions have already been asked, so I just have two quick ones. Confirmation, we've heard that the funding for Pride does not actually go to the parade. Is that correct?
Their application does not include any costs directly associated with the parade.
So if we actually weren't to give them funding, the parade would still go ahead?
Well, we only give one grant to each organization, so
Yeah.
in practical speaking, that's not the case. So we gave them the one grant. We don't fund parades.
Right.
So we
So I
fund festivals, but not parades.
Okay, one other very quick question. Do we ever hear complaints about the movies being shown at TIFF or the art displays being shown in the Toronto Art Gallery?
From time to time, we receive complaints about certain aspects of certain cultural activities that happen. We just receive those complaints.
And your report here before us, which is actually what is before us today, provides grants to those organizations still?
That's correct, as long as they follow
Right.
established guidelines and the laws of the land.
Thank you. That's all my questions. I still have a microphone, but thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll direct my questions to the Executive Director of Social Development and Finance Administration. Does our city have an ongoing issue associated with anti-Black racism and transphobia?
Those are issues that the city staff have been engaged with both the African Canadian communities and trans communities to dig down and understand some of the challenges and issues facing those communities.
And in some of those conversations that the city is part of, is it fair to say that many African Canadian Torontonians, Afro-Caribbean Torontonians, and trans Torontonians do not feel safe at all times in our city?
That has certainly been issues raised through the consultation. We are hearing that from some people, yes.
And our city has actually taken the step of, through the Toronto For All campaign, establishing public education campaigns because of the anti-Black racism and the transphobia that so many experience. Is that right?
That's correct, and the Toronto For All campaign currently running deals with challenges for homeless people residing in different communities. There will be a Toronto for All campaign with respect to issues faced by the members of the trans communities in the next month.
Now, a lot of conversation and work is being done at the staff level on these issues, and anti-Black racism in particular. Is it fair that the feedback that we have heard in those conversations with members of the community is that there are complex issues at play and that a lot of trust needs to be built in order for us to collectively address those challenges?
The complexity of a community like Toronto is significant. It takes time, effort, patience, and understanding to engage in those kinds of conversations in an authentic way. And that is what I believe the city is endeavoring to do now.
And so through the city's work to address systematic anti-Black racism, we believe that conversation, trust building, and collaborative work is the way to address these problems as opposed to us just passing policy.
Building that trust will be critical to effecting any real change.
Thank you very much. That's how you do it, John.
Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a couple of things just to clarify in my own mind. So, from my understanding is that the police chief has no particular problem with the position taken by Pride to not allow officers to march in the parade. Is that correct? In their uniform and wearing their guns and whatever.
My understanding is the chief of police withdrew the request for them to march in the parade in uniform with a view to allowing matters to be sorted out over time.
Okay. What about the police union? Do they have any particular position with respect to officers who decide to march in the parade wearing their uniform? Does that constitute, from the union's point of view, an officer is on duty?
I don't know what the Toronto Police Association's perspectives are, other than I've seen one letter that was written, and you would need to address them on that issue. There are both union and non-union police officers that have marched in uniform in the parade in the past, and both those groups are excluded this time by the chief from wearing their uniform in the parade. Either of those sets of groups can march in the parade out of uniform.
Okay. Normally when police officers volunteer to either serve on paid duty or I'm just wondering whether, I'm trying to reconcile in my mind whether someone who makes a voluntary decision to march in the parade in their uniform could theoretically make the case that they are on duty. Because the reality is, if something were to happen, I wouldn't expect only the police officers who are on the perimeter and providing, making sure that the safety of people. If I were in a parade and I were a police officer wearing my uniform, or even if I weren't wearing my uniform and something happened, I would probably, go back to my training and get engaged as a police officer and then make sure that we maintain the safety of people in that area. So I'm just wondering whether, and maybe my question is not properly, put in this forum.
So my experience with my friends that are members of paramedics or police or fire is that there's part of them always on duty, as you point out, that if there's an emergency, they will react whether they're in uniform or not.
Correct. Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And through you to staff, with respect to the community benefits of the $260,000 for the major cultural organization, would you? We have already established that none of that, not a single dollar, is going to the Sunday Pride Parade, correct?
Correct.
Is there any funding from that body of cash that going to the Women's Dykes March on the Saturday?
Not according to their application.
Is there any, is any of that money going to the Friday evening Trans March as well?
Not according to their application.
And historically...
Nor according to our funding.
Yeah, and historically, have those marches, have those parades been very political?
My experience has been yes.
And is the Pride movement a sexual liberation movement first and foremost?
That's my understanding.
Based on equal rights, human rights for lesbians, gays, bisexual, transgender, two-spirited people. That is the purpose of the parade and of the marches, correct?
That's correct.
So the $260,000, not a single penny of that is going to any of those political activities.
That are displayed in those particular parades, correct? They do go to those activities outside of the parade activities.
So outside of the parade, they would be going to events such as Family Pride. They would be going to pay entertainers, being paid to set up the stages, to provide accommodations, providing accessibility services for people with various abilities and disabilities so they can all participate. Is that correct?
In the different forums, yes.
That's where the $260,000 will go. Is it to the city's benefit, and is it to the community's benefit, to refer this report back to you for further consideration, considering how much scrutiny this report and the grants have already undergone?
Their festival is coming up in June. It's pretty hard to, we don't fund organizations retroactively, so if the report was to be referred back to us, we would be unable to support many of the Pride Festival activities this year.
If there was a motion, so if there was a motion to refer it back, you would not support that necessarily?
No, I wouldn't.
If there was a motion on the floor to condition the funding, such as to withhold the funding until uniformed police officers with their weapons and with their cruisers were allowed in the parade, would you support that? To withhold the funding until all those conditions are met?
No, those are not criteria that are currently subject to the guidelines we use to evaluate, so those guidelines would have to be changed for us to recommend to use those guidelines as an assessment.
And can you change those guidelines after the external advisory committee was convened to review the grant applications, the major cultural applications with the existing guidelines? Can you go back and say, we have to reconvene this external body, we want you to now review this again with a new condition from council?
So it would be my sense of fairness that you cannot establish new criteria after the application process has been run through as you described.
It would not be fair. Would you say that it would be in bad faith to do that to Pride Toronto?
Yes.
You don't work.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker?
No, I'm sorry. Sorry.
And so just to establish who was on the external advisory panel for the major cultural organizations, were they representatives from the Bata Shoe Museum, the Toronto Jazz Festival, the Mississauga Living Arts Centre and Canadian Stage?
Yes.
They were some of the cultural producers. The city's top cultural producers were in a peer review group to determine who gets what funding.
Including one from outside the city, yes.
And they knew that this application, this particular body of funding, was going to be under great scrutiny because of the additional headlines, because of the controversy. Is that not correct?
That's very much so.
And did they go through a very vigorous review of the application? Because you in your report on page 4 and 5, you've outlined clearly the thinking and the consultation of legal services that led you to this decision to fund.
We were well aware of the controversy and the issues, and we took those into close consideration, as did the panel.
Have you or this external body missed anything?
That's your last question.
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Williams, I'm just looking at a document that is titled 2017 Program Guidelines and Application Checklist. I gather you're familiar with that?
Yep.
Okay. And so just to clarify, I see a couple of categories. One that is titled for festivals and one that is titled for cultural support and infrastructure. So I guess that depends on which organization, or do all organizations need to comply with both these categories and all of these categories that are listed on page 3 of this document?
It would be one or the other.
So one or the other. So then which category would the Pride Festival be, would have to comply with? The
Festivals and events.
Festivals and events, okay. And, all right. Then there's another document that I gather all organizations need to sign. This document is called a Declaration of Non-Discrimination Policy. And then it goes on to describe in the very beginning that these organizations need to uphold policies which prohibit discrimination, and it goes on to describe what forms of discrimination.
That's correct.
Okay. And so before they get any funding, they must agree to this?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And so I think I've heard you say already a number of times you feel that they comply with all our current policies. There's one here that's described as any other personal characteristics. Would that not fall under a policy that, you know, would breach this agreement?
That normally would refer to individuals that have matters of personal disrepute or professional disrepute. It would not reflect the kind of decision that you're implying it could in fact. So in other words, the answer to your question is no, that doesn't apply to this situation.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councillor Campbell to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion which I'll ask staff to put up and to circulate. And I have a few points that I would like to make. First, what this is not about. This issue is not about relations between the black community and the police. This issue is not about punishing Pride and telling them what to do. It is also not about defunding Pride. Pride is an independent body free to express itself as it wishes. They took in over $4.4 million last year, and Toronto's grant accounted for less than 5.8% of their overall revenues. They can do whatever they like. But when they come looking for money, they can expect scrutiny. Funding is not a no-strings-attached proposition. With public funding comes certain expectations of outcomes. Principles and values such as equity, diversity, universality, and inclusiveness often guide our giving. The Pride organization has expressly said to the Uniformed Police of Toronto, "Stay away, don't come." Pride's offer of welcoming the police is a sham, because they know full well that the police won't walk in baseball caps and T-shirts. The chief won't put his officers potentially in harm's way by having them march in street clothes. So now they may march in New York City's Pride Parade in uniform. Some people have said I don't understand the issue, and the arrogance about that is kind of astounding. I've been open to meet with and have met with many people on this issue, and I've read a great many emails and read many articles. I met with a young man transitioning to be a woman. I met with a young woman transitioning to become a man. I met with a black gay man to get an understanding of this issue, and I completely understand that people from this community have feelings of trepidation about police presence. But isn't the Pride celebration a happy, fun occasion? You don't bring people together by pushing them apart, and that's been Pride's solution. I met with the executive director of Pride, and we had a very good, thorough discussion. But in the end, uniformed police, even a small token contingent, are still banned from the parade. So what is Pride? Pride is very much about being proud about your identity. Yet they insist that gay and lesbian police officers walk as ordinary citizens and not as Toronto police officers. I would think that it takes courage to be openly gay or lesbian in any police force, yet Pride is prepared to ignore that consideration. What is inclusivity? You're either inclusive or you're not. You can't be partially inclusive. In my view, Pride has abandoned its key value of inclusivity, having chosen to exclude the uniformed police, ostensibly city employees, and our own staff said city-issued uniforms from the celebration. While inclusion, in Pride's definition, is perhaps intended to mean inclusive of racialized, marginalized groups, it should also mean inclusive of our police, who have marched side by side with members of the gay community since 2005 to build bridges and repair the injustices of the past. By funding Pride, you are denying the expression of over 10,000 signatures to a petition, and you think it's acceptable for Pride to tell our gay and lesbian police officers to not be proud of their identity and instead dress not like you're a police officer. The lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer internal support network executive of the Toronto Police Force wrote, "We as city employees would feel completely devalued and unsupported by our employer should they fund this event at this time. How can we possibly feel appreciated by our employer while they sponsor an event that its own employees have been disinvited from participating as full, equal, and active participants in their role as city employees?" And Madam Speaker, I received a letter from a lady who in October 1974 was arrested at the Brunswick House for singing, "I enjoy being a dyke." She was beaten up by police. She charged the police with assault. She said, "If anyone had a reason to hold a grudge against the police, it's me." She was pulled over and harassed by the police. When I led a gay pride parade, we had about 24 folks in the parade. There were no banks, school boards, and certainly not the mayor or police. This is how we changed the... She said, "I would have given anything to see even one police officer in uniform wearing rainbow colors. This is how we change the world, by inclusion, not by exclusion."
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Your
Speaker.
time's up. Councillor DeGiorgio has a question for you. 3 minutes, clarification of the
No,
motion.
I just have one question, and again, something that is troublesome for me in my own mind. So, Councillor Campbell, I'm having trouble with a police officer who is off duty and chooses to put on his uniform. I don't see any other occasion where someone is a police officer is going to walk around in his police uniform when he's off duty. I've just never seen it, and I don't understand why we would require that in a parade he put on that uniform.
Councillor, my understanding is that when they are marching in parade in uniform, they are on duty.
Well, that's not my understanding. I asked whether the police union would take that position. Are they paid just by virtue of the
Davis,
fact?
please stop interrupting.
I asked that question earlier. I said,
so, Councillor,
if a police officer
I will tell you,
elects to wear his uniform, can he then take the position that he should be paid?
Well, Councillor, my understanding is that when they are in the parade, they are on duty.
Okay, well, that's not mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Stop interrupting, please. Councillor Cressy, question, clarification of the motion, 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and I don't need 3 minutes, just for clarification. So is the intent of the motion, just understanding, do you believe a city can mandate inclusion?
I believe that the city can mandate conditions under which grants are issued, and inclusion would be one.
So you can mandate diversity, but can you mandate inclusion?
One of Pride's core tenets is of inclusivity, and it's my view that they've abandoned that key value.
So you can mandate participation, which means you can mandate diversity, but inclusion is how you feel. So can you mandate inclusion?
No, what I'm saying is that one of the conditions that this is saying that until they reaffirm their core value of inclusivity by allowing uniformed police officers.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Wong-Tam, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Campbell, you heard staff clearly say that the $260,000 was to be used for cultural programming, to enhance accessibility services, to ensure that all the programming for Pride is free, but you're still insisting that Pride, that this money be withheld. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so with respect to all that you've heard from staff saying that it's not in the best interest of the city, it's not in the best interest of the community, they don't believe that it'll be procedurally fair, they believe that it'll be in bad faith to withhold, to place any conditions on the funding, you're still determined to do this.
So, Madam Speaker, are we debating the issue, or is that clarification of the motion?
Clarification of the motion.
That's what I'm asking.
What part of the motion are you unclear about?
The first part. Your motion says to go back and do all the things that staff said that they didn't want to do.
No, my motion says quite clearly that we withhold the funding of $260,000 and it be conditional upon them reaffirming their core value of inclusivity. It doesn't say anything on how that money is spent.
But you are asked, what I'm saying to you, Councillor, is that staff had already answered those. Much of what you said, staff said they cannot support, they do not agree with it.
Well, staff is entitled to their professional opinion. I respect that.
So despite the fact that it's not in the city's best interest to condition the funding, to withhold the funding, to interfere with the internal operations of the organization, despite all that the staff have just said, you are still insisting that this is what you'd like to do, because you believe that this is something that's important.
Councillor Wong-Tam, the councillor has answered that question.
Actually, he did not.
Yes, he did.
Well, I don't have
times.
to answer that question because it's not clarification of the motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so to clarify the motion, with respect to the police participation right now as it stands, you are saying that the police participation, as how the uniform officers choose to participate, should be at the sole satisfaction of the general manager of ECDEV. You're sending this back to him to determine whether or not the police are satisfied with how they will participate in the celebration.
I have confidence that the general manager of economic development will be able to see whether or not police are in uniform or involved in the parade.
But you don't have confidence based on the hour of answers he provided preceding that you placing this motion before us.
Well, I mean, if Pride were to say that a contingent of police officers in uniform can participate in the parade, I have confidence that the general manager would recognize that and say that the funding would be satisfactory under those circumstances.
Despite the fact that the chief of police himself has said that he's in
constructive
constructive
conversations. The chief of police is not involved in this debate.
Okay.
Okay, your time's up, Councillor Wong-Tam. You're asking the same question over and over again. You're expecting a different answer. You're not getting the answer. So, yeah. Councillor Fletcher, you have a question, clarification of the motion, please.
Yes, I just, Councillor Campbell had indicated that the police were in the parade on duty. Did I hear that right, Councillor?
That's my understanding.
And where did you get that understanding?
From talking to police officers and the police union. That was my understanding.
So the police union indicated to you that police officers are on duty when they're marching in the parade,
So
in uniform.
My understanding from the chief of police is
Yes.
that he will not allow his officers to participate in the parade out of uniform. That's my clear understanding.
No, that's different, I think, than my question. You indicated that if they're marching in the parade, say last year, that they're on duty. So when you've got your uniform on and you're doing something, you're on duty. Is that your understanding? It's kind of mine.
That's my understanding.
So you can't just put your uniform on, 10 police officers, and walk around the streets of Toronto unless you're on duty.
That is my understanding.
Because the uniform is something that's quite special and indicate something.
That's
So
fine.
if you're on duty, that would indicate to me you're being paid. Would it indicate that to you?
That would be my indication, unless you, yes, that would be my indication.
So the officers, I know there's officers, and it's very clear that at this parade, there would be officers who would be on duty, keeping the peace, as they do when we're going around the corner at Yonge and Bloor, and keep making sure we're making the turn and making sure we're not getting hit by a streetcar if it's coming through. I'd consider those officers are working the parade. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, what part of the motion,
No, I'm just
Councillor,
asking if you'd agree with that.
Well, I agree with that. What part of the
Okay,
motion
thank
do you
you.
need clarification?
That part that we just discussed earlier, and that those who are walking now in the
Councillor
parade.
Fletcher, clarification of the motion.
Councillor Campbell offered this information to us earlier,
But that's-
and I am following up on it because that's one of the basis of him moving this motion, Speaker,
But Councillor
is that they're on
Fletcher,
duty.
When we ask questions on the motion, we ask questions on what's
And I
written
am,
here. and
because
that's
his
the only
motion is
question.
predicated on the fact that the police are on duty, Speaker. I'm now very clear on that.
My motion is predicated on what the chief of police told me, and that he will not allow his officers to march in the parade out of uniform.
But he has allowed them to march in the parade in uniform, on duty, and being paid in years past. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that is my.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, clarification of the motion only, like the motion that's in front of you, ask questions on what's before you. Okay, Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, your motion says reaffirm its core value of inclusivity. And Pride Toronto and our staff earlier did not see any challenges to their inclusivity clause based on what they have decided. Can you define for me what you mean by inclusivity?
So inclusivity means everybody is welcome.
Regardless of who they are?
Regardless of who they are.
Regardless of what they do?
Regardless if they're a police officer or they work for Baskin and Robbins, they're welcome.
Okay. So you want all city-funded programs to follow a core?
I didn't say that.
Or you want festivals to follow?
Well, I'm saying in this particular instance that the organization that we're funding, one of their core tenets, one of their core parts of their mission is of inclusivity. And I'm saying that they, in my view, they have abandoned that by saying that the Toronto police officers in uniform are unwelcome.
So if any organization that we fund has one of their core values as inclusivity, you want those organizations to be open to anybody and everybody?
In terms of this particular motion, I have actually asked them to do a review of the major cultural organization program guidelines and ensure that they support the grant program's objective of inclusivity. So I've thrown it back to staff. I've asked staff to provide some information on that.
So do you see that inclusion can be at times, if it's complete inclusion of everyone, can be at times contradictory to some of other values?
Well,
such
then
as
you shouldn't
safety?
have it as one of your core values.
So from your definition of inclusion?
No, it's not my definition of inclusion, it's their definition of inclusion. And I guess, I mean, their definition of inclusion does not include the police at this point in time.
So you're suggesting that, because your entire motion is based on core value of inclusivity, your definition of...
Councillor, the core value of inclusivity is one that Pride embraces. That's where this is coming from. Pride has embraced, and they state very deep-heartedly that inclusivity is part of who they are. That's what this is about.
Councillor, the inclusivity as you define, are you confident that that's the same way, since from your conversation with the Pride Toronto Executive Director defines it the same way? The core value of inclusivity. You said you had a conversation with Pride Toronto, right?
I'm not sure how that's clarification of the
No, because it's about the definition, because I'm struggling with the word. I've known this term for a long time, and I see this being positioned in a completely different way from...
If you're asking for my view, which you seem to be, is that if you're inclusive, you are inclusive. You can't be partly inclusive of some, but not others. You either are inclusive or you're not really inclusive.
Okay, that was your last question. Councillor Carroll, clarification of the motion only.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do need clarification, and perhaps we all do. My understanding was that the Chief of Police wanted was time to negotiate this, and we left it in his capable hands. and he has a committee of LGBTQ and 2S officers working on it. And he took
Would
an
those
action
be the same
based-
ones whose letter I read from?
I'm about to finish my question.
Okay.
And he made an announcement that we assume is motivated by whatever progress is being made in those negotiations. Is it your intention, your motion directs that council now contradict that earlier course of action and thereby contradict the chief of police? Why would you ask us to contradict our chief of police?
That's not my understanding of the situation, Councillor.
So perhaps you could enlighten me, because that's the thing I need clarification on. Why do you think this is not a contradiction?
This again is not in the motion. It's not really clarification of the words and the understanding of the motion.
The speaker will tell me if that's the case. Maybe you could answer my question.
Well, I'll answer for clarification of the motion. My understanding with the chief of police is there are no discussions that are ongoing. Discussions may happen, but you know this is not an.
Be that as it may.
Councillor, this is not a new matter. This is an old matter now. This is now May. This is not a new matter, and discussions have had an opportunity
please
to
allow
occur.
for the answer. Okay.
Be that as it may, he's made a very public statement that he's withdrawing his request.
He has.
And says he'd like to leave it there for now.
He has.
And my question is, why in Clause 1 would you direct City Council to contradict his desired course of action?
The chief of police in February, when faced with a condition whereby Pride said police officers were not welcome under any circumstances in the parade, said, we will not participate in the parade.
Right.
What else could he have said?
He would have to tell me that, but I'm asking you, we do know what he did say. Why would you direct council to contradict what he did say publicly?
Because this is not about the chief of police. This is about the granting of money to an organization that has said to part of our employee group, you are unwelcome.
So you don't think that once this council adopts and hires a chief of police, they shouldn't make him make judgments about security and ability to hold major events?
Councillor Carroll, that's not clarification of the motion.
No, it is. No, it isn't, Madam Speaker, and I do apologize.
Okay, for members of the public, if there's one more disruption, I'm going to ask everyone in the council chambers to leave. Please?
I guess circulating the motion didn't.
That's including councillors, yes.
Maybe you need a break.
Councillor Davis?
Clarification of the motion.
The motion says that the way that Pride would reaffirm its inclusivity, I don't even think that's a word, but there's different ways to use it. Anyway, that the way that they would reaffirm their inclusivity would be to allow uniformed officers in the parade. And you also went on to say that Pride is taking the position that under no circumstances would police officers be welcome. Is it not the case? No, that's not what you said. Is it not the case that police officers are welcome to join the parade just without their law enforcement uniforms and guns?
Well, Councillor, what part of the motion do you not understand?
I'm asking, you're saying that the only way they can show, the only way that Pride can show that they are that they are demonstrating their core values and is to welcome police officers in uniforms and with guns. Why would that be a requirement that police officers have to be welcomed with guns and uniforms?
So, Councillor, what part of it? So my motion says uniformed police officers. That's what it says.
Right.
Right.
No, what I'm saying is you're saying the only way that Pride can reaffirm this core value is by welcoming police officers with guns and uniforms. They have welcomed police officers. They're just asking not to have guns and to have police officers wearing their law enforcement uniforms. There's a difference. They're welcoming police officers.
Demanding.
I want to
Okay,
understand.
Councillor Mamlidi,
I'm
please.
happy to repeat.
I want to understand why the uniform and gun is a requirement to meet the welcoming criteria that you suggest they have to meet.
Councillor Davis, that Councillor Campbell has answered that question.
hasn't,
He has
Speaker.
answered that question, you just don't like the answer.
Why are guns
No.
and a uniform required to welcome, to be part of the welcome?
Councillor, I'll repeat my remarks I'll repeat what I said from my earlier remarks, is that if you are a gay or lesbian police officer, very much a part of your identity is being a police officer. Your identity of being a police officer don't give me the funny look. Your identity of being a police officer is being in uniform. Police officers in uniform have marched in this parade since 2005.
Yes, they have.
Oh, no.
Councillor McConnell, please.
There's nothing preventing a police
No,
officer.
that was your last question, Councillor Davis. Councillor Mamlidi, clarification of the motion.
Police officers have participated, they've been in the parade, and they have shaken hands, and they've danced, and they've done all of it with their guns in the past, have they not?
That's my understanding, Councillor.
It is the taxpayer that's funding this particular parade, isn't it?
That's my understanding.
It is the taxpayer
taxpayer
that's funding the parade.
My understanding, my motion speaks to the $260,000, which
It's coming from where?
That's coming from the City of Toronto.
And who contributes to the City of Toronto?
Taxpayers.
So it is the taxpayers' money that is contributing.
That's correct.
And the taxpayer I'm sorry.
Okay, Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Shiner. No, but Councillor Carroll, please. What? Well, you're disrupting the council proceedings.
So this all started last year when a group called Black Lives Matter sat down on the road, refused to move, and for the parade to continue unless the organizers of that parade conceded to their demands.
Well, Councillor, in the interest of fair treatment of all, that's not clarification of the motion.
This is how your motion was created. Because you spoke to me last year and said that you wanted to deal with this.
Councillor Mamlidi, clarification of the motion.
It's how the
please.
motion came to be. It's about the clarity on how the motion came to be. It came to be because there was an obstacle on the road during the parade, and they had to strike a deal with hundreds of thousands of people watching.
Clarification, please, of the motion.
Isn't that how your motion was really born?
Well, that is how that is the genesis of the
All right.
of the problem.
And in that decision, original decision by the organizers of the parade, they said no cops at all.
That's correct.
And then when all the resistance from the rest of the city hit, when everybody else said it's unacceptable for tax dollars to be put this way, where people are demanding this way, they then changed the scope of their demands. They said, well, maybe police can come, but in different colored uniforms and without their guns. Is that what happened?
That's my understanding.
So your motion then now reads that there are now conditions placed on funds that come from where?
City of Toronto.
And the City of Toronto gets its funds from where?
Taxpayer.
So the taxpayer is saying, through your motion, that there needs to be conditions on these kinds of funding mechanisms in the future.
That is what the motion says.
Did you know that there's only a couple of areas where we fund parades? This and the Caribbean parade?
Okay, thank you. That's
Did you
not
know that?
clarification of this motion.
Well, now you know that. I'll speak.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think this would be considered clarification of the motion because there seems to be some confusion as to what the word inclusive means. So when you drafted your motion, I would presume that you looked it up in a dictionary, and which I just did, just to make sure I understood the word. and it says not excluding any section of society or any party involved in something. Does that make sense to you?
That makes perfect sense to me.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Campbell, to clarify the first portion of your motion, I understood that I heard through the questioning from the General Manager of Economic Development and also from our city solicitor what they can and can't do to make sure that inclusivity is defined in a city event or in a partially funded city event like we're doing here. But at the same time in your motion, you've directed the General Manager of Economic Development to define that inclusivity. When they've already...
I have actually defined the inclusivity in the motion. And the definition in this particular instance is by welcoming uniformed officers from Toronto Police to participate as they wish in parade celebrations.
Right.
That's in this particular instance, that should be his definition.
Okay, so the last part of this says to the satisfaction of the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture. And in the questioning, the line of questioning that was done by a number of our colleagues earlier, he quite clearly said that that was not within the scope of his work.
Correct.
But you've asked it, correct?
Yeah, so he did say that the inclusivity was not a part of the basis under which they issue grants, and I'm suggesting that it should be, and if it's the will of council, it will be.
So I know you're suggesting it, but the parameters around what he talked about was set by this very council. So now you're asking him to do something that he's not directed to by council.
Council?
Don't you think that this is more of a political decision than delegating it down to staff after they've said it's not within the parameters of what we established?
We're a political body. We can issue him with a directive on what inclusivity means in this particular instance.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti to speak.
I'm going to move that the City Council directed as a condition of Pride Toronto receiving a grant that Pride Toronto and parade participants must be respectful to the city, city bylaws, city staff, the police, and any other emergency service providers. And if they should be disrespectful in any way, their funding will be reviewed by the General Manager of Economic Development and Culture and may be withdrawn. The other motion I'd like to move is that the City Council directs the City Manager of Economic Development and Culture to change the name of the Major Cultural Organizations Program to the Political Correctness Funding Program. Madam Speaker, the issue at hand, in my opinion, is that we seem to be losing track of who's actually funding these things. And in this case, there's only two areas where we fund parades. And we have continually had to come back over the years with issues that are very dividing. And in this particular case with Pride, we have had to continually look at whether or not the funding should continue. At what point does the controversy around the funding and the decisions that are made by the organization that are very controversial stop? In this particular case, the police, in my opinion, have been disrespected. And they belong to the city. They belong to the taxpayer. And when the police say that they've been disrespected, and we see it unfold the way it did, and did nothing about it, what do you expect? Do you expect these kinds of funds and policies to continue? It ends up in the council chamber, and we have to revisit the policy when these things happen. In this particular case, they were hijacked, the organization, by Black Lives Matter. They were hijacked last year and couldn't proceed because of one organization that had an objective and a mandate to stop it unless they came to an agreement in front of hundreds of thousands of people. That agreement said, we're going to disrespect the police. We don't want them here. And unless you agree, we're not moving. Well, the same people that they didn't want to participate should have arrested every one of them and put them in jail for the night. because last I knew anything about the law in this respect, they broke it because they insisted on stopping a major event and put everybody at risk. That, in my opinion, should have happened. And if it did happen, we wouldn't be here today. If that decision wasn't made by the organization to take them off of the streets and have the police remove them, we wouldn't be here today discussing the funding. It was a bad decision that day. And now we're forced to look at, yet again, this particular organization and the decisions it makes. And there was a hate group that participated. And the Jewish community sees it as such. And some of us, over the years, have made a point of that. And they've taken advantage of this particular organization that started, by the way, with an inclusionary vision. They wanted everybody to understand them. They wanted to celebrate. And years later, they no longer want inclusion. They're saying to people, you're not included. Sorry, you have a gun. You're a police officer, and a gay police officer at that wants to celebrate with the rest of the gay community with their uniforms on because they're damn proud of being gay and accepted in this city and in this society with their uniforms on. And we're telling them, you can't do that. Well, to the Pride organizers, shame on you. You convinced the taxpayer to give you all of these monies over the years because of inclusionary policies that you've created, and now you're letting it all go. You're saying it doesn't matter anymore because you've got the funding. Well, you know what? The taxpayer has something to say about it. The taxpayer is saying no. Taxpayer is saying put conditions on this stuff from now on.
Hold on. Yes, Councillor Shan.
Madam Speaker, I saw the councillor look at members of Pride Toronto and address them directly in audience and say shame on you. Could he apologize and withdraw his comment?
No.
It's not a point of order.
No.
I'm
No, it was a
sorry.
bad
I'm
decision.
sorry, Councillor Shan.
Supposed to
No.
direct not the way it works.
Okay, just please continue. Please continue. No. Yeah. Yeah, speak to the chair,
Well, then
Councillor
through the chair, it was a bad decision. And I might add,
He's speaking to the
can
chair,
I please have a
Councillor
few,
Shan.
can I have a minute back,
Yeah.
please?
Councillor Shan,
This is
he's
being
speaking
done on
to the
purpose.
chair.
Madam Speaker, when people who are in the audience do not have the forum to come and defend themselves, we shouldn't be talking to them directly and telling shame on them. It is a personal privilege question.
No.
here.
Well, Councillor Shan, okay. Go ahead.
Can I have a minute back, please?
No, go ahead. Please, go ahead. I'll give you
I'm going to
another-
add this. I'm going to add this because there's only a couple of groups.
Yes, to rule. I asked Councillor Mamalidi to speak to the chair. There are so many members of council that speak in here that speak to the audience all the time on any issue. So I like to see when the other issues come up if members of council speak to the audience. So don't tell me that in this particular one there's a point of order. Okay, continue.
And they're upset because they're not as effective
But
as I am.
through the chair, please,
Okay.
Councillor Mamalidi.
I'm doing it through the chair.
Yeah.
And Madam Speaker, I might add one other thing. It seems to me that when the taxpayer decides that they want to fund anything in the City of Toronto, the recipients, some of them anyway, in this particular case, become over the years very cocky, very demanding of the city and saying you must do this, right? And this is where the other motion comes out of political correctness.
Okay.
I, for one, want to point that out. No, I had a
Count-
minute. I had a minute of interjection. And the last thing that I want to say
Please
is,
wrap it up, Councillor.
being a Christian myself, and I'm going to add this, there has been opportunities for me to defend. In Little Italy, we have one of the most spectacular parades that this country has ever seen every year, and many of you go. And you see there's thousands and thousands of people. That particular parade with me went to staff and said, can we participate in this policy? Staff said, no, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mamalidi, your time's up.
Madam,
I didn't turn your clock back on. You were always 6.
you didn't even give me a minute. He took up a minute of my time.
You were, I didn't turn your timer back on, so you spoke for more than 6 minutes. I didn't turn it back on. Councillor DeGiorgio, you have a question on clarification of the motion?
Well, I believe so, Madam Speaker.
Well, that's
I'll
what,
leave it to your
that's,
ruling.
that's why you put
I
your
believe
name up
so.
to ask a
That's
question.
exactly why I put my name on.
Yes.
Now, my question is simply this. I'd like you to clarify for me the behavior of, let's say, a police officer in uniform actually participating in the parade, and the kind of, let's say, jubilance that one might exhibit in walking in a parade, and who knows what else his behavior would be like in walking in a parade that supports a movement. I want you to differentiate that from a police officer who is on duty and has a different kind of behavior. Now, is there a difference there? And should they both be paid?
I don't think.
Okay.
Hey, you guys just haven't been around. You need to...
Okay, Councillor DeGiorgio, again, it's not clarification of the motion. Please read the
Anybody
motion.
Has anybody?
Please read it.
Yeah, and it does say.
It's there in front of you.
Councillor DeGiorgio.
Do police officers have to demonstrate the same kind of behavior, whether they're on duty, marching in a parade, supporting a movement, or on duty, as we normally think of police officers being on duty?
The respect has to go both ways, while they are on duty and while they're not. And in this particular case, if anybody else has had the opportunity to speak to any of the gay officers out there, they'll tell you that they're not only happy to participate and celebrate being gay in the parade, but they want to do it with their uniforms on because society accepts them as being gay even with the uniforms on.
And there isn't one
That's
gay
what
officer
this is about in their
that says
eyes.
he would not march in the parade without his uniform. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm saying let them march with or without their uniform.
Okay, now you're at least saying without.
It doesn't matter. Let them decide.
You made a
Okay, that's it. Time's up. Councillor Mamalidi? Okay, members of council, we're going to recess to 2 o'clock. Members of council, if you can please take your seats. Huh? Quick releases? Yeah. Yeah. This meeting is now resumed. Okay.
Not the 5th, the 16th or the 27th, the 16th. It's a Friday.
16?
It's a
Okay. Members of council, I want to emphasize, again, this meeting must end by 7:30. Members, did you hear what I just said? Okay. Yes. And we still have 36 items left on the agenda. So if we don't complete these items by 7:30, council will need to recess and reconvene a later date. One of the dates that's being planned is Friday, June the 16th. So please keep this in mind as we consider the agenda this afternoon. So, June 16th, on a Friday.
I think we get your point.
Do we have any? I'm taking release of So think about that before you press your button. Councillor Perks, quick releases?
Yes, Speaker. Having been admonished by you, I will release EX 25.13, the operating variance report for the 3-month period ended March 31st, 2017. I know this chagrins the Chief Financial Officer, but I'll do it anyway.
Okay, thank you. So on page 3, EX 2513, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be prepared to release just circulated members' motion 29.46.
Okay, 2946. Members' motion, Councillor Pasternak is releasing, adopting. All in favor? It was introduced this morning. It's on your desk. There it is, right there on the screen.
We're simply asking for clarity for this organization in their building application and a report to Community Council. It's nothing more than that. We're asking for a staff report.
Right. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Carroll. Members, we opened the voting panel late. Would you please make sure you press your button? Councillor Davis, thank you. Councillor Mettler, when you're seated.
Councillor Ainsley, please. Councillor Mahevic, please.
Councillor Pasternak, please.
The item carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Councillor Fillion.
Members' motion 29.44. It was introduced but hasn't been adopted.
Okay, and you're moving it?
Yes.
Okay. On members' motion 2944, Councillor Fillion is moving. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Davis.
That just went through. Thank you. This is EX, I'm going to try again, EX 2510. I think it's on page 3. And it is with a small amendment that inserts to the Economic Development Committee prior to the release of the 2018 budget. And it is about the development of the vacant unit local economic incentive program, and it is a program issue and should go to the Economic Development Committee. And the chair of the committee agrees.
Okay, so this is on page 3, EX 2510. Councillor Davis is moving an amendment. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Speaker. Members' motion MM 29.8. I have a small amendment or change to the motion that was assisted by staff, the General Manager of Economic Development, and just basically making a change. It's essentially the same thing. We're just asking for a report back to EDC.
Yes.
It's a little bit clearer.
So on page 6,
That's all we want. Yeah, that's what we
MM 29.8, Councillor Thompson is moving an amendment. It's on the screen. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to see if I can be expeditious here on EX 25.11, page 3, rental affordability in Toronto. I have two report request amendments, and if the clerks could show those. I don't believe they're contentious. Have a look. I'm happy to speak to them or hold them to debate if members are interested, but if you're okay with these, I'm prepared to release this item.
Could this be circulated?
So the part that's outlined is the amendment.
It's an add-on.
Yeah. Okay, and the next amendment? Okay, is everyone okay?
No, you could still vote. We don't need to debate. Just vote against it.
I think circulate is easier.
Can we get them circulated?
It's not quick.
All right, so I'll hold the item and we'll debate it.
Have them circulate.
Absolutely.
Well, it's not quick at the moment.
Stephen?
Councillor Shan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This was a member's motion introduced today morning, 29.45. This is to have the City Council endorse and express support for a development at 5131 Shepherd Avenue East, support for minor variance application, supported by the staff.
Okay, MM 29.45, Councillor Shan is adopting. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Cressy?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to try for the fourth time to release the traffic light at Richmond and Simcoe. That's page 5, TE 24.72, traffic control signals.
Who's getting a red light there?
So the Deputy Mayor would like to hold the traffic light. I'll keep holding it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Minawong?
Thank you. I have two. Page 6, Members' Motion 29.6, implementing Indigenous Cultural Competency Training. I'm happy to release that.
Okay, on page 6, members' motion MM 29.6. All in favor? Carried. Okay.
And on page 3, civic appointments. Toronto Music Advisory Committee, that's 16.2. I'm going to move the recommendations of committee, plus I have an amendment.
Okay, if we can put it on the screen.
So the first one is a technical amendment recommended by staff, and the second amendment
is recommending two new individuals, and this has come about because there were two resignations since we did the interviews, and I've consulted with the chair of the committee, Councillor Cole. He's supportive of these names.
Okay, so on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Al-Jamari?
Yes, I'd like to release 29.41.
What page?
It's a member motion.
Oh, sorry. Members motion.
And I have a quick amendment.
Yes?
So the
2914?
41.
Or 40? Or 41. Councillor Davis held that.
Oh, she gave it to me.
Oh, she gave it to you. Okay.
So the appointment, Glenda Barrowmaker moved that Paul Ainsley be replacing Ron Mosier on the authority. That's the main motion. And my amendment is to rescind Councillor Paula Fletcher's appointment to the authority and appoint Janet Davis. Please.
You might not get a
On members' motion number 7, so there's the amendment. Councillor Fletcher, are you okay? You're going to hold it? Okay. All right. Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 5, TE 24.71, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes, I'd like to move an amendment and add a few more establishments. If the clerks can place the amendment onto the screen.
Councillor Al-Jamari, please. Councillor Al-Jamari. Okay, if we can put the amendment on the screen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so on page 5T 24.71, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, my microphone is still on.
Sorry. Okay, yeah, just a sec. Councillor Bilow, do you want to release your member's motion, MM 2947? A copy of it was dropped off. The West Toronto Rail Path. It was circulated. You introduced it this morning.
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Okay? You want to move it?
Yep.
Okay.
So
On
moved.
favor? Carried. MM 29.48. Councillor Grimes, do you want to move yours? 48. This is the one you introduced this
Yes.
morning.
I had 29 on here.
2948.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I release, if you just give me 30 seconds, and my friend Councillor McConnell 30 seconds. I'd just like to read this motion out. Request report on damage sustained from rising lake water levels and restoration plans for waterfront parks. Moved by myself, second by Councillor McConnell. 1, City Council requests strategic communications staff to immediately release and the communications with information about the Office of Emergency Management, as well as what to do and who to call in the event of emergency caused by flooding or erosion on both private and public property. 2, City Council requests the General Manager of Parks, Forestry and Recreation, in conjunction with the Office of Emergency Management, the Toronto Regional Conservation Authority, to report directly to City Council at its July meeting on the damage sustained by waterfront parks from increased water levels, as well as the plan and timeline for immediate repair, restoration, and long-term preventive measures to prevent further damage. And 3, City Council requests the City Manager explore with federal government emergency flood and erosion relief funding. Just with that, very quickly, the lake now is at the 20-year high. It's just not Toronto's being hammered, it's all around the lake. New York is getting hammered, and Councillor McConnell's residents are worse than most residents, so I'll just give it to her. But I think this is very important we move this, and with that, I'll hand it to Councillor McConnell.
Is it going to be quick? Because,
30 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor McConnell.
Thank the mayor because he's been doing a running brief on this and he's been getting updates daily and probably hourly. I have 2, and that means our staff are on the ground and doing an incredible job. We do know that there's been breaches.
Okay, just a sec. There's too much noise. Please.
We do know that there have been further breaches, the lake coming into the islands and the islands eroding. But this morning I wanted to say that the public health have put out a warning. They have indicated that the airborne E. coli and other sort of things are very problematic. They are recommending that children and pets do not go near the water. They are also concerned about the mold, and all of you know my breathing problems come from breathing in mold, and so there's and also skin infections. So if people know people on the island, I think that we just want to make sure they're safe. We'll keep them there as long as we can, as long as they've got water and sewage and electricity, they're okay. But the minute that any of those go, we would ask them to leave. And so our staff are on site, both our emergency as well as Red Cross, but it is not a pretty sight. And I think that if you can, just make sure that none of your constituents get on those ferries to go over. It will be middle to July, if we're lucky, before we can take the public. And it's sad because it's the 50th anniversary of Centerville, and they cannot open. So thank you all for the support, and those are the recommendations we have.
Thank you. On the item, on favor? Recorded vote. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak, Councillor Fletcher? Then it's not quick, so we'll have to hold the item down because it... Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't know you wanted to speak. We're in the middle of vote, so, okay. We're voting on it.
Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Councillor Layton.
The item carries unanimously, 42 in favor.
Okay, if we can put the speakers list up. Point of order, Councillor Fletcher.
Point of order, I just want to quickly point out, and I know we're looking at the island and the beach, but Cherry Beach has been breached significantly. The entire off-leash area there is completely underwater, and I know it's not on everybody's radar, but I did want to mention that while we're talking about the beach fronts. Thank you.
I thought when you, Councillor Fletcher, when you went like this, you were trying to tell me to tell the members of council to keep it down because they were talking.
No, usually I just say that.
Oh, okay. We do have one member's motion that we need to introduce. It's Councillor Fragadakis.
This is urgent because the Ontario government should be asked to give first reading to this legislation before its summer recess, and it's about supporting the reform of land use planning appeals system.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be rising today to support Councillor Campbell's motion to have an interim removal of funding from Pride. What are we here for? What are we doing here? We are responsible for social cohesion. We are here to promote the integration of diverse groups throughout the world who want to come here. We are here to help those who are marginalized, who feel they're not included. The banning of police is not part of that value system. This is a chamber that must promote respect and tolerance and promote it. The attempt to ban police in their uniforms is divisive and destructive and does not adhere to the values of a democratic elected chamber. When we were trying to ban the racist group Kwaya some years ago,
We were told repeatedly, that Pride would never ban a group, that freedom of speech and freedom of expression was essential. It was part of their core value to allow all those who wanted to participate, to wear what they wanted, how they wanted, to respect the diversity of our communities, to respect people and the employment that they have, to respect where they came from. Where are the voices now of making sure the freedom of expression is adhered to? Where are these voices that wanted to keep quiet in but police out? When I was on the school board, I was asked to help establish the Afrocentric alternative school. And I took that on despite the difficulty in getting going, because I felt there was substantive social value and social capital in getting it going. Here at the City of Toronto, I was asked to help move the motion to have the symbolic naming of University Avenue Nelson Mandela Way, and of course to support the Harriet Tubman Games. When I took on those responsibilities, I did so with the belief that they were actions in the best interests of the city. Banning police is not. Our police services is very much a part of what this city is. They are in a very challenging position. They have a harrowing job. It's a difficult job that many of us could not do. But police, admittedly, police forces are not perfect. There are problems inherent in police forces, but it is our responsibility to work on the Police Services Board, to work through this council, to correct some of the flaws and weaknesses. Strip away the uniforms, strip away their name, strip away who they are, and that is an affront that cannot be tolerated. Many in my ward, from the Philippine community, from the Russian-speaking community, from the Italian community, have come to this land and taken on a career in police services. They wear these uniforms with great honor, having come from countries with nothing and built themselves up to represent our communities, to keep our homes safe, to protect us in our hour of need. It is both insulting and demeaning to them, who have achieved so much in this country, to have them remove their uniforms, which they take so much honor in, to take away their name, to take away their badge, to take away their rank, to take away their hat. This is just not what we are for. At the end of the day, if we remove the funding, we can always restore it a year from now, and the wounds will heal fast. If we, in fact, continue the funding and in de facto supporting the police ban, even if this is reversed a year from now and uniformed police are allowed to participate, the scars and wounds and the political culture will be there for decades. I strongly urge you to take the tough decision to temporarily remove the funding, to send a strong signal that we support our police services, acknowledging that police services need reform, acknowledging that respect and tolerance is in essence part of what this chamber is all about. And I would like to read to you one more sentence. It's an email that was sent out when we had council in December of 2010. We were debating the cover of an offensive Maclean's article that said that was titled "Too Asian," and it talked about the Asian population on our campuses. And this chamber, rightly so, with my support, condemned the article and asked for an apology. And we received an email supporting the motion from a member of council, and I quote, "My friends on council, if diversity is our strength, then let's live up to the motto tomorrow as a united group of responsible leaders." And that was written by Councillor Kristen Wong-Tam. I urge you to do the same, to send a strong message that we support diversity, tolerance, and respect in our police services, and remove the funding.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to say that I support the staff recommendation. And I'm here, I wear two hats. My first hat is that I'm a member of the Toronto Police Services Board. But I'm not here in that capacity. But I'll speak a little bit about that anyways. As a member of the board, I'm a little disappointed that our members are not allowed to march in the uniform or take part in the parade in the uniform. But I'm not in that capacity sitting here. I am here as a city councillor, And after listening to the answers from the staff and listening to all what's been said here, I find that the staff had done the homework and they have recommended providing this grant to the festival. And the festival includes the parade. But the festival is bigger than the parade. And after I hear that a question asked about human rights, does it violate human rights? And the answer was no. So to support the motions brought forward, there has to be a very good reason for supporting it. And I haven't found that reason. So I will defer back to the chief of police, who has already taken action and who has already made decisions on behalf of the TPS. And I will allow him to manage the situation and to resolve it to everybody's satisfaction. So I will not be supporting any of these motions brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I've got a motion, three-part motion.
Do we have the motion? Okay, I'll reset your time then. Okay, there it is.
Thank you, Speaker. My motion is to request the General Manager, EDC, to develop a policy with respect to waiving of other in-kind fees done by various departments, and to do some reporting on the status of that process, both in the context of these grants and going in the future. And I'll speak a little bit about that. In my questioning to the General Manager, Mr. Williams, he identified that significant dollars are put into these festivals in the way of in-kind support. We, as a city, may choose to invoice an organization for those services, if it's cleanup, if it's paramedics or police or whatnot. But what was most striking was that there wasn't necessarily a uniform application of that, and it seemed to be rooted in history. It seemed to be rooted in the judgment of different people in different departments. And it struck to me that that isn't necessarily very transparent. It's not necessarily fair. And it's not something that's included in the package that's before us when we think about grants. I think we should figure that process out. I think that we should develop a policy that helps the department heads figure out when it is appropriate to waive some fees. And I think all that information is something that belongs along with these reports. And that's simply what this motion is. With respect to Councillor Campbell's motion, I'm listening to the debate carefully, and at times this place sounds like a courtroom because we're kind of diving into deep discussions about the meaning of a word or the application of our policy. But to me, it's kind of a much simpler binary decision. And the expression that comes to mind is one, many of us have heard. It's, blood is thicker than water. What's the meaning of that? Family relationships are often put ahead of friends. And I've been thinking about, what is the Toronto Public Service? And there's different ways to define it. But, the police are very, very much part of the broader Toronto Public Service. And really what's before us is either you support the police or you don't. And I don't understand how we can stand here as a council and not support our own people. And by voting for Councillor Campbell's motion, it is a symbol or a symbolic show of support. And I think it's very important that we do that. In this chamber, we often do very negative things or make negative statements about our police force, but I'm tired of seeing that. I think we should stand up for them. What if it was an exclusion of people in parks uniforms or municipal and licensing uniforms or firefighters? Ask yourself, would you feel the same way? Do we feel differently about the police department because they're a different branch of the Toronto Public Service? Well, to me, you shouldn't. I think we should stand up for all of them. And I'm very much prepared to do that, and I hope councillors think very, very carefully about how they vote on this, because it is a very, very symbolic vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a funny expression. It's a hashtag, and it's a Twitter address. You had one job. You had one job. And in this council chamber, with respect to the chief of police, like it or not, you actually only have one job. You appoint him. You actually, the board goes through the process, and then you ratify it, and so you put him in his place.
Yeah, you put him in his place.
And then you do whatever you can to make sure that you don't each try and be the chief of police. You've hired him, you let him be the chief of police. Got that one job. He tells the other officers how to perform their duties, and so on and so on. So the debate today actually isn't about how you feel about the protest that happened at the parade last year. I disagree with it. I don't like what they did. That was very, very hard to support and to explain to my community. I didn't like it. But that's not the problem with this motion, whether you like that thing that happened or not, or whether you like the Pride Committee decision or not. That's not what this is about. In February, the chief of police made it very clear. You can Google it. You can hear it again and again in a video. He said, I'm making a decision. I'm withdrawing, and I'm taking a one-year pause. I have good, credible LGBTQ community constables who run a committee, and they're working on this. And they want a longer time to work on it. So I'm taking a pause of 1 year. And then I don't think the mayor will mind my saying that because it is his job as the mayor, it's our one job, he quickly supported that we must support our mayor's decision. We must have the confidence that he had good reasons for making a leadership decision based on safety, mitigating risk, and keeping that work going on to rebuild, repair, and get that relationship to where all the parties need it to be. And the chief announced to this entire community, all of our residents, that he needs this one-year pause to do that. And even having this discussion, everything we're doing today is undermining his ability to do any of that. And it is undermining his authority in this community. It is making the community take up sides as to whether or not he should or shouldn't have done that. And each of you with your vote will decide which one of those sides you're on. And whether you're on the good side or the bad side, just having this debate as if it was ours to decide takes away his authority in the community and his ability to rebuild and repair the relationship that he needs so badly to do. We've undermined his authority. And that's the only thing you need to decide today whether or not you want to do. Do you want to contradict what he said in February for good reasons, whatever reasons he had based on the intelligence he had? He said those things in February. So you have one job. You have one job with respect to the police chief, to support his authority when he makes a decision. If you don't like it, you got an out. At some point in time, you can unhire him. But right now, he's your chief. And you need to continue to support his authority and ability to take a leadership position based on whatever intelligence he has. If you ever expect this relationship to get back to where it needs to be, this year or next year or any year or a decade from now, you're jeopardizing that today by supporting any of these motions. I'm not moving any motions, and I'm not voting for a single one of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Shan to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm unhappy with this report for another reason. festivals define what our city is about in some ways. And I'm not seeing the diversity of our city reflected in the type of funding we are providing. I'm not seeing that the investment is equitable in where it's going. So I feel more discussion needs to happen as to how do we fund more money, how do we give more funds to Pride Toronto, how do we fund Caribbean Festival more? Because these festivals are bringing enormous amount of economic growth to our city. But more importantly, it's removing the historic disadvantage that our systems have placed on many communities, equity-seeking communities. And if we don't put the emphasis on having that as a focus when we celebrate, when we have cultural activities, it is going to be a problem. So my first concern is about making sure this is more reflective, that communities like organizations like Pride Toronto and Caribbean Festival Organizing Committee get the fair share for the kind of economic prosperity they bring, but also get the fair share so we can actually remove some of the systemic inequities and historic disadvantage that our systems, including our municipal governments over many decades, have placed on them. So that's my first concern. The second thing is, once an organization signs the non-discrimination policy and abide by that policy, and once we, through our enormous amount of staff decision-making capacity, have decided that we are going to fund an organization, it's not for us to micromanage what happens within that organization. If they violate the policy, then we have something to say. If they're not violating the policy, it's their decision to do, who is involved, who gets to do what they need to do. It's the democratic rights of the organization that do this work. If an organization decides that they want to exclude a certain population of the segment because it unbalances the things within their program. For example, inclusion is not about letting everybody in every time. Inclusion is about removing barriers, making things accessible. If you let everybody in without addressing power and privilege, you actually are going to send some of the people out by default of that decision. So it's important to understand what inclusion is. I want to say there was a definition from a Eurocentric dictionary presented for inclusion here. We have amazing staff who have worked tirelessly on forming an inclusion policy here. So we need to rely on that kind of framework for inclusion, not a Eurocentric dictionary definition of what inclusion could mean. So it's very, very important for us to take this into consideration. If Pride Toronto decides next week that they're going to allow the police to march in uniform and with guns, it's their decision, and I'll respect their decision because they're a democratically elected organization that can take care of that particular issue. By interfering in this relationship building, by interfering in this trust building, we are actually hurting the process in which democratically elected and democratically chosen people are negotiating this with a power dynamic that exists there. So we cannot have this conversation without knowing where power exists. We cannot have this discussion without knowing where privilege exists, and it's important for us to have that into consideration. So I want to say I'm strongly in support of the staff decision to go ahead and fund this. I strongly believe in the credibility of our departments and divisions for having gone through the process that they need to go through to decide on this. I strongly believe we should not be interfering in the processes, internal process of an organization to decide who gets in and who gets out. I think it's very, very important we give the space for the organization to continue to work with the police services, the police chief, to find a way in which they can be included into the parade in a meaningful way where the inclusion really is achieved, where power and privilege is addressed. So it is very, very important for us to continue to stay the course and not interfere in this process. So I ask council members to consider this. This is not a vote about whether you believe in police or not. This is not a vote about whether police should march or not. It's not our decision. It's Pride Toronto's decision because we have funded the organization for the festival, not for us to determine who gets on and who gets out. So I think we have taken the discussion in many ways. So I think it is very, very important for us to actually come to consensus as City Council as to what we mean by inclusion, because this debate was more disturbing to me more than anything is because I think as council who say diversity is our strength, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding of what inclusion is and what we mean when everybody is included. It means we have removed barriers. When everybody is included, that we've addressed power. When everybody is included, we've addressed accessibility. If we haven't addressed any of those things, when everybody is included, a lot of people are left out. Thank you very much.
No, but they don't.
So we'll script you for that.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Mihevik to speak.
Thank you. That was one of the best speeches I've heard in a while. I'm so glad that Councillor Shan is my colleague on council. Madam Speaker, colleagues on council, This debate is very interesting. It actually has caused me to kind of remind myself of an old wise professor that I had, that in some of his phrases in teaching kind of have been going through my mind. One of them is, he was a teacher in literature, and he taught us the great Western classics. And he pointed out that, when you look at Dante, Shakespeare, Dostoevsky, all the biggies, who were the heroes in those people's novels? And he would submit, this professor would say, it's those characters that strove to know themselves. Strive to know yourself is the deepest honor that the wise writers of the Western traditions would bestow on certain characters. And when you know yourself, you're in touch with your shadow side. You're in touch with, and this was also his quote, do you know what you do not know? And do you know that you don't know what you don't know? Now that sounds kind of crazy-making, but it really is having a kind of humility around the things that you don't know, and a willingness to kind of approach the world in a certain way to find a better way to relate to certain things. Here's how I take this in. I acknowledge that I'm a white, straight guy that has actually known a lot of privilege in my life, and old as well. I do not know hunger. My parents knew hunger, and it marked them for their life. It marked how they acted, how they raised their family. Everything was a lot was a function of them having had that experience. I don't know what it's like to be a black man. I've talked with, Michael does. And you know what? I want to talk to Michael. I want to talk to my friends back here, and I want to talk to the friends of my children, some of whom have been stopped on a regular basis or irregular basis by police. That marks them. And if we've done anything paying attention to the dearth of movies out there in the last little while that have been teaching us about the black experience, I think I don't know a lot of things, and I want to know those things. And of course, I don't know what it's like to be a gay man. And yet the movies and the literature tells us that, boy, those communities, all these communities, have gone through a lot. They've gone through a lot. And it's not over. And it's not over. So, in light of this, in light of the things that I don't know, given who I am, what position or what disposition should I bring to this conversation? And what I would say is that it's not my role to appropriate someone else's voice. And that's what I think this motion does. It attempts to appropriate the voice of two struggling communities that are trying to work it out. That's bad. That's bad faith. That does not help us adopt listening ears to a very, very important conversation. I don't like, there's a good quote from Deuteronomy. I don't like quoting scripture. There's a time to talk, and there's a time to refrain from talking. There's a time to listen. And I think if you're part of the dominant group here, if you come to this conversation with a lot of power and privilege, as I acknowledge that I do, I think the appropriate disposition to adopt is that of listening. To start this conversation by walking a mile in someone else's shoes. And I think when you do that, I think we're going to have some interesting conversations. I think we're going to find a way to heal the division that obviously this debate has brought forward. I think this motion actually pushes us in a very, very different direction. It assumes that we, council, are going to tell those groups that have been struggling for liberation, for freedom, how they should act. How arrogant. To me, that is arrogance in its most highest form. You know, a few years ago, there was the Toronto Symphony, there was a woman who was invited to perform, Valentine Lesinsa. If you remember, it was when she's Ukrainian, and she made some positive comments about the Russian conflict on the Russian side in Ukraine. And you know what? We give a heck of a lot of money to the Toronto Symphony. But she was excluded from performing. Now, I don't have a comment on that debate, because it's not my role to have a comment in that debate. There are perfectly competent professionals in that organization, wise owls, good people who figured it out, and we as council trust that. And why can't we say, look, the police are good people. The lesbian, gay community, gay and lesbian, LGBT community, good people. I've only met good people in that community, and in the black community, only met good people. Let them work it out. We trust them. And for some of us, I think it's just time to shut up
Thank you.
and listen.
Thank you. No, we can't say that, remember? No, I had to apologize. Councillor Perks.
Oh, sorry. After listening to Councillor Shan and Councillor Mihevik, I have nothing to say.
Good speech.
Councillor Ford.
Thank you. Oh, is this on? Yes. So thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising in support of Councillor Campbell's motion. And listen, you know what? This is a very hard debate. And this isn't easy. There's a lot of different perspectives on this, and the debate around inclusion and acceptance to many different communities in Toronto and around the world are being debated here. And here we stand in a democratic institution having these discussions, that we can say what we want to say and support that. I've attended Pride the last few years, and I know I gave Joe a big hug the last time I was at Pride, and we saw each other in the parade, and I go because I support diversity and the culture of acceptance, like everyone else in here does. But I really do believe by singling out any group or any organization or any city division or union, we're actually, in my opinion, taking a step back. I think we're building a barrier. I really do. And out of this debate, I don't want to see Pride lose its funding. I don't think that's any of our intentions here. Well, most. But, because I know that Pride brings huge benefits to Toronto, economically, socially, and as I said, an advance in acceptance. And, you know, I'm just going to, I think the machine's on here, and I'm just going to let images show 1,000 words about what our involvement of our police has been at Pride. I don't know if if that comes on the screen.
Hold on. I did. Oh, you're welcome. Okay, there we are.
And this is truly, as I said, 1,000, you know, 1,000 words from an image. And this is why I support Pride and why I'm supporting Councillor Campbell's motion. This is Toronto's police's involvement at Pride. And I am many here, and I can keep going, but that's what I think Pride is about. And Pride Toronto is one of the world's largest Pride festivals. People around the world look at us to be leaders of acceptance, human rights, and inclusion. What we do within our city's borders have previously changed and will continue to shape how people treat each other, not just only in Canada, but around the world. If we allow any organization that is supported by the City of Toronto to be financially, ideologically, or politically dictate who can participate in any event, then we are creating barriers. As representatives of this great city, we need to support anyone who wants to celebrate however they wish, wherever they come from, and whoever they represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I supported the motion before us at Economic Development Committee, and I support it today as well. And here are my thoughts. I'm of an age that I can remember reading about the bathhouse raids back in the 70s. And Speaker, if you could take the images that we've just seen back to that time and shown the LGBTQ community what the future was like, I suspect they wouldn't have believed it. There has been a social revolution in this city over those decades. I regret the tensions that have emerged in the past year. You know, I have to tell you, I'm not a fan of the exclusion. I'll be candid. Neither is the general public. Neither certainly are the police. And what was remarkable at economic development was a display of solidarity with the police by a significant number of members of the LGBTQ community. So the feeling that's being expressed here is frankly widely felt. I'm not going to participate in defining inclusiveness. Was it the Queen of Hearts who said, you know, a word will mean whatever I want it to mean? That is not a terribly productive exercise. What I would hope for, Speaker, is that the spirit that emerged over the last 3 or 4 decades be restored. But I think it may take some time, and I think the head of Toronto Pride's got her work cut out for her, and I'm willing to give her and the people who are working with them and the police chief the opportunity to work things out. I have a very healthy respect for the law of unintended consequences. And so I don't know what the heck would happen if this motion passed here today. So those are my remarks. There's the context within which I'll be casting my vote, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I entirely agree with the previous speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague, Councillor Mihevc, because I think he really summed it up. But I wanted to tell you why I got so annoyed this morning, and that is because I think that every year that I have been here, and that's a very long number of years, we've had this debate over and over and over again. And it's in the debate in this particular community. And we seem to find different ways to get this community to go at each other, and we put them into combative situations. So this one is probably the worst. Are you in favor of police, or you were in favor of Black Lives Matter. Well, frankly, Black lives do matter to me, and I'm in favor of the police. So that's why I think that this is a ridiculous conversation back on the floor of council. I encourage people to walk in the parade. It's a wonderful experience. It's a wonderful pride to go to the church service in the morning and to hear the music and the spirit of love and caring, to go to the Dyke March when Dykes felt, I was at the first Dyke March when Dykes felt that they were excluded. These are, and then now the trans community that have come together in their own. Why? Because inside this community, human rights makes a big difference. And the intersectionality of all of these things are terribly, terribly important. But as Councillor Mihevik said, they're important for all of us for sure. But the people who have to talk about this amongst themselves are the people who are talking at the moment, not the people around this circle. And I would like for 1 year, for us to be able to take this grant and just give it to them without causing this kind of tension in the community. Because if we don't think that this is tense for any of our children who are gay, any of our activists and colleagues who are gay, any of our colleagues here who are parents of gay, lesbians, transgender children, I think this is very important. Or any of us who have children who are biracial or racialized, any of us who have got any of these pieces, it is not right, in my view, for us to set up this dynamic. And I'm very sorry that I did lose my temper this morning. I lost it because I was so sad that we had to go through it one more time. And I know that many of you have not been here each time we've had to go through it. Yes, it gets a little better. It gets a little better each time, but we also find more wedge issues to put people at loggerheads. You know, it was the Jewish community for several years. Before that, it was gay marriage. Before that, it was condoms. Before that, I mean, ever since I've been on the school board, we've had these discussions, and I think that we're missing the discussion because the big discussion is what a wonderful city do we live in, where the whole world comes to watch our Pride Parade, where you see Chinese new immigrants bringing their children to watch the parade, where you have people coming in from Mexico and Spain and Ukraine who come to celebrate with us. And it is an incredible celebration. We should be proud. This city should be proud to have pride. It's a real feather in our cap. It's a real exciting thing that has grown out of this community. And yes, they have dealt with many of these issues inside the community. And yes, each year it is better and better and better and better. But it doesn't need us to try and drag it down and make them sit here for days on end listening to things that are hurtful. I know there's no intention by Councillor Campbell to hurt. He and I have had that conversation. But there is hurt that comes out when every single time this grant comes forward, we can find something to pick at. So I ask you, let's move on with this, and do me a favor. Please let next year be silent on this issue.
Councillor Burnside to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, to me, this is it's really a question of individual rights. Are you moving? No motion. No motion. I was about 15 or 16 when the bathhouse raids occurred. To me, it was a non-event at that time. I wasn't gay, didn't have any friends who were gay, and it really didn't impact my life. A couple years later, I was working on a political campaign, and I met someone who became a close friend and a mentor. He was gay. But he didn't tell me he was gay till long after we had become friends, because those were the times. We were friends for over 15 years until his passing. As a result of my friendship with him, I became a supporter of gay rights, and subsequently as a police officer, I volunteered to work the Pride Parade. I learned through experience that the best way to understand people who are not like me is to listen, to talk, and to celebrate. I believe Pride's decision to exclude officers from marching in uniform is a huge mistake. But it's their mistake to make. They are a private organization. As a police officer in the 90s, I worked at the same station as a gay officer. He was very well respected, but it was that era of don't ask, don't tell. And he never really seemed to fit in. Although it was better than being ridiculed or harassed, there was still a long way to go. The struggle as a gay police officer was and is undoubtedly more difficult than in many careers. Being a police officer, to an earlier discussion, is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job. You may not be getting paid all the time, but you're always on duty. On your way to work, you're on duty. At a party, everyone knows you're there. They treat you accordingly. You're on duty. Having a barbecue with your family on a holiday, neighbors have a dispute, you're on duty. It becomes a large part of who you are. And the uniform is an integral part of that. With the exception of the armed forces, I can think of no other profession where the uniform becomes such a central part of one's identity. One of the first things you learn as a police officer is to wear that uniform with pride. Coming out as a gay police officer is a unique journey. It's one to be respected and celebrated. Preventing an individual from marching in uniform in pride is neither tolerant nor inclusive. That's why I will be supporting Councillor Campbell's motion. When an organization looks for public funds, they must rise to our standards. We must not lower ourselves to theirs. Some will say, and some have said, oh, well, that staff has approved it and our job isn't to micromanage. Well, you know what? Staff, we give staff levels, and it's our job to absolutely manage. It's our job to look at every application, to look at all the circumstances, and to take it to that next level. And then we must show leadership. Otherwise, why are we here? We may as well give staff delegated authority to make every decision for council. I cannot endorse the exclusion of individual officers who want to march in uniform. Who are we as a council if we don't at least try to protect individual rights? Surely, these officers have as much right to express themselves and march in uniform, in pride, and with pride as anyone else.
Thank you. Councillor Jamari to speak.
Thank you. I want to address a couple of issues that have been brought up already by other councillors. And one is that we are helping and abetting the action of taking away a badge, taking away a uniform, taking away an identity. I don't believe that we are doing that. I don't believe that Pride is doing that. One councillor spoke of scars and wounds, and there are many scars and wounds, Speaker, in the racialized communities and in our gay community. And it is those very scars and wounds that have led to indelible scars. And I'm going back decades ago, as did Councillor Kelly, to what began the history of this particular community, the City of Toronto's awareness of the gay reality, and that is the bathhouse raids. What happened has caused an indelible hurt. Decades afterwards, we can look back and say it's not like that now, and that's true. And the photographs that Councillor Ford showed absolutely demonstrate that it's not like that now. But I can understand the exercise of having to go through those feelings in the racialized communities and in the gay community. If a group is intimidated at all by a certain uniform, it is their right to bring it into question. And I think that that's what's happening now. In about 30 years ago, I heard leaders in our community talk about, white male leaders talk about how they want to live in a Toronto where a black boy or girl can grow up to be a bank manager and to be premier of the province and to be a prime minister of Canada. And looking back at that today, I wish that every black mother in this city could go to bed at night not worrying about whether her boy or girl will be shot or stopped on the street and racially profiled and all of that. It's not a question of whether you support police or not. I support individual police officers and some police actions, but I never supported Tavis. And that was brought about by a so-called progressive government. Since the beginning, I said Tavis was racial profiling, and so did my community. And we held community meetings and at Jane and Shepherd. And in that racialized community, we determined that Tavis was that program that we don't want in our communities. Decades later, that's been verified. And we try to cut it, but sometimes to no avail. So the growing pains have not ended. And of course, I look back and think, if I were the parent of a boy, if I was the mother of a boy who was stopped almost every time he was out at night and threatened by the very color of his skin, I would do more than just sit in a parade. I think it's extremely tolerant, exceptionally tolerant, undeniably tolerant that the mothers and fathers in this community have not grown up and grown out in a more explosive fashion. They've been particularly patient in the Toronto of today's society. I would do more, Speaker, than just sit in a parade.
Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start off from saying it's sad that we're here having this debate today, but I want to start off by saying I think the Pride Parade and the event for the weekend is one of the most unbelievable events we have in the city. I said it in committee in the summer, but I think all year round, this is one of the premier events we have in the city. I've traveled quite a bit throughout the world. I was in Florida this summer, and this winter, and I was at a party, and someone found out I was a Toronto councillor, and these two gay men came up to me, and they were so excited to me, and they said, "You have one of the greatest cities in the world. We got married in your city. We found out that you were one of the first cities we got married." They traveled here right away to get married. They loved it, and it was just great to hear that. And I wanted to say I support this festival. That being said, I do support our police department also, and I think Councillor Ford showing those pictures and Councillor Burnside talking about the people marching in the parade, the officers marching in the parade in uniform, and Councillor Burnside talks firsthand about this. And I have a lot of friends that are police officers. And back in the day, in the 90s, you may be come out as a gay police officer, you would not promote it. And we've seen letters addressed to us as councillors that are now sergeants that have gone through the system and been promoted. That would never happen back when Officer Burnside probably first came on the force. But that is happening, and they are proud. They are proud to march in this parade. We have one of the most progressive police forces in the world today. I've traveled throughout the world. You travel through the United States. We have a civilian oversight committee that looks after this force. Are we perfect? No. Was it perfect under Chief Fantino? No. Under Blair? No. We have Mark Saunders now as a black police chief. We are world leaders when it comes to police. Is it perfect? I'll say no. But we are making great strides with a civilian oversight, and it's a leading police force. People look up to us. You know, there was a question about if you're on duty in uniform. I had a chance to talk to a senior commander at lunch today. They say they're always on duty. If you're in your uniform and you're walking down the street, you're always on duty. People come up to you, they're obligated to deal with whether they're getting paid or not. And the question was, did the officers march in uniform in the parade? Yes, they did, from St. Catharines all over the province. They have marched in. I just got a letter today from the Toronto Professional Firefighters Association. They are now not going to march in the parade in uniform. Now I hear go transit officers or not, the security, and now TTC. It's unfortunate. Now this is opening a can of worms I don't think we want to open, but it's unfortunate. I hope things do get worked out. And to the Pride organizers, I did get a chance to meet with them, with Councillor Campbell. They are in a tough spot. They don't have a huge staff behind them. They are dealing with this the best they can, I believe that. But that being said, I'll be supporting Councillor Campbell's motions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be supporting the grant to Pride and not be supporting some of the additional motions that would tie caveats to that or threats of withdrawal. My own personal experience in Pride goes back about 30 years. In my 20s, I was able to go to Pride Parade and, to be blunt, to have fun, because other people in the LGBTQ2 spirited community had laid the groundwork to create Pride, to go through the struggles, to go through the battles, to go to a place where in the 90s, again about almost 3 decades ago, I was able to go as somebody in my 20s and dance and party and mix and mingle and have fun and celebrate diversity, sexuality, inclusiveness on the streets of downtown Toronto on Yonge Street, and have everybody that was there say, this is okay. The person you are is okay. And if you happen to be a man who loves a man, that's okay. And if you're a woman who loves a woman, that's okay. Love is love is love. And it comes in a great diversity of forms, and it comes in a great, sometimes for people, struggle to find who they are, and a struggle for some of their own family and community members to accept them for who they are. So I was able to, 30 years ago, learn about other people, accept other people, and celebrate in their diversity. And I have learned from personal experience, where most of us take most of our lives for granted, people in, I'll call it, that community have to struggle sometimes within themselves, because externally there are people and there are opinions that tell them there is something wrong with them, or what they do is not right. And what they are and what they do is right. Love is love is love. So certainly I'm a big supporter of Pride. I was there, and I will not go down a chronological order because I might get it wrong, but I remember when I first started off at Pride Parades with my whistle, celebrating and dancing, never thinking I'd actually be marching in the parade. I'm just celebrating with that community. That one of the big concerns of the gay community was that the police would not accept them. The police would not march in the parade. The police had no presence in the parade. There were demands from the gay community to be respected by our police force, and for the police force to participate and acknowledge and accept that community. And while today we don't think it's really a big deal, it was 30 years ago when I started going to Gay Pride. And I was at Pride marching in the parade in 2005 with my colleagues on this council when Chief Bill Blair marched in the parade. That was a historic day. Before that, we had, I'll call it some toe dipping. The police department would hold a reception, but not be in the parade. The police chief would go to a church service, but not be in the parade. The police chief would meet with people's parents, with PFLAG, would meet with parents, but not be in the parade. So finally, when 2005 came, I was there actually with Councillor Mihevc. He and I were at our designated spots on the parade. There's a little X on the street, and we're standing around waiting for the parade to begin. And when Chief Bill Blair walked onto that street, it was the biggest media scrum and celebration I have ever seen. Bigger than any sports event, bigger than any political election. It was spectacular. We have come a long way. I think there are mistakes being made today because it is still today very difficult for some people, no matter what their sexual orientation, to be honest and to say to their colleagues and workmates, this is who I am. And it may be difficult in a lot of different places, in a lot of different cultural communities, in a lot of different professions, in the sports field, in the police departments. So when we have police officers standing up saying, this is who I am, and I want to march, and I want to be part of a broader community, and I want to express my love for other people who are like me or who are not like me but support me and will love me back, I think it's a mistake to exclude those people. I think the organizers are actually hurting people, and I don't think they want to hurt people. So I will allow the process to unfold and to come to a successful resolution, which I think will happen. But today, I will vote to continue funding Pride. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeBearmaker. Big supporter of Pride, and apparently Lin-Manuel Miranda also. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be supporting the recommendations in this report. And I want to start my remarks by pointing out in the recommendations, this is for our major cultural grants. And the organizations that are on that list, the Art Gallery of Ontario, the Canadian National Ballet School, the Canadian Opera Company, the Toronto Caribbean Carnival, their Festival Management Committee, the National Ballet of Canada, Pride Toronto, Toronto Artscape Incorporated, Luminato, Toronto International Film Festival, and the Toronto Symphony Orchestra. Collectively, in the recommendations in this report, we're going to give these group grants totaling $7.9 million. And I'm very proud of that. And I think that, you know, that points to one of the other things that I'm also very proud of as a city councillor, and I like to brag about when I'm out traveling and I'm in other cities. And that's the motto of our city, which is diversity is our strength. And I think that if you look at that list and you decide not to support the funding for the Pride Festival, it becomes very hard to say proudly that the motto of our city is diversity is our strength. One of the other things that, you know, and if you want to look at the Pride Festival, Pride Parade has gotten a lot of talk today. Friends of mine that are in the LGBTQ2S community, they often talk about the history of the Pride Festival, that it was two things. It's either a protest or it's a celebration. The other thing that they often say to me is that depending on how you look at it, it's suffering growing pains. Just like many of these organizations that were on this list, I can recall in the years that I've been here, we've had other discussions about organizations on this list and why we should be funding them or not funding them, partially or wholly.
1 second, Councillor Ainsley. I'm going to stop your time. Councillor Mammoliti on a point of personal privilege.
This chamber reeks of smoke. There clearly is somebody who is either smoking in this room or close to it. And I would ask security to take a look at who it is, but this room reeks of smoke.
I will ask that staff have a conversation with security. Councillor Ainsley, I'm going to restart your time, and maybe the councillors can go back to listening with as much rapt attention as they had before.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll, Madam Deputy Speaker. So as I said, the people that I've talked to, friends of mine in the LGBTQ2S community, they've looked at Pride two ways. It's either a protest or a celebration. and it suffers growing pains, much like many of the other organizations on this list that we've had debates about whether or not that we've been funding them. When I marched in Pride Parade last year with members of my family, one of the issues, it evolved into another matter. It wasn't so much a protest or a celebration, but there's actually a heavy cloud hanging over Pride last year because there'd just been a shooting in Orlando at the Pulse nightclub, where 49 members of the LGBTQ2S community were targeted and shot for their sexual beliefs. And that hung over the parade last year. And, as we marched down the street, I was close behind where the parade was stopped by Black Lives Matter. And, as we were standing there and things were getting sorted out, there's a diverse views there. People were like, sign it, let's get on with the parade. No, don't sign anything that Black Lives Matter is putting before us. Let's, take a stand. Well, once again, it points to the growing pains that Pride has had and will probably have for many years. But once again, I go back to our city's motto, diversity is our strength. I think that, as a city councillor, we gave staff parameters and conditions that anybody applying for a grant has to take. We have the Economic Development Committee that supported every organization on this list and had those grants approved. I think supporting the motion in front of us, actually sending it back to staff and asking them to try and determine what inclusivity means, I think is not really for the staff to be dealing with. If you want to get down to it, that's a political decision. But once again, it's not a political decision I want to have, and as has been echoed by a number of our colleagues already, I hope we can get to Pride in the same situation or scenario that we have with every other organization on this list outside of Pride, that we're not each and every year having a debate whether we should be funding all, part, or none of Pride. I hope we can move forward. I think that our city's reputation needs us to move forward and to be that world-class 21st century city that we always like to go out and brag about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm standing with reservation in what to do in this situation. I remember watching the movie The Birdcage, and I watched a family being raised. I had an opportunity a few years later to go through France, and I've seen two parents, both gay individuals, looking after a young boy, very young little boy, and the care that these two men showed towards that boy certainly just floored me. However, I also believe that we need to have inclusion. And when the police march in the Pride Parade or any other parade, they could wear a uniform or not wear a uniform. And I listened to my colleague John Burnside, that he said when the police is on duty, it doesn't matter if it's in a party, it doesn't matter if it's outside cutting the grass or he is at work. And a long time ago, this is about 40 years ago when I started working, I used to work for CN, our Canadian National Railways, and they used to have their own police. And I asked the question, why do we need police officers at CN with guns? And one individual says to me, it doesn't matter what police force it is. People see the word police, and they're bound to think that he is a police officer, and he needs to defend himself or herself. So, allowing the police force to march or participate in the parade or to be there in the parade, I think it's very important. And to cut them out is like saying that we just want to have the pay duty and we don't want you to be part of the parade. We don't want you to celebrate the parade, and the officers that are gay or lesbian, they shouldn't be in the parade and they shouldn't be participating unless they're here to get paid. I think that is wrong. I think that the folks that put the parade on got to make sure that everybody is included, be it their fire department, be it EMS, be it the police department, be it anybody that wants to participate. And saying to people that you can't participate, you cannot be here, I think that's an exclusion. It's not an inclusion. I believe that they need to go back to the drawing board, and until they make serious commitments that everybody is included, I would be inclined to support the motion by Mr. Campbell in order to make sure that everybody is included. You cannot preach inclusion and not allow people to enter. You cannot preach inclusion in this city when we celebrate our diversity and not allow people to be here. It's just like us saying to people, you can come to the flag raising, but if you're from another, another community, we don't want you there. That does not work. That is not the city that I grew up with. This is not the city that I want to raise my children in. So therefore, I think it behooves the LGBTQ community to go back to the drawing board, and the people, especially that put the parade and the festival together, and rethink about what they're requesting, and allow the police to march in uniform, because as the next police officer said, it doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter if you're in uniform or not, the conversation comes around. It's like us. It doesn't matter if we're at home, sitting outside having a smoke or having a cup of coffee, a neighbor will come across and start talking to you about politics. A neighbor will come across and start bitching about somebody else down the street, what they did. And you might look at them and say, whoa, I got an office, come to my office. He or she will still continue talking to you. Politician does not wear a badge that says I'm a politician. A police officer wears a badge because he is an officer that looks after our city, or she, and therefore they need to be protected. And therefore, when they participate in the parade, I think they need to wear the uniform. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Layton? Oh, Councillor McMahon?
Sorry, I'm just clarification, and maybe it was a mistake. I just thought I heard Councillor Karygiannis say bitching on the floor of council. His constituents are bitching. I just don't think that's parliamentary.
Yeah, that's what he said.
It must have been a mistake. Yeah, okay, yeah, thanks. I am listening.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. I'm sorry, I was speaking to someone and I didn't hear that. So you're retracting? Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to try to be very brief. No matter what we've heard here today, we're not voting on whether or not police should be able to wear their uniforms at Pride this year. We are not voting on that. It's actually something way more fundamental, and that's what worries me the most. That some of the positioning that's being made here, it worries me because we're voting on whether or not council, the 45 of us, should be able to force by threat, which is the motion that's before us, what and how a community organization should operate. Despite the fact that our staff told us they are operating well within our set rules. We are threatening them. And we're threatening them because we're trying to impose our definition, or at least one individual, that it sounds like it's shared, definition of inclusiveness, based on our sets of beliefs, based on our worldviews, with all of the privilege that has come to forming those worldviews. We are trying to impose that on others. Pride Toronto has followed every rule, has done absolutely everything we have asked of them. No laws are being broken. They are not doing anything wrong. We should not threaten them with monetary penalty because they won't follow our definition of inclusiveness. We should be trusting, as an ally, I'm trusting with the deepest respect that Pride, the wider LGBT community, and that Black Lives Matter are making the decision that needs to be made here, and they have their own definitions of inclusiveness, and they should be respected in that decision-making process. If they are following all the city rules that we've put in place for them, we should respect their wishes on this matter, and it should go no further.
Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Speaker. I too rise to speak in favor of continued funding for Pride and to approve the recommendation of our staff. And I just want to reiterate what some of the things that were said under questioning, and Councillor Layton has reiterated. This application was reviewed according to our policy. It was reviewed by all of our divisions, by economic development, by SDFA, by the equity, diversity, and our legal division. And they came forward to recommend that we continue funding. It was reviewed and supported by an external advisory committee, and it was measured relative to the other major grants and found to be solid and supportable. Pride has complied with all of our grants policies, our access, equity, and human rights policies, and it has been concluded that this would not constitute discrimination. The city has not ever, does not ever intervene in the programming of the grant organizations that we give grants to, and this would set a precedent. The police chief has made a decision and has said that officers will not participate in Pride in uniform. That decision has been made. And there were many statements made previously about how people were not welcome and that police officers were not welcome. They are welcome. And this is not a question about whether we support the police or not. I have a great deal of respect for the officers that I deal with all the time in 54 and 55 divisions. And I know they would proudly march in their uniforms because they do know that standing up in your uniform in a place that has not welcomed for many decades people from the LGBT community makes a statement. But not this year. It can't be this year. They're welcome to come and participate because Pride is a place that welcomes everyone. Pride is a place, a safe place that gives young people a place to come. Young people who are struggling with their sexual identity. People who want to find a place, people from all across this province, young people, who want to go to a place where they can explore who they are and feel welcomed. I know, because that's what my son did. And I know that there are thousands of young people who come to Pride to find themselves and to explore who they are. And this grant gives Pride the money to allow the kind of programming that provides the opportunities to welcome people. And I don't for 1 minute want to cut the funding that would jeopardize their ability to do that. We should not impose or jeopardize Pride. We should not overrule the Chief of Police. We should not step into and try and manage or decide or impose what are very complex relationships, solutions to very complex relationships. We can't. Pride is struggling to find a place and to work through issues with Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter and the Black community have been struggling for hundreds of years to deal with the oppression and marginalization that they have experienced, and are struggling with Toronto Police.
Councillor Davis, your time is up.
It is not our place to try and impose solutions on this very complex situation. We must continue to fund Pride.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to share with my colleagues kind of the framework that I adopt in looking at a situation like this. You know, a problem has been created. I don't want to point fingers at the black group that was at the root of the problem, apparently, and whatnot. A problem has been created, and our job is to recognize the problem as it is and to look for the best option that'll take us to a better place. Now, that being said, we have the police chief who has the obligation, or at least the responsibility, under the Police Services Act, to manage his people in a very effective way. And he has made a decision under his authority, under the Police Services Act. It is not a piece of legislation that we have control over. It is not like the Toronto Public Service Bylaw that we have adopted as a piece of legislation. The police chief has a certain responsibility. And I echo the comments of Councillor Carroll, that anything that we do that somehow undermines whatever decision-making power he has or had is, to me, detrimental. Number one. Number two, I believe in doing the right thing. And what does that mean in the context of the problem as I see it? It basically means which option has the greatest likelihood of leading us to a better place? Which option? And the option is this, and I think Councillor Kelly hit on it very clearly. He said, you know what? We've got to be very careful about the law of unintended consequences. If we adopt the motion, and I guess I should say at the beginning, I'm supporting the continued funding and allowing some flexibility over the next year to arrive at what I consider the best solution. We have to avoid the law of unintended consequences. If we adopt Councillor Campbell's motion, where is it likely to lead us? Will it lead us to a better place than what is currently being recommended? And I say to you, no, absolutely not. And in that context, that's how you have to evaluate the motion being put before us. Is it going to be better than what's being recommended in terms of solving a problem that we all know is a very difficult to solve, if ever? It's not a kind of problem that you can point fingers and say, look, we're not listening. We're not listening to the people because they're right. Somebody else will say, I'm not listening to this side because they're right. It isn't a question of who is right or wrong. It's a question of doing the right thing to try and solve the problem. We don't point fingers here. It's not one of those situations where we can point fingers. So please support the recommendation by the Executive Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I, too, am going to support the recommendation for the grants, all of the grants, to the majors, and simply say that Pride Toronto is really the most diverse of all those major organizations that we fund. The ballet, COC, all of them, Pride, very, very diverse. However, and inclusive. Pride's always been very inclusive. But last year in the parade, as I sat there wondering what was happening for half an hour, 45 minutes, as we all did there, we learned that some of the community, some of the LGBTQ2S community, don't feel that inclusiveness. They felt that they were being left behind by Pride, by the parade. and that there wasn't room for the black community, not only with stages and many other things. They expressed a whole list of things that they were concerned about. I remember that. They said, make room for us, and Pride said, yes, we will. Yes, we will make room for you, because we're Pride. And an injury to one is an injury to all. I have tremendous pride in Pride. What an organization that struggles openly, community-based, from the ground up for years and years to move from a small group to a large group, to always figuring out how to include more people, to struggling internally, to struggling publicly with all of this, with council, in the newspaper, in the media, all of the time. It's not the ballet, it's not the COC with their board, their simple boards. It's a broad public organization, and a broad public democratic organization, elected leadership. And they struggle very openly with these issues, just like we are struggling very openly with this issue. But I will note, colleagues, that we've been here since 9:30. It's now 10 to 4. We have never had a day-long discussion in this council chambers about carding. We have never had a day-long discussion in this council chambers about racial profiling in this city. We've never had a day-long discussion as to what it means to be driving while black in the city of Toronto. We've never had that. We're having a day-long discussion about should we fund an organization that has said this year they don't want uniformed officers, where the chief has said, that's right, there won't be uniformed officers. It really is very odd. I would like to have a day-long discussion about race relations in our city. And I think it should be time to do that. It's hard to move forward on issues. It's hard to grapple with these things, these types of issues. And I want to note that Reverend Brent Hawkes is here with us today, and thank him. He's been here since 9:30. Thank him. He's a courageous man. He physically officiated the first gay wedding in the world, wearing his bulletproof vest in my ward many years ago, because it was dangerous to do that, and he had death threats. But he's here today, again, grappling with this same issue, and basically supporting Pride Toronto. He's a big supporter of the Toronto Police. Reverend Hawkes is the one who's brought police and the gay community together over years and years and years. This isn't easy for him. But he said, this is the year we have to be listening. Nobody can be left behind. There can be nobody in the LGBTQ community that feels that they're not represented in that community. The healing has to start. Pride Toronto said their relationship with the black community is important to them. Their actions show it. The chief has said that what's going on between Pride and the police, give it time. We're not participating this year in uniform. I know it's difficult for those LGBTQ officers, but I want them to understand that this is the year that we're doing that, to make a safe place.
Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. This has been one of the hardest debates in my first term that I've been here for. And I find as a debate, it's been one that perhaps more than any other debate we've had provides real insight into who each of us are in this chamber, as well as insight into who the city is. And I want to say and acknowledge that it's a debate that's harder still, because as we have this discussion, it's with the understanding that our council doesn't in any way reflect the diversity of the city we represent. That as we have this discussion about inclusion and exclusion, we are a council made up of individuals who do not represent that city when you put us up in front of a mirror or take a photograph of us. And I desperately want to live in a city where everybody, absolutely everybody, feels welcome and feels included. I want to live in a city where Black Torontonians, where trans Torontonians, where Indigenous Torontonians, where all Torontonians can march and feel safe marching alongside the men and women in uniform. I want to live in that city. That is not the city that we live in. That is not the city that we represent. Councillor Mihevc talked about his background and his privilege. Listen, I'm a straight white kid from the annex. My two parents were councillors. I mean, privilege. Look at me. How can I, with my experience, understand what it's like for a black youth or a trans youth to march alongside a police officer? I can't. I want to listen to their voices. That's who I'm listening to. And so there's a lot of discussion on that basis of inclusion and definitions of inclusion. And there's discussion of the city's motto, that diversity is our strength. Diversity is simply a fact. That's all diversity is. Inclusion is a choice. Inclusion is about how you feel. Inclusion, as Councillor Shan said so perfectly, is when barriers don't exist to allow you to be there. And inclusion cannot be dictated down. You cannot tell people to feel welcome somewhere. You either feel welcome there or you don't. And Councillor Campbell's motion will make people feel unwelcome. Inclusion is also a journey. And if we want to foster inclusion, then we need to encourage people to talk, to listen, and to understand each other. Right now, the city's doing that work. Executive Director of STFA, Chris Brillinger, and his team are working right now with the mayor on anti-black racism. And they talk about the importance of building trust and listening to each other and not imposing decisions on others. And so a couple years ago, I was at Pride. The Reverend Brent Hawkes was there, and I was at the church service before, and he spoke of, look how far we've come. Premier Wynne, the mayor, the leaders of 2 federal parties, look how far we've come from a protest march in 1981 to a celebration with more than 1 million people in the streets every year on Pride. Look how far. But then you listen to black youth, you listen to trans youth, you listen to others, and you realize that that journey to inclusion is not, it's a much longer walk, and we are not there yet. We're not. And so that work continues. And so as we have this debate, ultimately, what do you, I would ask each of you, what do you want out of this debate? What do you want out of Pride? For some, I suspect, and they don't say it, but I suspect there are some here who just don't like Pride. This debate is endless. In the late 1990s, people said we shouldn't fund Pride because of nudity. Last term, it was said we shouldn't fund Pride because of Quia. Today, we're being told we shouldn't fund Pride because of police participation. Somehow, Pride is always held to a completely different standard than every single organization we fund in the city. Nobody's talking about the Symphony or the AGO or what their policies are, but every term, since my father was a councillor and the bathhouse raids took place, every term we talk about some reason why we shouldn't fund Pride. And for others, and I say this genuinely, for others who want to see police in uniform march, and I believe that Councillor Campbell wants to see them march for the right reasons, and I was very taken with former officer for Councillor Burnside's comments. I really was about individual rights. The best thing you can do if you want police to march is to let Pride and the police work together and sort it out. Because imposing it on them, I'll tell you what, you're going to make things worse, not better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to be brief, but after so many speakers, I'm still trying to understand exactly what the motion in front of us is trying to solve. because, and I should say I'm supporting the recommendations for the grant. Because if we think that the problem in front of us is the police marching or not marching at Pride, I think we're all very wrong. That is a symptom. It is not the problem. That is the symptom of things from the past. That is a symptom that it would happen that way or a different way. It can manifest itself in a different way. There's relationships that need to be healed. There's conversations that need to happen. There's things that need to be talked about. And the worst thing we could do is to bring on the cameras and the media and everything else and not allow these communities to have the conversation that maybe they should have had a long time ago, so we wouldn't be in this position right now. Having this being about supporting the police or not supporting the police or Black Lives or the Pride, it is not about us. Let's stop making this be about us, that we need to support somebody. We need to support the dialogue so we're not in this situation this year or next year or in a different situation because the root of the problem has not been dealt with. These are sociological, intrinsic problems that have been going on for many years. It's not about having the Pride, the police walking or not on Pride. That is a symptom. And only when people feel that their freedoms are being heard, that they're not stopping when somebody else's is starting, then when we have Pride and then we have the Black Lives Matter and we have police saying we're ready to do this because we've solved the other issues, then we're truly moving forward. So to be honest with you, if it wasn't to be ruled out of order, I would say that what this council should do should be facilitating that process. Instead of cutting funding to Pride, maybe we should put a motion and saying, let's fund a mediator to work with these people. Let's do something so that they are at the table, so that they are talking, so they truly solve the root of the problem, which is not about walking or running or crawling in a parade. It's but deeper issues than that. It's about feelings, it's about history, it's about the way that these people have been relating to each other that needs to be corrected.
Good. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also going to be Madam Speaker, I'm going to also attempt to be very brief. I think it's all been said, but I would like to support Councillor Holliday's motion. Remember, the title of this discussion is Major Cultural Organization Allocations, and I think to be fair, to be transparent, and to be accountable and open, we need to know what in-kind donations are going where, to what festivals, to what events, to what sporting events, to what marathons and runs. I think it needs to be fair across the board, and this is long overdue. Who's getting street closures, who's getting paid duty for free, barricades, park permits, all of this needs to be captured, identified, and brought forward to council. So I hope you'll support Councillor Holliday's motion. It in no way affects really the motion that Councillor Campbell has brought forward. So it's high time we identify signature events, economic importance, economic impact, attendance, cultural and social importance to the city, and get that down on paper so we know what's happening. What we heard today is Pride is getting on top of the check that's cut for them. They're actually getting $713,000 in-kind donations, which is very significant and very helpful to producing the festival. In fact, I think it's critical to producing that festival. But we need to understand what's happening across the board. I want to say that very early on when this issue transpired, when Pride first made this announcement, one of my constituents came forward and wrote an email to Pride, and I think it got a lot of media attention. It was certainly profiled through social media. I think it may have ended up in one of the major dailies. I can't remember. But I was, this is why, because of this letter that my resident wrote, Chuck Krangle, I will be supporting Councillor Campbell's motion. And I'm not going to have time to read the whole letter to you, but he is a Toronto Police Constable and he's a homosexual. And prior to being a Toronto Police Constable, he was in the military, and he chose at that time not to come out. because of fear of persecution. Thankfully, when he became part of the Toronto Police Services, he slowly got the confidence to come out. It started in 2012, and he talks about pride and the impact on pride and the mark it made on him. He was blown away by his first Pride, which was 2016, and he talks about what an event, what a spectacle, the joining together of everyone. And basically, he said Pride opened his eyes. And what it opened his eyes to was all the floats.
Hold on, Councillor Robinson. Councillor Al-Jamari, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Davis, Councillor Perruzza, please. Please, Councillor Robinson is speaking.
So what he had talked about, because I was interrupted, but thank you, Madam Speaker, for doing that. I appreciate that very much. What he talks about in this letter, and if you have the opportunity to read it, I encourage you to, LGBTQ cops, he talks about the struggle they've had for decades. And so when he experienced the floats and the officers marching in the hundreds, he realized for the very first time that his employer fully supported this part of him and many, many others like him. And that created a safe place for him and a place where he felt comfortable and acceptance. And he is very opposed to this move forward. He thinks it's a step backward. And he concludes his letter by saying exclusion does not promote inclusion. And again, I think these individuals are feeling like they are indeed being left behind. So in support of Chuck Krangle, my constituent, and many other constituents that have emailed me and called my office, I will be supporting Councillor Campbell's motion.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to today's discussion with a lot of interest, and I've also been having a lot of emotions as I have been listening to the various comments that have been said on the floor today. Some of it was said, I think, with a lot of good intentions, some of it not so much. Interestingly enough, what I gather from the entire discussion is that this issue is complex, but the knowledge and grasp of this issue by council members is that it is still somewhat lacking. The proposition of power and the placement of power and authority is something that we need to look at and for us to deconstruct. The representation that the uniform brings is exactly that. It embodies so much. Just as much as officers want to be proud when they put on that uniform, but they also know that that uniform commands a certain amount of authority. It represents a certain type of power, and it represents different things to different people. The concerns of Black Lives Matter is not exclusive from the gay community, and I think it's very important to note that. There's been a lot of talk about these people and those people and black people and gay people. They are not exclusive. Racialized people are gay people. Gay people are also racialized people. And we're going to experience the world in different ways if you happen to be racialized and you happen to be gay. If you happen to be transgendered, if you happen to live with a disability, if you're not able to speak English, if you're undocumented, you will experience the world differently. You will experience the uniform of a police officer differently. One of the challenges that the community has always had with the police, not just with respect to the history of homophobic behavior or perhaps the paramilitary style of the policing or the fact that it's a very heteronormative environment, all those things, yes, it's a challenge within this institution. It needs to be sorted through. It needs to be worked out. But one of the other challenges that this community has always had with respect to uniformed police presence, and to be quite honest, a lot of other type of presence in the parade, is that if you're going to be there, then be there with them. Be there with us. Do not use it as a PR machine. When politicians come to March in Pride, let's admit to the fact that there is opportunities for public relations that will show you in a particular light. When you have never spoken up for LGBT rights and equality, if you've never attended the Pride March and you've placed a motion before us today, I have to ask, where is your allyship and how do you demonstrate your history of allyship to this community when you've never been there before and now you want to talk about inclusion when you have never uttered those words before? Worse than that, your actions have never shown us inclusion. Actually, I know a little bit, not about inclusion, but I know a little bit about exclusion. It is not in any way, I think, going to get us a step further ahead or a step further behind if we actually adopt the motions before us, because you're going to create a condition that's going to have a ripple effect. And I'll tell you why. Because the community will survive. The Pride Parade will survive. We've already figured out that none of that money goes to the parade anyways. What you're doing is you're doing harm to the festival goers who will come out for the cultural programming. The reasons that we're able to provide accessibility services, able to provide space for families to enjoy the family pride zone, the clean and sober zone, and all the other different stages, including the stages for the South Asian community, the South Asian for local talent, the stages for Blockorama. That's where all the funding goes to, and that is where the funding should go to, and that's where the funding has gone to all these years. It is not in any way going to help us one iota if you take away the money and say we don't care about the parade. It's just not. We're going to continue to march. And we're going to march in the Trans March. We will have the Women's March on Saturday. We will have the Sunday March. The funding's not going to make a difference there. But the funding will make a difference for the cultural program and about accessibility and about inclusion. If you want to talk about inclusion, if you want to support inclusion, that's what you're supporting when you support Pride funding.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you. Much has been said, and I won't try and repeat it. I would, however, like to say that I heard some of the best speeches today from some councillors. I think Councillor Campbell made a great speech. Councillor Pasternak, thank you for your words. Councillor Burnside, I think that's the best speech I've ever heard from you, from the heart, and very well said. So thank you very much. I will also say thank you to Councillor Robinson and Councillor Holliday for their motions about transparency and revealing all the costs behind these festivals, because I think that's important. I will say this, the one thing that there hasn't been a lot of discussion about, there's been a lot of discussion about what people think, but there hasn't been a lot of discussion about what the public thinks. And that's why I'm supporting Councillor Campbell's motion. There's a lot of discussion here about our values. It's not our values that why I'm voting, it's because of the people out there, their values. It's not the grant money is $260,000, is their money. And so the question is do they want us to give Pride this money this year based on their conduct? And the people that I talk to, without a doubt, say no. We're not denying the money from Pride. We're saying to Pride, if you change your position, you will get the money. And Councillor Wong-Tam is quite correct. The parade's going to happen anyway. She's right. So we're not stopping the parade. We're not stopping the weekend. We aren't. But I think if you ask the public, do they support what has occurred, they will undeniably say no. They do not support that. Do you think that we should be funding them given their conduct? No. Do you think it's right that the police aren't allowed to participate wearing their uniforms in the parade? They will say no. Do you support us withdrawing the money this year? They will say yes. Right? And that is why I think this council should make the right and proper decision on this particular issue. And this is why it's taken so long. It's because people are captured by this. Councillor Campbell's motion has captured people's interest in this about what is going on, and the grants program, which is always controversial, but in this instance, I think the public are saying, stop. No, not this time. What they are doing is wrong, and I do not want my money going to this event.
Thank you. Before we continue, I'd like to acknowledge the Honourable Michael Cote, MPP for Don Valley East. Coteau. Pardon? Coteau.
Madam Speaker,
Yes,
I'd like to welcome his families that traveled from Trinidad to visit Toronto, so I'd also like to welcome them at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Speaker. And just
Thompson,
before you
to
start
speak.
my time, Speaker, I just wanted to also mention that the Minister is also responsible for anti-racism as well, so it's interesting that he's here at this particular point in time. Speaker, I rise. I'm moving an amendment to Councillor Holliday's motion, and that's a friendly amendment, I think, because it is simply just to ask the city manager to basically look into this as opposed to the general manager of economic development, because it's across departments where the general manager of economic development does not have jurisdiction and so on. Speaker, I rise. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Campbell for actually bringing the motion forward, because whether or not you agree with him or not, quite frankly, he's caused a debate on this particular issue. And I think that's actually helpful. I think it's actually healthy. But I think it's actually interesting in just listening to the Deputy Mayor in terms of his comments about what the public have been saying. I've had community meetings in my ward, Speaker, about this issue, and what they did say was very much to what the Deputy Mayor had said. But what was actually helpful is to provide clarification and a narrative around the issue so that people actually understood it much clearer, as opposed to just a simple message or the narrative that tends to come from the media, which is rather limited based on the availability of either print space or the time that they actually have on whether or not that's a radio and or TV. And so, Speaker, I rise to support the item that's actually in front of us, which is to ask Council to approve the allocation of major cultural organization program funding in the amount of $7,914,695 to the 10 majors that are listed here. Speaker, I can tell you that in my discussion with the General Manager of Economic Development on this very issue, when we first heard about the media and the discussion and or statements from Pride Toronto and statement from the police associations and statements from the policing community as a whole, we asked the question, was there a contravention with respect to our policy with respect to the decision that we were going to make with regard to funding Pride and any other organization? We found that there was none. I have to tell you, though, the General Manager and I did talk about not funding Pride, not because of this issue, but because of what we understood at the outset was there is tremendous disarray and what appeared to have been disorganization within the context of the organization, the executive director resigning and or quitting, whatever that particular action was. So it was that we wanted to ensure that we would protect the public's resources instead of putting into an organization that was, at the time, not as organized and or we were not clear about the governance of the organization. So we looked at that. When that position changed, we recognized that there were no policy conflicts for us in terms of providing funding to Pride Toronto for their events, and certainly not the parade or the march, Speaker. And so I understand very clearly about policing in this city. And I stand in front of you, Speaker, as a supporter of Toronto Police, but also as a critic of police and policing in this city. Not a critic in a pejorative sense, Speaker, but a critic from a sense of wanting to see better. There is no doubt, whether or not it's a black community or other communities in this city, that there has been conflict with respect to the police. Unfortunately, that's not what we're discussing here today. What we are discussing is providing grants that conforms to city policies to the majors here. I realize that others have now extrapolated into that and incorporate perhaps their position, whether or not it is one of not wanting to support the LGBTQ community and so on, or not wanting to support certain elements that they say that was groups that had taken over the Pride Parade and so on. All those things are such that people will have a position on and reflecting on their desire to be more punitive. That is not our role with respect to this chamber. What is our role, quite frankly, is to look at the narrative, look at the issues. We also have to take into consideration in terms of, and it's been said by many, the chief of police has made a decision. And I think we have to respect that. Additionally, the executive director, who I've actually met, Olivia Numa, who I have to tell you I was very impressed with in my meeting with her in terms of how she conducted herself, what her plans was in terms of wanting to work collaboratively with the police. And I see her sitting with Reverend Brent Hawk, and everybody in this room, I know, respect Reverend Brent Hawk for what he has done, not only for the community, but for the entire city of Toronto. And I don't see him saying to us, don't fund Pride. In fact, the communication that we received from him was to fund the organization. And so, Speaker, we have a long way to go, and I'm not going to get into the weeds of all the issues as it relates to policing, other than to say we have a great policing service in this city, and it is not perfect, and many of us will stand and we're critical when we need to be, supportive when we need to be. Councillor Campbell and I have sat in his office, and I didn't think it was about race or racism. I thought that he felt, very honestly, that this was a problem and he wanted to do something about it. I think what we are having now as part of this narrative of the discussion, we're having more clarity to it, and I think at the end of the day, I want to make sure that we provide the funding. I also want to make sure that all of us put ourselves in a position where we can work with either the Pride organizations or many other communities in this city, along with the police, to more work in a more collaborative way so that we can actually ensure that this is the best city for every single person who resides in this particular city. And not us against them, not them against us, but we for us, for the betterment of this city. I think that's all that we are all trying to work to achieve. But make no bones about it, there has been discontent within the relationship with the police and the broader community in many instances. And so we have an opportunity. Let the funding go forward. I will only be supporting Councillor Holliday's motion, not Councillor Campbell's motion, in order to ensure that we can actually move forward. I will be working with Pride and others who want my assistance to make sure that we can collaborate. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be uncharacteristically brief because my view, I think, is very well known on this, and because it is founded on a very straightforward set of facts. I want to begin by just saying, because it was raised, and I think quite properly so, by Councillor Fletcher, we will be having, I hope, when I say I hope it's going to be a very constructive, positive debate on an anti-black racism action plan that will be brought to this council, I think, this summer for discussion. And I think it will then allow us to spend some time on something that is not entirely unrelated to where we are today. And I would hope that that will be a very constructive and positive debate. But let me start by saying very clearly three things. First of all, as John Tory, but also as the Mayor of Toronto, the Pride Parade and Festival have my absolute and unequivocal support. They always have, and they're very important to our city in many respects. Secondly, the LGBTQ2S community has my absolute and unequivocal support as John Tory, a person, and as the Mayor of Toronto. And thirdly, the men and women of the Toronto Police Service have my absolute and unequivocal support, again, as they always have, as John Tory and as the Mayor of Toronto. I have made clear many times my view that the police should be included in the Pride Parade, and I'll come back to that. But I don't happen to believe that these three positions that I have as a human being and that I have as the Mayor of Toronto are in conflict with one another at all. In fact, these very same groups are working together now to resolve some unresolved issues, and with the ultimate objective of trying to accommodate the reintegration into the Pride Parade of the police. And I am satisfied that those discussions have commenced and are continuing and will continue in good faith. I have received that assurance both from the Executive Director of Pride, Olivia Numa, who I've also had the chance to meet with, and also the Chief of Police. And I've obviously discussed this with both, and I'm satisfied those discussions will continue in good faith, and they are aimed at arriving at that kind of a resolution. I've also made direct personal inquiries of both of those individuals, the Executive Director of Pride, Olivia Numa, and the Chief of Police, on the question of the matter that is before us today, which has to do with the grant to Pride. And upon my direct personal inquiry, both of them told me, and they told me personally, so I'm not relying on media reports or third-hand conversations, they told me personally that the withdrawal of city funding for Pride would not be helpful to that important effort that they're embarked upon now. And I think when we've had all the discussion here today, there were some expressions used by a couple of different people around the room about us being on a journey. And we are on a journey. We're on a journey because what goes with being the most diverse city in the world, and a city that's striving to be the most inclusive city in the world, are a very particular set of responsibilities that are not ones that necessarily we have written down in advance, where things confront us as we're on that journey that we hadn't seen before because you're on a journey. But where are you trying to get to on the journey? You're trying to get to the better place that I think both Councillor DiGiorgio and Councillor Cressy talked about. And you know, when it comes to my support for those efforts that they are making to resolve this issue, by they I mean Olivia Numa and Mark Saunders, Chief of Police and Executive Director of Pride, it is to me the Toronto way that you solve things. It's the Toronto way that you solve things. You're on a journey to a better place, and when you have issues, you sit down and you see them through. And you find a resolution to those issues, which I am very confident these particular individuals and the organizations that they represent will be able to do. And I think that to support this grant today, to allow those two individuals and those who they are working with to go on that journey, to continue on that journey to that better place, is the Toronto way of doing things. And I think, with the greatest of respect as to sort of what people out there think, I think if you sit down with the vast majority of Torontonians and you start discussing this kind of thing with them, pretty soon you'll get off the question of who should get money or who shouldn't get money, and you will get to the point where they'll be saying that what they send us here to do, all of us, whatever our point of view, wherever we've come from, whatever our backgrounds are and so on, they send us here to make sure we continue on that journey to that better place. And that's what they want us to do in the end. And I think no matter what their point of view on this, they would say, no, in the end, I trust you as the people I sent down there, and that you will listen to all the people that have things to say about this, and you will think about all the different considerations and think about all the different outcomes of different decisions that could be made, and you will then make the decision that is the best one to get us along the road on the journey to the better place. And so I will support the ongoing funding of the Pride Parade. And further to that, I will just say that I look forward with enthusiasm and with pride to participating in my usual full roster of events in the Pride Festival, starting with, and I will express this hope, starting with the flag raising that happens here on May 31st, next week at noon, right upstairs there, or right over there. And I just hope that having had this debate, and whatever decision transpires, that we can go together and show an unprecedented solidarity in saying that whatever the decision was, that we support what Pride represents in our city, and that we will go forward and make sure that that support is expressed on behalf of the Council, because we'll have had our debate, we'll have had our vote in about a minute, and I think it then will be time to get on with getting on that journey to that better place. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it wasn't.
For motion 1, Madam Chair, can we split the vote, please?
You want?
So vote for 1 and 2 separately.
All right. Before we vote, motion 2A by Councillor Mammolidis, I'm ruling out of order. Because it's not politically correct. It's been a long day for me. Okay, motion number 1. There's been a request to separate it, so part 1, recorded vote.
Part 1 of the motion does not carry. The vote is 17 to 27.
Okay. Part 2. Yes, recorded. There was a request to split it, so they want a recorded vote.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Karygiannis.
Part 2 of the motion does not carry. The vote is 21 to 23.
Okay. 2B. All in favor? No?
Councillor Bailao, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Mihevc, please, and Councillor Fletcher.
Motion 2B does not carry. The vote is 10 to 34.
Motion 4 amended by Councillor Thompson, amending Councillor Holliday's motion. Recorded vote. Councillor Thompson is amending Councillor Holliday's motion.
Councillor Cressy, please.
The motion, or the amendment carries 33 to 11.
Okay, motion number 3 by Councillor Holliday, recorded vote, as amended by Councillor Thompson.
Councillor Cressy and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Motion number 3 as amended carries 29 to 15.
Okay. Item is amended.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The item as amended carries 39 to 5.
Okay. Members of council, Councillor DiCiano?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just considering that we will not be able to extend tonight and that there's a lot on the agenda and we only have 60 days to declare a seat vacant, I think maybe it'd be prudent to deal with item CC 29.1, declaring the office of Councillor for Ward 44 Scarborough East
Okay,
vacant.
Councillor DiCiano, if you can just give me a minute,
Sure.
because I was going to go through all that.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so members, given the time, and it's took us a day to deal with one item, given the time, I propose that council amend the order paper to consider several urgent items as the next items of business. I'm advised that of the items remaining on the agenda, these matters are urgent and time sensitive and must be dealt with today. GM 20.7 on the suspension of Four Seasons. This item must be dealt with today to ensure that further construction work is not held up. Deferring this item would compromise the city's position. CC 29.1 on declaring the office of Ward 44 vacant. Under the City of Toronto Act, there are time limits to address the vacancy. CC 29.6 on a request for direction regarding 342-346 Davenport Road. The with prejudice settlement offer will expire at the end of this council meeting. CC 29.9 request for direction on OMB hearing for 1417 to 1431 Yonge Street. The OMB hearing date is scheduled June the 12th. And then CC 2910 on local roads resurfacing. Dealing with this item today will ensure that staff can implement council's direction immediately with respect to local road resurfacing. Now it's 4:30, just after 4:30 we have 3 hours. These items have to be dealt with in 3 hours, and because this is early, it has to. I just mentioned why it has to be dealt with today. And so, and the remaining of the agenda, we will schedule, as I mentioned earlier, there is a date being scheduled for to deal with the remaining of the, well, please let me finish, Councillor. There'll be a date scheduled for the remaining of the agenda items. So point of order, Councillor Karygiannis.
Madam Chair, I realize and respect the what you've said, but I'm just wondering, why does GM 20.7 have to be dealt with today? I've tried many a times in order to make sure a time-sensitive item. There's people that want to come to participate and see how we vote, and these people were not given the opportunity. We had a vote this morning. Every other time that is a time-sensitive issue, nobody votes on it except this. This is the first time that I see a time-sensitive issue voted upon since I've been in this council. So I'd like to give these people the opportunity. So why is it time-sensitive? Can you please explain? Or staff might hold nothing up.
I explained to you that if we do not deal with GM 20.7, that this item must be dealt with today, that any further construction work is not held up. Deferring this item would compromise the city's position on any further construction work being done. I apologize, but we ran out of time. And I've been saying this for the last 3 days. We have timed items, so we don't have enough time to deal with them. So we're at the situation now that we have to deal with these. Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If I could just add one item that it obviously was overlooked in its sensitivity, TE 24.43, construction staging area 410 Bathurst. I understand that the mayor will likely be able to release, and I have a small amendment. It's time sensitive because the actual approval is to start the staging area on June 1st, which is like next Thursday.
Well, if the mayor is willing to release it, but right now I'm just advising members of council, so rather than us waste any more time, can we get to these items?
But I'm just suggesting that this one is actually of that level of criticalness.
Okay, so maybe the mayor can release it.
Yep.
And anybody else that wants to release it. Yes. Okay, you know what, I'm just saying we had 3 hours to finish these items. Councillor Cressy.
I'm just asking, I have a time-sensitive OMB settlement matter that's here. I'm wondering if there's going to be an opportunity to do quick releases before we break.
Yes,
Okay,
we
thank you.
we will do quick releases, but I'm just trying to advise members of council, these have to be dealt with,
Thank you.
okay?
I didn't ask.
All right, all those in favor of adopting the order paper? Carried. Okay, do we have any quick releases? We'll do quick releases if you have any quick releases. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release AU 8.4. I believe our discussions last night, probably most people would be comfortable as a quick release. There are city staff recommendations that I believe most of us can accept. If we want to vote on that right now, I'm prepared to release it.
What he said. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Kel.
I'd like to
You're
release
releasing
AU
AU 8.4?
Yeah. Yes, please. And vote
Okay.
on staff recommendations.
Okay, so on page 3, AU 8.4, on favor? Carry. Yeah, it's in June.
June 16, right?
June, I'll tell you guys. Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, Madam Speaker. It's MM 29.49, supporting Ontario's reform of its land use planning appeals system. It's been circulated. It was introduced earlier today. I'd like to release it. Recorded vote.
Which one?
It's 29.49.
MM 29.49, you're releasing?
Yes.
On favor?
No,
Carry?
recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
I'm sorry, Speaker. I can't quickly release this one. I'm very sorry. I apologize to Councillor Fragadakis.
It's not a quick release, Councillor Fragadakis. Councillor Perks.
I didn't even see what it was till it was posted on the screen, Mary. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
We are in the middle of a vote. Please. Councillor Fragadakis.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, sorry. We were in the middle of a vote. Half of us had already pushed our buttons. I'm sorry, but this was actually circulated. It's been sitting here for a number of hours.
I know.
So we were in the middle of a vote. If we could...
Well, you had all...
Well, you did actually have time. You chose not to use it towards that.
Let's go. Vote.
I'm sorry, we were in the middle of a vote.
Okay, we're in the middle of a vote. Let's take the vote. At this rate, we may not even complete the items that we need to complete today.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Lee. Councillor Shiner, please. Councillor Bailao, please. Thank you.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Mihevc, please.
The item carries 32 to 6.
Matlow?
Thank you, Nunziata.
What did you say?
Just teasing back.
Your microphone.
Oh, Madam Speaker, on page 5, at the top, PG 20.3, prioritizing the scheduling of OMB cases related to Toronto. I've spoken with the Chair of Planning and Growth, and my questions have been answered.
Okay, on the top of page 5, PG 20.3, Councillor Matlow's releasing. All in favor? Carried. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 6, item CC 29.6, 342, 346 Davenport Road, I have two motions that have been advance circulated. If I could move motion A.
Okay, okay. That was one of the items, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you're releasing it?
I'm releasing it, but I have to move two motions that have been advance circulated. The first
Yes.
is on the screen.
The amendments have been circulated. They were circulated earlier.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I have motion B, which is to adopt the recommendations in the confidential attachment.
Okay, so on page 6, CC 29.6, we have an amendment by Councillor Cressy. Amendment number A, on favor? Carried. Amendment B, on favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll try this again. Page 3, EX 25.11, rental affordability in Toronto. I have two amendments which were pre-circulated.
EX 2511.
Correct.
Yep.
I have two amendments that were circulated.
Yes, so they have been circulated. Motion A and B. On page 3, EX 2511. It's on your desk. They've all been circulated. They're the orange ones. Okay, on A, recorded vote.
This is how to make it easier for landlords amendments.
Okay, make it harder for landlords and then there'll be less rent.
It's
not easy.
the market that is driving prices, and you're making it seem like the government is doing it.
Hey, look, all I'm asking for is feedback from the group.
Councillor Cole, please.
Condition the conversation.
And Councillor Holland, please.
That's right.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
People from renting their basement, make it harder.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio.
People think twice.
About renting basements.
That's because people rent out their furnace room to document.
Let me tell you, I just had an illegal.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Like, they had to remove what did they say?
You know, believe me, I don't
The stove
disagree
that was
with
installed in the second floor home.
There are certain regulations that are.
The amendment carries 28 to 11.
Okay, Amendment B. We're going through quick releases, Councillor Fletcher. It is quick. The motions are on the screen. Councillor Fletcher, we all agreed. Well, you weren't here, so.
Blame government for the high price of housing. Well, you can't.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor McMahon, please.
We don't want to know what it says.
Councillor Bailao, Deputy Mayor, thank you. Councillor Thompson, when you're seated, please.
Support or don't support it?
Councillor Robinson, please.
No, what I'm getting is people are becoming increasingly leveraged in their mortgage, and it's becoming precarious. But I want that as part of the data about the housing.
Motion B does not carry. The vote is 18 to 22.
Okay, clauses amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got a motion without notice that I'd like to be introduced and circulated. It's related to an urgent OMB hearing that's taking place in about a month's time.
Look at her adding to the agenda. Look at her.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Davis?
CC 29.10, follow-up report related to local road resurfacing. I don't know whether this can just be disposed of quickly. The chair of the Government Management Committee has the recommendation, and I wonder if he would move that. Councillor Ainsley.
The wording of the letter may need some revision, period.
Councillor Ainsley?
I don't have any motions.
So Councillor Davis, are you just releasing it? Just release it. Okay, Councillor Davis, I don't understand what you want to do.
I'm sorry, I've mixed up the report. I will release it, but there's another item that I thought I held. Okay, let's release this one.
Okay, so on page 6, you're releasing CC 29.10, which is a follow-up report related to local road resurfacing, right? Yes. On favor, pardon? Record it.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Mihevc and Councillor Robinson, please.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
The item carries 38 to 2.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is, I'd like to reopen PE 19.6. Councillor Fletcher and I have been working on this, and I'd like to circulate a motion that actually captures what Councillor Fletcher and I were working on. So if we can just reopen it, circulate it, and then if everyone's all right with it, I can try and quick release it a little bit later on.
Okay.
19.6 on park permits.
Which item was it?
It was PE 19.6.
Okay. So you want to reopen?
Yes, please.
Reopen?
And just circulate the motion so everyone's happy with it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page number 5, EY 22.2. On the advice of the city clerk, I'm going to release this item, and we will have discussions at the local community council with the planning department.
Okay. On page 5, EY 22.2, Councillor Palacios releasing. All in favor? Yeah. You're going to withdraw the motion earlier, right? So Councillor Palacio, permission to withdraw the motion earlier? Carried. So on the item, all in favor? Carried.
Another one.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the next one is on page 4. It has to do with municipal licensing, LS 19.9, even though Councillor Fletcher held the item.
It's not ready.
No, I think that we have a compromise,
It's
Madam
not
Chair.
ready. The clerk is not ready. The clerk is not ready. But they're not ready. They're not ready. They don't have it made up yet. Okay, so we'll go to the first one, which is government management. Where's Councillor Karagianis? Okay, so we're going to go to your item now. GM 20.7. Do you have questions to staff? Okay.
We're ready to go? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Go
Through
ahead.
you-
Questions to staff. Are the staff in place?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, can you please let us know the decision that was made in order to withhold, not to allow the Four Seasons to bid? Was that taken to court, and what the result was?
As set out in the report, there was an injunction proceeding. An interim order was issued on May 1st.
Madam Chair, I can't hear anything. Can you please put my time on hold?
Thank you very much.
All right. Please.
Through you, Madam Chair, as set out in the report, there was an application made for an interim injunction, and a decision was issued on May 1st, which put basically was an injunction against the administrative suspension that had previously been issued by the chief purchasing official. The decision said that the chief purchasing official, in the judge's view, did not have the authority to issue that suspension due to the fact that the activities in question had taken place prior to the beginning of the year.
So how does that change our position today? Are we in a different place today than we were then by asking that the chief officer?
Well, as council may recall, we had a significant discussion yesterday in camera on this matter, and I've got to be very sensitive about revisiting that in public. What the decision said was it did not affect council's authority in this area.
Wouldn't it be prudent for us to wait for a further decision in this case until there's an opportunity for the... I understand this is in litigation right now, am I correct?
There is a pending judicial review application which I don't believe will be heard until November at the earliest.
So wouldn't it be prudent for us to sort of wait until to see what happens in November before we proceed, just in case the situation changes and we might lose the case?
Well, the executive director of ECS may want to comment, but as I mentioned, there is nothing preventing council from considering this matter now. It's already gone through Government Management Committee and got a full hearing there, and it's on to council now for a decision, and council has the authority to make that decision.
Well, I remember a previous scenario that we had, and that was with Uber, and that was very similar to this. What is the difference that at that point in time we were told by the city lawyer not to proceed until that was heard, and to what is before us right now?
Well, I mean, the Uber matter is not before us, and to be honest, I don't have any information on that matter, so I couldn't really compare them for you. I'm sorry.
Sorry, you don't have any information as to what happened with Uber and the decision that we took as to this, or you were not the lawyer on the file at that time?
I don't, well, both. But I don't, I mean, we're not dealing with the Uber matter, so, I mean, I don't know what the risk considerations were in that situation as opposed to this one. I can tell you in this situation, legal is comfortable with council proceeding with the matter now.
Thank you. Was legal comfortable in proceeding with the, before we got that court injunction against us?
Why are we getting legal advice in public?
We had reviewed the report that went to Government Management Committee, and yes, the original action taken by the chief purchasing official was done in conjunction with legal.
So we lost that one, didn't we? In that court case? It was in...
Well, that was the judge's decision. As I say, we are now able to proceed to council with the matter, and that's where we are now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, questions? No. Councillor Layton, questions?
Yes, thank you very much. To whomever wants to answer this, do you think the contractor is deserving of the severity of this suspension?
Yes. Through the Speaker, as I've noted in previous discussions on the matter, we've suspended 2 contractors in the past for a 1-year term. The conduct of the contractor on so many different levels, in our opinion, warrants a 3-year suspension, absolutely.
Both not being responsive, not following the contract that was written, as well as not completing the work on time or to the standard we would expect.
Well, through the Speaker, on all of those matters, I think it's important to note that, so far as this contract is concerned, the effective work zone was 7 block faces along College Street, essentially impacting 98 businesses as well as 98 tenants that live above the businesses through the duration of the contract. There was failure to provide customer service, failure to respond to communication issued by the city, failure to accommodate the businesses in any manner. So there were a number of failings of the contract, simply just failed to respond to any direction that was provided by the city.
Thank you very much.
We've got a meeting upstairs.
And hold on. Councillor Shiner?
So, of the same staff, I heard all the failures. Is there anything right? I don't really mean it sarcastically. The quality of the work, it wasn't delivered on time. It didn't listen to our schedule. It must have been way out there for you to come forward with this complaint. Was the quality of the work all right, or was there questions about management of the work as well?
Well, it's all of that through the Speaker. As I noted in my earlier comments, the quality of the work was subpar in many respects. We're having to issue a second contract now to complete the work on the south side of College Street, which was essentially part of the overall project, and part of the work for the new contractor will be to deal with the deficiencies that were left behind by this contractor on the north side.
Do you think that anyone should face this kind of disruption from the city when these types of projects are being done?
Well, absolutely not. From our standpoint, the work should have been phased and scheduled in a manner to minimize disruption, to be very receptive to the customers and the impact to the community. We were very prescriptive in our contract language, requiring the contractor to work from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. with an option to work on weekends as well, and they did not avail themselves. In fact, we prescribed those work hours, and they were not used.
So, I've been here a few years. You've been around a few years. Can you recall anyone ever having so many issues and problems with a contract that you had to take this action towards them?
through the speaker, as I noted in my earlier comments, we've suspended 2 contractors in the past for a 1-year term, and that was supported based on the failings of those contractors. The work and the undertaking in this particular case, again, in our opinion, given the egregious natures of the breaches of the contract, warrants a 3-year suspension.
So never before have you recommended a 3-year suspension. Thank you.
Thank you. To speak, Councillor Karygiannis. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, Councillor Ainslie. Councillor Ainslie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 motions that I would like to put before us. Sorry, can I get my clock stopped?
Yeah, I'll reset your clock. Do they have the motions?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's take a deep breath.
Do we even have quorum?
We don't even have quorum in the council chambers.
I'll take a quorum call.
Like we have 10 councillors. Quorum call.
Members of council, please press your buttons to indicate your presence in the chamber. Thank you.
Just for you. This is the first time I've ever done it.
Yeah, it's okay. What? No.
You mean no?
I'd vote no if I were you.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Kelly, please. Quorum call.
Madam Speaker, there are 31 members in the chamber. Quorum is present.
Okay. Councillor, is your motion ready?
I
Yeah, okay. Councillor Ainslie to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have 2 motions that I would like to add, and both of these are basically finessing or fine-tuning the motion and the recommendations on this item at Government Management Committee. One has to do with further suspending Four Seasons, making them ineligible for the contracts which are outlined in Motion A. And on Motion B, the recommendation at the committee was a simple one, that we were going to recommend suspending Four Seasons for a period of 3 years. The second motion refines that based on recommendations from staff, that the suspension be from the date of council's decision until February 8th, 2020. So, Madam Speaker, this is the second time this item was before the Government Management Committee. We had a very fulsome debate and discussion, both in public and in camera, at the Government Management Committee 2 months ago. There were some concerns around the severity of the penalty, and maybe that there could be some more information forthcoming. So this item was deferred over 1 month. We had another very fulsome discussion in camera, and the decision of the Government Management Committee on a unanimous basis was that Four Seasons should be suspended from bidding on any city contracts for a period of 3 years. This is not something that I take lightly. First and foremost, this is a company that does work for the City of Toronto. They've done it on a number of different instances. They have employees, they've got families. But first and foremost, if you've taken the time to look at the report and you see the number of instances and severity of the instances where this company did not follow city guidelines, did not follow Ministry of Labor guidelines. This is more or less a public partnership between the City of Toronto and the BIAs that were here. And it's not just about the safety of the workers involved in this company. I think it's very fortunate that there was nobody severely hurt that was either using the businesses in this area or living in this area. We've, there was a mention earlier in the questioning about the quality of the work. Quality of the work was brought up on numerous instances. The problems with it, a lot of the work has to be either continued this summer or has to be completely redone. There was a number of discussions around the severity of the penalty. So this is a 3-year penalty. As staff have said a couple of minutes ago, that they've suspended companies for 2 one-year periods. This is asking for a 3-year suspension. And I'll point back to you at the legislation and the guidelines that staff were given when this penalty or this system was put in place. It went through 2 of our standing committees to reach a point where it was unanimously supported by this City Council. It was done on a consent agenda with no debate. So these guidelines were the ones that were given to staff. The other thing I want to be clear about is, at the committee, some people said, well, this is an isolated incident. The reason that these guidelines were put in place, and we've had a discussion about other paving contracts and companies since I've been here, these were put here not because they're an isolated incident. There's instances we have with contractors and the quality of the work throughout the city. Sometimes they get fixed. Staff have done a fairly diligent job in making sure that issues are rectified. But, if you look at the issues, read this report, this is very severe. As our staff have said, this is one of the most probably, I won't say outrageous, but contracts. They've had more issues with this contract than any others, which is why the Government Management Committee decided unanimously to support the recommended 3-year suspension. And I'm asking everybody to support the unanimous decision on this of the Government Management Committee, and also support our staff, who we gave these guidelines to put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis to speak?
No, it's it's Councillor.
Oh, sorry. What happened? Somebody's name came off. Okay. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that I would like the staff to put up. I'm looking to have this item deferred until we have a report from the court case. We had our knuckles wrapped in the first thing that we did, that it went in front of the judge, and the judge ruled us out of order. There's back in there right now, and as we heard from the solicitor, that the final decision will be made by the end of November. I don't think it will be the end of the world to wait until we'll see what the court has to bring forward to us. Going to court and losing, then we might even have more difficulties later on if the company was to take us to court. There is extenuating circumstances where the company was put in this position. I'm not going to go into it. A lot has been talked about, but if we were to consider this something similar to Uber, at that point in time, we're encouraged by everybody to wait until the final decision was made by court before we proceed. So if we take 2 parallel tracks, I would say to you that we should probably be prudent in order to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
But okay, it's a deferral. Do you want to speak on the deferral? Oh, okay. Question to the mover. Then we're speaking on the deferral.
Councillor Karygiannis, GM 20.7A and confidential attachment GM 20.7, attachment number 1, is the staff report on the court case. I wonder if you have read it, because your motion is redundant. There is nothing to defer.
Well,
there's no reason to defer because it is already here.
I thank you for your question. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I can't hear the question. I
Councillor
do have
Perks,
the,
please.
I do have Councillor Perks. I
Please.
mean, being an echo for the other councillor, I don't think that's appropriate. Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Davis. This is a motion that says that we defer it until the court case has been held. There's been similar other circumstances that we've done just the same.
Councillor, are you aware the court case has been held? There has been a decision. That court case and the outcome of that decision is here, included in GM 20.7A. Are you aware of that?
And as you heard our solicitor, we were told that the company is back in court and there's a decision coming forward in November. Or did you miss that?
Where have we been informed of that?
Well, I was questioning the staff and this is what they said.
Okay,
It's
Councillor
going back in
Davis.
court.
Councillor Davis, actually, we're just checking with our solicitor, and Councillor Karygiannis's motion may be out of order, so do you want to?
How is it you always know more about these court cases?
I've asked him in public. I'm sorry you were not listening.
Okay, maybe, apparently what I've been told is that there's another case, in fact, there is another case being scheduled for September, and that's what the councillor is deferring. So it is in order.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Okay. So Councillor Davis, are you finished, or did you?
I think she is.
Okay.
No, I'm finished, thank you.
Okay.
Strike one.
Councillor Ainslie, 3 minutes, clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis, I'm trying to understand the intent of your motion. When you were visiting a government management committee, I believe you asked our legal staff the same thing about deferring this and waiting for a court case, and they said that the court case had no bearing on what we were doing here.
And you've heard from the solicitor that my motion is in order. There is another action taken by the company against us in court, and the only thing that I'm asking for, let's wait out to see what that decision was. Same thing as we did with Uber. You were here when we did that.
So Councillor Karygiannis, I believe I also heard the city solicitor say when you were asking him questions, you did ask about Uber, and the city solicitor said that Uber had no bearing on this case, correct?
He said he was not the lawyer on file, he couldn't remember. And that had no bearing on him, on his decision, but I'm sorry that he was not the one that also read the Uber decision. Very similar to this.
I think
we were
you
told
heard
at the
something
time.
completely different, Councillor Karygiannis.
I beg to differ. I think it was the same.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to speak on the deferral. Put your name, a request to question staff. Councillor Layton, 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll try to be under one. I would urge council not to support the deferral on this matter. The court decision that came back and suggested that our procurement official didn't have authority to initiate the suspension and the matter of council initiating suspension are two very distinct things. And just because the good Councillor Karygiannis' motion is in order doesn't mean it's correct. Now, and it doesn't mean it has no consequences, because you'll see as part of the supplemental report that Councillor Ainslie, the chair, put forward the recommendations from, there are actually 3 contracts that have been bid on by this particular contracting firm. And I really hope that if we choose to support Councillor Karygiannis' decision to defer, that none of you are subject to the terror that Councillor Bailão and I were subjected to for 3 months last summer. For all the businesses on College Street that customers and business owners couldn't get in or out, for the picture I'll show you soon that has the resident that was gated in at his residence or at that commercial establishment. I hope you don't get subjected to that. The one way I'm sure you won't is if you pass the recommendations in the staff report and in the supplemental, and we can guarantee that you won't be subjected to that. We can also guarantee that we're going to send a strong signal to the construction industry that if you sign a contract, you got to stick to the contract, and there's no exceptions.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley on the deferral.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not be supporting the deferral as the chair of the Government Management Committee. I'm not going to repeat all the remarks that I made earlier or the remarks that Councillor Layton made. But, you know, this is a very serious situation. As our staff said and I said earlier, we do not take this lightly. They've previously suspended firms in similar situations to this for 1 year each. This is a 3-year suspension. Nobody takes this lightly. I don't think anybody wants to go through, as Councillor Layton said, what the businesses came and deputed on a Government Management Committee, what the residents went through. And I think that, you know, if we don't do this, it sets a very horrible precedent for if other situations like this arise when we're trying to deal with them with our staff. And it sets a very horrible precedent for businesses that are bidding on contracts with the City of Toronto. And I think that, you know, we need to move this forward. And, you know, it got a very wholesome hearing, fulsome hearing, 2 meetings of Government Management Committee, and I think we need to deal with this today. Thank you.
Wholesome hearing. On the deferral, recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Crisanti, when you're seated, please.
Councillor Davis, please.
Oh.
I'm just trying to maintain the mayor's.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The deferral does not carry. The vote is 4-29.
Councillor Layton to speak.
Thank you very much. I'm from the podium, Madam Speaker. Oh, you got it. There you go. And if Andy would be so kind as to put the overhead on. I'm surprised to even see 4 people support that deferral. Did you not read the report in what actually we went through last summer and just how bad it was? And then the confidential attachment saying...
Oh, Councillor Layton,
well,
hold on. I think we have a point of order, point of personal privilege. Yes, Councillor Crisanti?
No, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I did make a mistake on that vote. I'd like to correct it.
You want to defer it now?
No, I want to reopen it so I can... I wanted to...
Reopen.
There's a request, and I'll okay, and Councillor Layton, I will reset your time. Okay. Okay, so there's been a request to reopen the deferral motion. All in favor? Councillor Shiner. Councillor Shiner is moving it. To open. Okay, who is here? Councillor Doucette. Okay, so now on the deferral motion, recorded vote.
The deferral motion does not carry. The vote is 2-32.
That's a little bit better.
Okay.
I think I will support this contractor doing whatever work they want in those 2 wards. I'm going to first thank Councillor.
Okay, hold on. I got a point of order. Councillor Karygiannis?
Madam Chair, I don't think that was appropriate, number one. Number two, they've done work in my ward and they weren't very good.
Okay, so keep
And they weren't?
Well, that's fine, then you can keep them.
Okay, just very quickly, you've all seen the report. I just wanted to thank the chair for moving the supplemental recommendations and the just recommendations. This is what we went through, and this is just a great example of what we went through last summer on College Street. We had an opportunity to do a full streetscape revisioning, renovation on College. What's done looks okay, it doesn't function great, but what's done is about 2/3 of the project. When they had 3 months with no streetcar on, and they said they could do it in that time. They didn't. And when we kept saying, hey, you're not working the hours you signed the contract at, we allowed until 11 o'clock every night and on Saturdays. And they said, and we kept calling them and saying, like, we gave them formal notice, and it's documented in the report several times, saying, you have to live up to your side of the agreement. They didn't. Repeatedly, we were left waiting for answers and waiting for work to get done. They only got through half the project and not even that. We have lists of hundreds, over 100 deficiencies in the work where people's water shutoffs to restaurants were covered by pavers. Not just one, not just a dozen, several dozen. That's a problem. If we want contractors to actually do the right job, we got to make damn sure we hold them to account to the contracts that they sign. In this particular case, they fell way short. They then took us to court and have since applied for more contracts. Well, we've got to send a message loud and clear that the type of thing that you see here, where businesses are shut off when they sign contracts saying they won't, where they work all the hours they say they will work, and they get the job done on time. That's what we should be rewarding, and we should punish when it doesn't happen correctly. So I look forward. I have dozens of these pictures. So if you'd like to come over and see what a really terrible experience we had, show a couple more. This is yet a different person and standing there. Yeah. Yeah, we've got some more here of all the businesses gated off. We've just. I hope you will support the staff recommendations in this regard.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Inslee.
Which one?
The first one.
The one where the gate is in fact zip tied. Yeah. You can see it in the bottom left corner, zip tied there so no one could ever escape in the event of to the gas meter in the event of an emergency.
I just wanted to make sure you pointed that out.
Zip tied. Here you go.
Zip tied to a gas meter.
But who is that on the phone or texting?
They zip tied the chain link fence to the gas meter.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Palacio to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to move the following recommendation that City Council declare Four Seasons Site Development Limited for ineligible to be the on or be awarded
Hold on.
any zero turn or tender calls.
Do we have that motion?
Yeah, we do have.
Okay, can we put it on the screen?
As a general contractor, subcontractor for a total of 18 months from the date Council approves these recommendations. Madam Speaker, members of Council, first and foremost, I want to tell you that I have never been lobbied by anyone on this one. I don't know the principals of this company. I don't know who they are, but I'm going to speak on principle in terms of what's happening here. Is the only people that are being lobbied from is constituents and some employees that may work for this company in local 183 that also have some members that are being affected by. The purpose of my recommendations is to send, literally speaking, a very strong clear and an ambiguous message to this company and other companies in City of Toronto who are not living up to their obligations, to their contractual obligations, and especially when it comes to deadlines in terms of the work that needs to be done. I did witness what happened on College Street. Last year it was during the Portugal Week, and I was walking back and forth, of course, and I saw a total disaster of what was there. I do sympathize, and I hear quite clear what Councillor Layton and noted, and also I seen what Councillor Bailao had to go through it. A total nightmare for the business community as well as the residential community. I don't wish that to anyone. And I want to share with you a couple examples that I had to go through, and that's one of the reasons why I'm standing up today to speak on this. And city staff, they know pretty much what happened. 2014 in July, I brought a notice of motion to this council with regards to one company that literally totally destroyed a local park, the Canadian Park in my ward, being the most parkland efficient in the city. The only green space that we had to create this holding water tank within the park that was 30 meters and deep. And after all the work was done, imagine the community was promised that it was going to be done in 2 years. Took almost 5 years for that to be done. The community was totally shut off of any green space. Imagine that a community without a place for them to take their kids to play and whatever else. I did brought a notice of motion to council in July 2014 and to suspend the contractor, because what was happening there, it was totally unjust, but I was advised, no, I shouldn't, because there is another contract that's taking place within the City of Toronto with the same company. So that left a lot to be desired with me when it comes to that aspect. Another example, and I'll be very brief, is with the St. Clair exclusive right-of-way. It was supposed to take 2 years for that to be done. Unfortunately, it took more than 6 years, and we are still dealing with some aspects that haven't been done. And at the end, what happened is the blame was put on the contractors and subcontractors, but no penalties ever were in place. So we don't have a consistent policy in this case that will apply to anyone who is doing this situation. I brought it to this council a number of times. I pleaded with you, and I asked, let's do something about it to expedite the work, because this community, the residential community and the business community, did not deserve that at all. I do sympathize with Councillor Layton and Councillor Bailao on what happened there. I don't wish that to anyone, once again. Ladies and gentlemen, today I'm standing up for what's right. I'm standing up for those people who are losing their jobs on this one. I'm standing up for those who are calling me and they are asking, please help.
Thank you.
18 months probably is a good, a strong message to be sent. Thank you.
We do have questions for you, Councillor Ainslie.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Palacio, can I get your motion on the screen? So you would like to reduce the penalty that was mandated by City Council from 3 years to 18 months?
You have it on your desk.
That's what, in essence, that's what it is.
Okay, sorry. So are you aware currently of the suspension that was given to Four Seasons by staff?
I do.
Do you know how long it is?
6 months it was.
Sorry?
6 months.
Correct. So they've already, so 6 months is part of the 3-year penalty. So they've, in the midst of 3 months, so by reducing it to 18 months, you've effectively told this company they're going to get a 1-year suspension, correct?
No, that will be if hypothetically speaking, if City Council was to adopt this recommendation from now on.
Well, no, part of the 3-year suspension now includes the 6 months they've served already. So by you doing this, they're effectively getting a 1-year suspension. right? And so, and I don't know if you heard the questioning from Councillor Layton earlier when staff said about the severity of this compared to other contract suspensions, and staff said for issues around construction sites much less than this with the issues, that they got a 1-year suspension. And in your comments earlier, you said that you were trying to set an example, but by reducing the suspension period, you're not setting an example, you're making it easier for businesses. Don't you agree?
Councillor Isling, I also spoke about my own experiences in terms of these nightmares. And I'm sure that all of us, at whatever point, we had this experience. What I would like to see and to have is some clear and unambiguous set of rules that applies to all. So whenever we have these situations, we can send a clear message to those contractors, you know what, if you don't, you are going to get this. And I think, in my humble opinion, I think this is 18 months is quite a bit, not to the owners of this company, but mainly to those employees who work there.
So wouldn't you agree, Councillor Palacio, that the parameters that staff followed in establishing a 3-year penalty, it was approved unanimously almost 3 years ago at City Council. You were probably at that meeting. You were on council then. So you probably voted for it then as well. And, you know, it's clear guidelines. If you get in a situation like this, you break those guidelines, you get a 3-year suspension. And those are the guidelines that we gave to staff. And now you seem to be disagreeing with those guidelines.
Well, this is my motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Layton?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to the motion and to your comments on the motion, you'll agree that the work's still going to go on, right? The work of the city repairing roads will still happen. The hardworking folks at Local 183, they're still going to be working. There'll be work to be done, right? We're not canceling any projects as a result of this.
Of course, I understand that the work is going to be done, not by this company, but probably
by another company.
And the work is going to be done to the specifications of of the contract.
So it's not like people won't be employed doing this kind of work. Just on another note, have you talked to any of the businesses that actually that could have been laying off people as a result of the work that was being done by this particular company last year? Because I certainly have, and I'm not sure if you know that they did impact the employment of others in the quality of the work that was done. And it has nothing to do with the workers that were on the site, the folks from 183. It has everything to do with the company itself not doing the scheduling properly.
Councillor Layton, I happen to be very familiar with College Street. I spend a lot of time, and especially when I go and wine and dine with my family there.
Sure.
And I have spoken to some of the businesses there, and I understand the nature of the problem, and that's what I'm saying. I do sympathize with the nightmare that you have to go through, but also on the other hand, we have people that are going to be affected by, their quality of life is going to be affected by, some people may be unemployed.
Councillor, but you've already
I'm standing up for those people.
You've already acknowledged that those people will still be working on projects, just not necessarily for that company.
Not necessarily on this
Not from that, not the people that run that company, no. But the workers from 183 will still be on another site, maybe with a different employer. The first thing you said when you got up, you said you weren't lobbied by anyone about this. I'm very curious about that. You said you weren't lobbied. Is that right?
I don't know the principles of this company. I haven't been lobbied by them or anyone else, except that I had a conversation with Local 183. They did call me just to let me know that there were a number of people calling my office, and they were asking for help.
So,
I'm sharing with you that.
Councillor, I'll just point out, and I asked that for that clarification, because Lobbyist Registry 10405C from May 23rd actually has you directly lobbied from the lobbyist on behalf of Four Seasons Sussex Group, and it lists your name here on May 23rd. That was just 3 days ago, and you're telling us you weren't lobbied by anyone from the company. But the Lobbyist Registry is different. Is it in error?
I got a call for another location that's 90 Eglinton, that's before
I'm
this
sorry,
council.
if I could read from the lobbyist, this particular lobbyist registry, I gave you the registration number,
Councillor Layton, this is not
10405, that says
clarification of
College
the
Street
motion.
and other projects throughout the city. College Street. So I think before you make a claim like that, there's a lobbyist registry that speaks to otherwise.
Councillor Layton, your time's
I
up.
didn't speak to that.
Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the councillor. You are proposing 18 years, and I hear there's questions from Councillor Ainsley about what happened with the current suspension that they have. Are you aware that they went to court about the current suspension and the judge ruled it out of order?
Yes, I read in the report, Councillor.
Let's just make sure that the Councillor Ainsley is also paying attention. Are you aware that these people are doing lots of business with the city and they got awards? They got awards about doing work outside Nathan Phillips Square, and is this why you're supporting an 18-month suspension?
I did read in the report as well that they do a lot of business with the city, yes.
Are you aware that in 10 years that they've been in business, they never had a problem with the city? And this is why you're putting up this motion?
That's my understanding, Councillor Karygiannis, and that's the reason why I think that if we're going to have a set of policies that should apply to everyone, so we are not just picking and choosing who to.
I've been advised by the company owners that once they started digging on College Street, they found a tank and they presented this to the city, and they were the ones that called the Labor Department. Are you aware of that, and this is why you're supporting the 18-month suspension?
It is in the report as well, and I read the report, and I understand that's before the courts, and that's.
I mean,
yes.
I hear Councillor Ainsley saying that the Labor Department was called upon them, but I beg to differ, and this is why I guess you're supporting this, because they called the Labor Department and said they couldn't continue working. I just want to put this on the record so we're straight on that.
Yeah, and on that also I would like to add is that this project was managed by the city, but was a project with the local BIA.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to call the question.
Oh, what a great idea. Okay. The question's been called. On favor? Carry. Okay, so we're voting on the item, yeah. Pardon? Oh, we'll put the motions on the screen. Yes. So our first motion is motion number 1A by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Perruzza, and whoever's standing behind you,
Councillor McMahon.
can you stop disrupting council?
Motion 1A carries 29-4.
Motion 1B. Recorded. Councillor Cole?
Vote to reopen.
Happy to reopen for him.
Thank you.
I wondered why you voted.
What is,
First in 6.5 years, I might add.
so, Councillor Cole, what is it?
I like Campbell.
I hate to break it to you, it only gets worse.
I took
Councillor Ainsley is moving to reopen. On favor? Carried. Let's do 1A again. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Motion 1A carries 32 to 3.
Motion 1B, recorded vote.
Councillor Mallow, please.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Cole, please.
Motion 1B carries 32 to 3.
Yeah. Okay, item. Yeah, fine. Okay. So motion number 3 by Councillor Palacio is redundant. Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Members, we open the panel late, so please make sure you press your button. Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Bailao. Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Cole, please. And Councillor Crisanti. And Councillor Holland, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Yes? Okay, members of council, our next item that we're going to deal with is page 6, CC 29.1, which is declaring the office of Ward 44 vacant. Privilege. Thank you. Yes, Councilman.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt again about my favorite topic, transform TO, but I'm just being mindful of people who have been waiting in the audience and staff as well. If we're not getting to it tonight, we could release them from the pain and torture.
Why don't we just vote on it?
Just release it.
Okay. Well, Glenn, hold on. But, okay, turn off my mic.
Speaker, we know.
Well, I had a motion, that maybe somebody could move for me then? I didn't know you were dealing with it now, so I didn't prepare it. Yeah. No, let's deal with CC 29.1. Okay, who held it? Councillor Ainsley. Yes. Questions to staff. Yes, if you have questions to staff, put your name up. Okay, Councillor Ainsley?
Okay.
Ainsley?
Yep.
Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, who am I asking the questions to?
Sorry,
Oh.
my name's on the list.
Yeah. Sorry, Ms. Wakas, could you explain in the appendix or the attachment?
Councillor, hold on.
That's okay.
Councillor DiCiano, the reason Councillor Ainsley is going first because he held the item down. You're second. Okay? Thank you.
Ms. Wakas, in the appendix, I believe it's attachment 1, there's 10 examples of vacancies that have occurred since amalgamation and present day. I believe there's 10 of them. 7 of them were appointments and 3 were by-elections. Do we have a time frame? Do we have a time frame or a timeline and when we would do an election for a vacancy?
Councillor, I believe what you're referring to is the number of by-elections and appointments that have been held since amalgamation.
Yes, in attachment 1.
There have been, no, there's no attachment 1.
Well,
There have been a total of 14 vacancies dealt with since amalgamation. Of those, 10 have been appointments, 4 have been by-elections. That is what has happened on City Council. Now, the time frames vary, but the time from for by-elections has been in the area of roughly 2 years between the time the seat was declared vacant and the time of the election. The appointments have varied from 14 months to 3 months before the appointment.
okay. And currently, we have 2 options in the second set, either an appointment or holding a by-election. According to what's recommended from your office, we would have a special meeting on June 28th for an appointment. If we went a by-election route, could you explain what those timelines would be?
The by-election, as you know, is a formula that's set out in the legislation. I, as clerk, am required to set a date for nomination once the seat has been declared vacant, which can be no longer than 60 days after the passing of the bylaw. That discretion I must exercise. Voting day is then 45 days after nomination day, which means that the last day to hold a by-election would be Friday, September the 8th.
Sorry, Friday, September?
The 8th.
Okay.
That would
And
be the last day, but it depends on, obviously, when I determine would be the appropriate time for nomination day.
yeah. And when we look at that timeline, or when we previously looked at timelines in terms of appointment versus by-election, so the election date would hypothetically be September 8th. The election was in October of 2018, so 11 months away. So generally, by past practice, looking at that time period, we've done an appointment.
That's correct.
Okay, and if we went the by-election route, hypothetically on September 8th, do you have the necessary resources or staff resources to
No,
have
and
that by-election?
And that is why I inserted a rather strong paragraph into my report, drawing attention to council to the circumstances that we face. As you know, my staff of 28 in elections has spent the last 12 months conducting 6 by-elections. At the same time, we were given extensive amendments, a large rewriting of the Municipal Elections Act, which we have been unable to really get to in terms of all of the changes that need to be made to policies, procedures, and in particular, our IT systems. Now, as you know, as all of council is aware, elections require a tremendous amount of due diligence, careful planning, testing and retesting in order to have the election be properly run and we can assure the public of the utmost integrity. That's my concern. We no longer have the time to do both the by-election and then be ready for the election.
Okay, all right, thank you.
That's pretty crisp. Okay.
Councillor DiCiano.
Put your name down later. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just in anticipation of a long debate here on this issue, my questions are for the city clerk. There's been changes to the MEA that we all know about. How much work is on your desk right now with respect to having to get ready for elections for 2018? And by putting a possible other election on your desk, does that pose any concerns for you?
Yes, as I responded to Councillor Ainsley, it does. As you know, we have a shortened time period for the election, so that not only, do we need to be ready, we need to be ready to do a whole bunch of things that we didn't have responsibility for before in a shorter period of time. I think the other thing I would stress is that the systems work that we are required to do in order to deal with all of the amendments to the MEA are going to take us between the updating of the old systems and the new systems that we need to put in place. It's currently in development. It will be completed, all things staying the same, i.e. we continue our work at the end of March 2018. Now we know that the election period starts on May the 1st. That is really a tight time frame if we're going to conduct a by-election, and I really need those systems tested and retested to ensure the integrity is there.
So you're essentially saying that if we put another election on your desk right now, that may have serious consequences towards facilitating a successful, broader election in 2018. That's what you're telling us?
Yes, I have tremendous concerns that we won't be fully ready. Now, I want to say that I certainly respect that this is council's decision to make, and we will endeavor to put as many resources as we can to make it all work and fit and be run properly. But I have great concerns that the integrity of the general election it's really my major concern.
Okay.
I'm very worried about that.
That's all my questions. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Ford, questions?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions through you to the appropriate staff. So I understand that there are some challenges with running a by-election, and you've stated them. But is it doable?
A by-election is doable, Councillor, and as I just indicated, I would do so if absolutely had to, but we may have to re-examine the amount of work we do for the general municipal election, and I am extremely concerned that, the integrity cannot be compromised on either the by-election or the general election.
Okay. So when I was on the board at the Toronto District School Board, we dealt with 2 by-elections. And we had the option of having a scaled-down by-election. Could you please shed some light onto that? I didn't see that in the report, and if that's an option.
Well, Councillor, what that entails is a reduced number of voting stations, and it would not be conducting a by-election the same way we would normally run an election in a ward. So, yes, it's less cost. It's also perhaps less convenient for the people who are voting.
Right, but we do have that option available within the election laws to do that.
Sorry, could you repeat that, please, Councillor?
But not is within the law. We could hold a scaled-down by-election.
Sorry. When we look at a by-election, we take a look at a number of factors. When we were conducting the school board by-elections, one of the factors that was in consideration was the number of electors within the specific voting subdivisions. Because it was only for specific school boards, the number of electors in some subdivisions were very minimal and would compromise the secrecy of the vote. So in those situations, we were able to amalgamate certain voting subdivisions and reduce the number of voting locations. When you're looking at a ward by-election for a member of council, we have both public school electors, separate school electors, French public and French separate. So there are a larger number of electors per voting subdivision. So the numbers there would be very minimal as to what we could scale down.
Right. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Shan. Questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know if this is a question that is, if we do end up going with the appointment process, I just want to know if there is a way for the City Council within the framework to set some guidelines before the appointment process. For example, asking if the City Council can pass a motion that says, the person will not be allowed to run, or the equity-seeking groups be given, any of those kind of parameters. Is it possible for us to have that as part of the discussion, or is it something that needs to be done after the selection?
Council can pass such motions, of course, Madam Speaker, but they are not enforceable. Council cannot prevent someone from running in the general municipal election.
But if the council is going to be, Madam Speaker, just to follow up on that question, I understand the process is that we would be interviewing technically as a whole, not as Scarborough Council, as Scarborough Community Council, as a whole of City of Toronto Council, and then would be able to use certain criteria if we wish to, if council passes certain motions as guidelines.
No. We just asked every one of them individually.
Of course, council could ask the candidates various questions and thereby establish certain criteria. However, the candidate is not bound by those answers. Council cannot prevent a qualified person, as defined in the Municipal Elections Act, from running in an election.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we've exhausted all the questions. Councillor Ainsley, you held the item down to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that I would like to move. That City Council declare a vacancy in the office of Councillor, Ward 44, Scarborough East. City Council adopt the following. Option A, appointment contained in the report May 17, 2017 from the City Clerk. And the rest of it is basically explaining how the appointment process would work so that we would have a special meeting at the end of June. I'm the City Councillor for Ward 43, which is adjacent to Ward 44. Unfortunately, Councillor Moser recently passed away. He's been quite ill, not only for the past, almost since 2014. He was unfortunately quite ill for a large amount of the previous term. I think the best way to deal with this is an appointment process. I know that some people have talked about the best thing to do in a representative democracy is to have a by-election. I really think that most people in Ward 44 would like to know that they have a councillor available to them. And I think this is the best process to follow. And I would ask everyone to support the appointment process. Thank you.
We do have questions for you. 3 minutes. Clarification of the motion. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Ainsley, since you were probably the last appointment that happened in Scarborough, can you recollect how your appointment went and how things were done? Was it in Scarborough, the community council that made your decision, or was it here? How did that go back then?
Well, I won.
Congratulations.
But I'm not sure how my experience brings clarification to this motion.
Well, no. What I'm wondering is it something that Scarborough Council can handle and then recommend a name down here, or do we have to come down here and have the whole, everybody?
Well, I believe I was the last councillor who was appointed in Scarborough. I was appointed for Ward 41 that our colleague Councillor Lee is very admirably looking after. But I do know there's other instances in vacancies where we had an appointment directly on the floor of council.
But in your appointment, was it Scarborough Civic? In your appointment, was it Scarborough Civic Council that decided, or was it the community council, or was it here?
There was deputations at Scarborough Community Council, and then they were repeated here at City Council.
Okay, so the same people that made the deputations came down to make deputations.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I said the same people that made the deputations in Scarborough also made the deputations here.
Yes, that's how the process works.
The community council did not make a decision. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, that's repetitive.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. I'm moving, I'll just make a long story short, I'm moving that we have a by-election to fill the vacancy. I listened very carefully to the concerns raised by the city clerk, and I understand them, and they're important. I also understand that from time to time in the City of Toronto, unplanned work gets put on various departments. We do things like get budget variances to bring in additional resources in order to meet that unexpected work. It's a normal part of the process here. If there is a resource shortage, we can deal with it. I know it will be difficult, I know it will be challenging, but the clerk said it could be done. I want to say why I'm doing this. And for those of you who were on council last term, you'll recall one of the very, very few occasions that I ever voted with the previous mayor was on an issue just like this. I consistently have taken the position that if at all possible, we must have a by-election. And it's very simple why. We should never tell the electorate who represents them. They should always tell us. It's as simple as that. The only reason any of us is here is because we have a fundamental system in place in our society for how we govern, and that's through elections. It should only be in the most extreme circumstances, when it is simply not possible to have an election, that we would ever take fundamental democratic rights for representation away from any citizen or resident of the City of Toronto. It's just that simple. So I urge you, despite the difficulties, which are manageable, to please respect how you got here, respect why you are here, and support a by-election in this instance.
Councillor de Bearmaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be supporting Councillor Ainsley's motion in terms of appointment. I think this appointment would be for approximately 15 months or so. The last appointment this council made was Mr. Peter Leon for 14 months. He sat next to me. I think every councillor in this chamber who had the pleasure of interacting with Mr. Leon found him to be an extraordinary person, served those constituents well. They were well represented on this council, and it gave a large group of people out in Etobicoke over a year to prepare for an election where they'd all sort of start at the same time. My concern, and he kept his word and he didn't run again. My concern, as our clerk has said, the furthest date out for a by-election would be September the 8th. Let's even assume it's the furthest out. That means we'll be in the heat of an election campaign in the heat of August. Most of us aren't here in August. Most of my residents are actually wanting to take a vacation in August. And certainly, if you're a candidate who's thinking that you might want to run in this campaign, what are you going to do if you have a job? How do you get time off? How do you change your shifts? How do you raise the money that you need? How do you talk to friends and neighbors to say, you know what, I'm thinking of running for Toronto City Councillor out in Scarborough. Would you, my family, be willing to support me? Would my kids be able to come down and help me? Could I get people from my baseball team or from my church or from wherever I may be to come out and help me? There's simply not enough time to have a real fair race for September the 8th. We could have one, but my sense is, with my political experience in Scarborough since being a teenager, being elected, running an election, helping an election campaign since I've been a teenager, is that the candidate with the most name recognition today and with the most money now and perhaps with the backing of a political party will be the person to cross the finish line first. There simply isn't enough time in an August election campaign to be fair to everybody. I would suggest that I'm sure a large pool of candidates will come forward. There'll be some very skilled local Scarborough people that will want to have the honor of being here for 14 months, just like Mr. Leon, and I think they're going to do a great job. So I will support appointment, and then I will invite anyone in Scarborough who wants to run in a year from now to start thinking now, planning now, registering on time in the new year, fundraising for their campaigns, and having a really good race next year where it's fair to all candidates involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too will be very brief. I would like to echo my colleague, Councillor Perk's sentiments on this, and I will be supporting a by-election. I think he said it extremely well, but as he said, we have to remember how we got here. I was elected in a by-election, not a general election. I had the privilege of being elected by my constituents in a by-election in the dead heat of the summer, and believe me, I know. July 25th, about 6 days off or 5 days off of August. So I will be supporting the democratic option here to elect a member of council for Scarborough through a by-election. Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Speaker, I too am going to be supporting a by-election, and I was just listening to Councillor de Bearmaker's comments, and I appreciated his comment. He presented a point of view. A point of view, I might add, that was given, that was supported by a general election and a constituency in Scarborough. So when Councillor de Bearmaker stands here at council and says something, he says it because he was given a mandate by the people in his ward. He speaks for the people in his ward. When he goes out to a meeting in his constituency, there might be some people who love him, some people who hate him, some people who are indifferent to him. But each and every person there Each and every, well, I'm talking about Councillor de Bearmaker now. I'm not talking about Councillor Doucette, but I could juxtapose and place Councillor Doucette in the same example that I'm providing. I could do that in a minute from now. If you just let me finish on this one. He's the guy who spoke, right? So when he goes to those events or meetings, those folks, those constituents of his, I suspect, look at him and respect the fact that a majority of the people in that room actually voted for him to speak on their behalf, to represent them here. So when he stands here, I sit here and I listen to him. And I listen to him as the spokesperson for the Scarborough ward that he was elected in, because he got a mandate from a majority of people in that ward who gave him the job and said, Glenn, you go down there and you speak for us. And sometimes you represent my view, and sometimes you won't, and sometimes you represent your own. But you know what? You've got that right, because I'm sending you there to do that job. Now, he stood here today and he said to us, you know what? Let's not do it that way. We got 15 months left. You know, you can have a caretaker come in and all the rest of it. Yeah, okay, so someone's going to be appointed by the mayor. Okay, he'll speak for the mayor. Okay, I don't know who he'll speak for in that ward. He doesn't have a mandate. He or she, I'm sorry. Councillor Doucette. And in a politically correct environment, I might actually not be able to use he or she either. It might be, it needs to be a more inclusive phrase. Exactly, but exactly. For the next 15 months, if we choose that option, we will have someone here who I suspect will be very beholden to the mayor and the majority here, but certainly will not have a mandate to either speak for or represent the people of that ward. They will be someone whom this council will have imposed on those good people, and I'm not sure that that's the way the system was ever designed to work. And I'm not sure that that's the way it should work. So, in that regard, I'm supporting a by-election. I understand that the clerk will have a bit of a stretch and some stress in putting together that by-election, but I know the clerk. I know the elections people here at the city. They are consummate professionals. They will deliver to you the best and fairest election you are ever going to have in Ward 44, and the good people of Ward 44 are going to elect themselves a representative who they can be proud of, whom they can say, yes, this person has the authority to go down there and speak and vote and represent us. Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis to speak.
Call the question, Madam Chair.
Okay.
What's your problem?
Waiting for you.
Jack.
Waiting for you. I want to hear what you had to say before you made up this line. I can see him listening.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Doucette, please. The motion to end debate carries. The vote is 28-8.
Okay, so we'll put the motions. Councillor Ainsley's motion, recorded vote.
The motion carries. The vote is 24 to 13.
Okay. So that's the item. Councillor Ajimeri.
Thank you. Members, now that we've completed this important vote, it's only fitting that we recognize the Deputy City Clerk elections who is retiring from the city, Bonita Pietrangelo, after 37 years. 37 years of public service. I'm following in her footsteps.
You don't know her?
She's lovely. This was, Councillor Bailao said you look 40. 39. Wait, put your books down. You're not through yet. This was Bonita's last report to council, and this is her last council meeting. Throughout her 37 years, Bonita has given dedicated service to the City of Toronto and played an instrumental role in meeting the changing needs of the city. I'm so very proud, on behalf of everyone here, to thank you for a job well done and offer all of the councillors and staff's best wishes to you for a long and happy and healthy retirement. If you change your mind, come back, we need you. Your excellent, excellent service. Don't go! Don't go! Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ajimeri.
I owe her so much.
Our next item is CC 29.9. For Councillor McMahon.
So, the last time I will talk about Transform TO tonight. So, I thought it could possibly be a quick release, but apparently some people have motions and some people want to continue the debate. And of course, it is a very important issue to debate. So, if we can defer it to our next June
Special meeting, we're having a day. We're meeting.
Everything on the agenda. Okay, I'm just saying, everything on the agenda is going to be deferred to another council meeting. Yes, that's what I was going to say. No. Okay, so there isn't a date yet, but everything that we haven't completed tonight will be on the special council meeting. Okay? Thank you.
No, I'm not trying to move it past. Okay, I just want to formally let staff and residents know.
Yeah. Okay,
Because
thank
they've been
you.
waiting.
Thank you. Okay, please, let's go on to the next item. Forget the quick releases. Let's get on to the other item that we have to finish. CC 29.9, which is 1431 Yonge Street, OMB hearing. And Councillor Matlow, you held the item down. Do we have any questions to staff? Are there any questions to staff? No? No questions, staff? I don't know. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I have a motion that was discussed in concert with the applicant. And while I appreciate the work that was put into the settlement, there can be work yet to do to even improve this more. I wish I could discuss more details, although they will come to light eventually, of the settlement, but I do want to acknowledge the hard work that was put into this, both by the City of Toronto's legal and planning staff, and I want to just acknowledge the work of the participants and parties from the community. The progress and the achievements that were made would not have happened without the direct participation of the Deer Park Residents Group, the Summerhill Residents Association, the Avoca Residents Association, Mr. John Bossons, Ms. Linda Miller, and with the very knowledgeable advice of Mr. Jack Diamond, who not only is knowledgeable, but is a local resident. This was very, very hard. If I'm to be candid, I'm not satisfied with the resolution. But I also recognize that there's a hard decision to be made as a community between rolling the dice and seeing the results be far worse than what you could achieve, and realizing that you need to work with the reality and make it the very best you can to make sure that you protect the precedent that would become as a result of the resolution, but also make sure that the quality of life of the community, whether it be built form, public realm, etc., be the very best it could possibly be. Yonge and St. Clair, I must add, is one of the special neighborhoods in Toronto. And it's going through, hopefully, a renaissance now. But for far too many years, it became tired. The streetscape, even much of the built form, certainly the lack of vitality of the retail district, didn't and doesn't yet reflect the excellence and the beauty of the adjacent neighborhoods. And what we're trying to do now, whether it be through working with applicants to improve the built form, not just the height and density, but also the floor plates so that they reflect the mom and pop type shops that we want to see, whether it be working with them on improving the streetscape, whether it be the new planters, by the way, any of you who frequent Yonge and St. Clair, I worked with local residents and they're actually going to be out within, I think, any day now. We're replacing those ugly concrete sort of ashtray now planters, tree planters, with really beautifully designed planters. We worked with a local property owner to put up a new mural that you will see, an iconic mural at Yonge and St. Clair. We worked on improving the park at Lawton Parkette. So hopefully this will contribute to that end, the renaissance of Yonge and St. Clair, the renaissance of Deer Park and Summerhill. But again, I must admit, I think we can do better. I think now that there are significant reforms to the Ontario Municipal Board proposed, we can do better. And I look forward to working with both the applicants and the local residents, along with our planning department, to make sure that this is better yet. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Matlow, I forgot to put your timer on, so. Okay, so on the item, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. So the next one that has to be done is on page 5T, 2443, construction staging area at 410 Bathurst Street. The mayor held it down, but I understand, Councillor Layton, you have a motion?
I do, yes. Thank you. That City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to add on as a condition of permit that no deliveries by tractor trailer be permitted between 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. Monday to Friday. We've spoken with the applicants. They're amenable to this. We've spoken with transportation. There's nothing else we can do to limit it, unfortunately. It's for a year. This is a project on the west side of Bathurst, just south of College Street. Unfortunately, the tractor trailers can't make a certain turn, so they're going to disrupt both southbound lanes while they're backing in. And so we would just like them to not do that during rush hour.
Okay. On the amendment, point of order, Councillor Grimes.
Madam Speaker, my good friend Councillor Layton moved this motion. I have to declare a conflict as I own tractor trailer units and big trucks. So I'm going to declare
big trucks.
Big trucks. Tonka trucks.
Okay. Mayor Tory?
I was going to release the item, and I'm quite happy to support the amendment of my friend Councillor Layton, and so I'll release the item and we can proceed hopefully to vote on it.
Thank you. So on the amendment by Councillor Layton, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Members? Page 3, civic appointment, CA 16.1, which is the appointment of public members to the Toronto Zoo. Councillor Ainsley.
Sorry, questions to staff?
Yes, questions to staff.
Yep. So I just wanted to ask, so when the appointment process was done for these 4 members, what input was given by the Board of Directors of the Toronto Zoo?
Madam Speaker, the protocol for appointments is that we consult the CEO of the agencies for whom we're recruiting. So that was done. The general manager, or CEO, I'm sorry, I don't know his title, was consulted. I'm over here, Councillor Ainsley.
Sorry, who's?
Right there.
Oh, sorry. Thanks, John. Okay, so and the input was taken into consideration?
The input was taken into consideration. The input was collected from the general manager and was transmitted to the interview panel.
And input from the board? Was it asked for?
We don't. We do not consult. We don't place items on the boards of the agencies for whom we recruit. That's not part of the public appointments policy.
Okay. So that process that's undertaking of not consulting the boards for input on who qualifications for who's on the board, is that considered good governance?
Well, Madam Speaker, as I say, what we do is we consult the CEOs of the bodies for whom we recruit. We assume that the CEOs are understand the governance framework within their organization. If they need to consult the board chair or the boards, they may or may not do so. But the standard practice is to do the consultation through the CEOs.
Okay. So then, I guess, so in my final question, I guess, so to ask, so for example, the zoo board, the way that their governance structure works is that the board ultimately appoints or hires and fires the CEO. So you'd be asking the CEO for advice on who their boss would be, more or less.
Sure, Madam Speaker, we don't ask we don't ask about individuals. We ask, the consultation we do is about skills. What are the skills that are needed on this particular board? What information can we share with the interview panel? So it's not about individuals, it's about skills and experience that's required.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Min Wong.
Yes, thank you. So, for this particular matter, the Civic Appointments Committee, this was on the agenda of the Civic Appointments Committee, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
This and this matter was a matter of public record, correct?
Yes, yes, there was notice given of the meeting at which it was considered.
And the agendas were circulated, correct?
In the usual manner to members who subscribe, yes.
So if any member of council wanted to attend it, this was not a secret meeting, it was completely public, correct?
Madam Speaker, that's correct. It's not a secret meeting. It's a meeting held under Section 190 of the City of Toronto Act.
Also, when we conduct the interviews, members of council are given notice of this, yes?
Those interviews are actually published on the agendas, that's correct.
Yes, and also, it's not uncommon if members of council want to attend those interviews, that's generally acceptable, correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as I say, these meetings are conducted under the council procedure, so all members have equal rights.
And also, it's also true that if chairs of said committees or organizations, so for example, if the chair of the TTC wants to attend TTC interviews, that's allowed as that's a common practice, and the chairs of the committees have that option.
Well, Madam Speaker, the chair of the TDC, of course, is a member of council, so he'd be entitled to that right. If he was not a member of council, then it would certainly be up to the committee to decide that the chair of a board is it's appropriate for them to be part of the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, so does anybody want? Oh, Councillor Davis, do you have a
Sorry.
question to staff?
I do. That's the first I've heard that chairs of boards who are not councillors could attend and be part of the shortlist interview selection process. Did I hear that correctly?
Madam Speaker, what I was saying was that the chairs of boards could be invited to attend a meeting and give advice, again, on skills and experience and the types of things that are required.
Okay, but not be in camera for consideration of the candidates and interviews?
Okay.
That's my question.
Yeah.
Are they
Madam
able?
Speaker, no,
Just
that is
trying to get
that is
the
not-
agenda done, Councillor
That is not the
Davis.
practice, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Like, we're trying to get things done. Okay, on the item, on favor? Oh, you have a motion, Councillor Ainsley, then to speak?
Is my motion ready?
Oh, yes, you moved it earlier, yeah. So on, can we put the motion on the screen, please? There is no motion.
I emailed a motion to the clerks earlier.
Is there a motion? Oh, you just emailed it 5 minutes ago. They just got it. Is that, okay, that's, yeah, there's
That's
your
in a
mo-
nutshell. Yep, so basically I'm asking, so there's 4 people that were selected by the Civic Appointments Committee. I'm asking for this item to be referred back to the Civic Appointments Committee. I'm the chair of the Board of Directors of the Toronto Zoo. We recently just had a discussion about the qualities that we were looking for the people that were going to be replaced on our Board of Directors. We just passed a strategic plan that we went through a lot of consultation over. I'll point to the private sector, where when you're looking at governance and how boards of directors are operated, there is a consultation process, which I think could be better done here. I understand from Councillor Deputy Mayor Min Wong, that chaired the committee, that he thinks that an appropriate amount of due diligence was done. I just think, in the board that I chair, that they would like to see some more consultation done as we're embarking on our strategic plan. We're just working at putting a new charitable foundation in place to assist us with our fundraising. And so we were talking about the qualities that we need on the board of directors. I have looked at these 4 people. I don't think that they meet all the qualifications that we're looking for. So I'm simply asking for this to be deferred back to the committee so we can finish our discussion at the board of directors. Thank you.
Councillor Ford, do you have a question?
He answered my question.
He answered your, okay. So do we have any further, Councillor Kelly to speak?
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. You have a question? Mayor Tory, you have a question?
I was just looking at the, Councillor, if I may, through you, Madam Speaker, I was just looking at the qualifications of the people who are proposed here. Could you tell me, just so we all tell us through the Speaker, what are the qualifications that the board identified? Because these seem to be a varied group of people that have a diverse educational background and one financial, which I know is always in need. But could you help us with what?
Yeah, so we don't really have anybody on the board that specializes in animal care, has any background in animal care. We would like to see some more experience with fundraising. We're just in the midst of establishing a board of directors for our foundation that needs to be reestablished. We would like some more HR experience on our board of directors as well.
That's a bit helpful, and I appreciate that. Thank you through you, Madam Speaker. And I do see just one of the people here, Vanessa Choi, has a diverse background with experiences ranging from veterinary medicine to engineering, working as a shelter veterinarian for the Humane Society.
Yes, she's on the board now, I believe. Sorry, I can't speak to whether she's being reappointed or not.
I thought that was one of the names, isn't it, that's going forward?
Yeah, that's going forward.
Okay.
Okay, Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I sat on that committee that chose those people. I've sat on the zoo board for a number of years, and I don't think the conversations or debates or initiatives that have followed after my departure are frankly any different from those that were had when I sat on the board. That's number one. So I think I am more than passingly familiar with what is needed in members of the board of directors for the zoo. Number two, our staff thoroughly vets all the applicants, and the applicants themselves give a 3 or 4 page outline of their background and their qualifications, their skills, their dreams, their aspirations. So we're not interviewing strangers, Speaker. And finally, these 4 people stood out. They really are remarkable candidates for the zoo. And what pleased me was that in interviewing this large selection of people, the 3 members of the selection panel came up with the same conclusions. That's how well these people, or how forcefully these people stood out at that time. There's a remarkable combination of skills and backgrounds and talent in these 4 people. And I would urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to have faith in your colleagues that interviewed the entire group and recommended these 4 people right here.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to stand by the recommendations of that were made by the Civic Appointments Committee. So firstly, as Chair of the Civic Appointments Committee, the staff take a lot of time, and the committee members take a lot of time. Scheduling the meetings is not easy, getting everyone together. Selecting the subcommittees is not easy, and then finding time for a half a day or longer to sit and do the interviews is not an easy process. And so we went about and did it. We didn't hear from Councillor Ainsley anywhere through that process. I actually, when he held the item, I asked him, I said, so what is the problem that you have? And he says, well, I wasn't consulted. I said, well, Paul, you could have called me. And he said, no, he says it's your job to call me. And then I said, all the meetings are he said, I didn't know about the meetings. And I said, well, I find that quite remarkable because all the meetings are public. I'm a little bit disappointed for my committee members because of the work that they put in doing all this work. And then secondly, the mover of the motion does not have any. When we went into, he didn't want to make any recommendations in terms of alternatives he wanted to select. He didn't want to go into camera. He had not. There was no evidence to me that he reviewed any of the resumes to suggest that there were any alternatives. And finally, all of these people that we recommended, they're public now. Their names are public. And so if we send this back to committee and we change those names, the embarrassment to some of those people that we're going to replace them with. I understand the councillor's concern, but we made our selections in good faith. As Councillor Kelly said, we did the work. And now to send it back, it's absolutely the wrong thing. So I think we have to stand by the recommendations that we have.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Yeah, I'm just going to speak for 1 minute to defend staff. As everybody in this chamber knows, we completely overhauled the process for this civic appointments. I've chaired, not civic appointments, but I've chaired the theatres board, as well as Councillor Frakadakis and I have chaired the Committee of Adjustment. I can't tell you how sophisticated the process is now. It is so impressive. Staff have worked so hard. They put some of their best staff, Councillor Davis, I just like staff to hear this. They put some of their best staff in these positions doing the search. The searches are so detailed and comprehensive and thorough. It's bar none the best process I've seen at City Hall in recent years. So I have to say on behalf of staff, I'm standing here just to speak for 1 minute to say this process has been vetted, has been transformed, and the search process is honestly so impressive, the scale and scope of the search process. And then again, I don't even know these 4 individuals, but I just simply want to say on behalf of the committee, but also more importantly, city staff, that this is a well-vetted process that has been, I think, really very professionally done and is an excellent process. Not to get mad.
Thank you. Councillor Holland to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you as well. I'm going to actually just reiterate what Councillor Robinson said and what Councillor Minnan-Wong said, the Deputy Mayor said as well. And I know that we served together on the nominations panel for our corporate boards, our most important boards, I would say, and it's the same. Our clerks have done phenomenal work, especially in this regard. In bringing forward candidates and vetting them and making sure that they have the right qualifications, the right skill set, that they've served on boards, that they, half of them have their director program. I know Councillor Robinson and I actually took that program, and that's something that we also bring to the table. And we have that lens when we're filtering and vetting through candidates. So especially with staff, our city staff work directly with all of the organizations, with all the different board organizations, Women on Boards, WXN, Catalyst, Board List, 30%, Get Women on Board. So there's so many different organizations, diversity organizations as well. So we're getting the most qualified candidates forward. And I know that they do a professional job, they do an excellent job, and I know that our fellow councillors do the best job that they are doing on these appointments committee as well. So I'm going to support them in their selection, and I encourage you to do the same.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Ainsley. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Mello, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 11 to 26.
Okay, on the item, on favor, carried. Page 4. LS 19.1, licensing and standards, amendments to Chapter 693 signs, election signs. Councillor Fletcher held it down. Councillor Fletcher, do you have questions?
No, that's the one that Councillor Palacio was trying to defer, and he has a deferral motion for July 5th, I believe.
Councillor Palacio?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, is the consideration of the item be deferred until July, to the next meeting of City Council.
On favor, carried. On page 4, P 19.1, strategy to expand the city's tree canopy. Councillor de Bearmaker, you held the item down. Oh, did we do that one? Oh, I forgot to cross that one off. Okay. And then on the same page, page 4P 19.4, transform teal climate. So we're going to defer that, right, Councillor McMahon? Councillor McMahon?
You know what? The flip-flopping on this has been crazy, but like, we can do it now. We want to do it now. Do it now. Because, you know, there's no time like the present to save the planet.
Are those the transform people?
What do you mean? The item? Well, yeah, if we get, yeah, that's a good question. So what happens if we only get halfway through the item and we haven't voted on it? So what happens? Start over. All right. So do we want to deal with this now? So do we have...
Sure.
Huh?
No, let's do it. Let's do it, sure. They're here. Staff's here.
Okay, questions of staff. Councillor McMahon?
Oh, I just had one, and that would be what...
Oh, no, hold on. Councillor de Bearmaker held the item down. No question. Okay, Councillor McMahon, do you have questions of staff?
What is the price tag of inaction on climate change? That's my only question.
That's a very hard thing to put a dollar value to, but I think if we look around at what we've seen in Toronto over the last 4 or 5 years, we can see what the impacts could be. You know, we've done a driver study, and we know that weather will get hotter. We know that as weather gets hotter and it impacts the lower economic end of our strata, that it affects vulnerable people. We know that the impact will be a greater impact on storm sewers because we're predicting much greater rainfalls when we do get storms. We're projecting hotter hots, colder colds, and more rain. Other thoughts? Yeah, so, you know, it's those sorts of impacts. The other thing is that, you know, the study projects economic values that we will not receive. We're talking about the creation of 80,000 jobs within the local economy. Inaction will mean that we won't see those.
Thank you.
It's me for questions. You? Okay, Councillor Perks.
Thank you very much, Speaker. To Mr. Baxter. So many members of council might not understand the process by which the plan was devised. Just in summary, am I correct? We canvassed public opinion, we brought in expert advisors, and then we brought in a consulting organization who modeled different configurations of programs to see what got us to the reduction goal target that Council had set. Is that a correct summary?
That's correct.
Is it also correct that many of the measures that you're proposing are interdependent? So, for example, I believe there's a measure to promote the use of electric vehicles, a measure to get people into public transit, cycling, walking, and measures on the planning side to make more walkable communities.
Correct.
So those integrated programs work together and have co-benefits.
Correct.
So if we were to list the different programs and say, oh, I want this one, but I don't want that one, the integrity of the program falls apart.
The integrity of the model as we put it together would be absolutely affected.
So if we want to achieve the goals and maximize the efficiency of our investment, we treat it as an integrated program.
Correct.
On the business of the cost of the program, I understand the 18 cost would be $6 million, $7 million?
That's the number that we identified at the start of the year, and the assumption there is that all of the initiatives that we identified for 2017 were funded, which they weren't. So we will come back with a different number, likely in our 2018 budget process.
It would be in that ballpark, though.
Certainly be in that ballpark.
Right. And the way the program is designed, we're relying heavily on, rather than directly delivering change, using our resources to lever other governments, portions of society, corporations, homeowners, to make the investments that make the change.
Right. The capital investment required for this is a societal investment of which the City of Toronto is a part.
Right. So literally, we'd be spending $10 million-ish a year to leverage hundreds of millions of dollars of investment in other sectors.
Correct.
Or maybe even billions of dollars, now that I think about it.
Have a bit of experience with that. The Better Buildings Partnership that we've been delivering for over 20 years has about a 14-to-1 multiplier effect.
14 to 1.
For every dollar that we invested, the private sector invested about 14.
So to summarize, the program doesn't work as Council directed you to develop it unless we treat it as an integrated whole. The amount of money is in the single millions or maybe 10 million range, and that leverages the kind of reward you're talking about, 14 to 1 in some of the programs.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fragadakis?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, staff. So on page 30, it mentions use building energy disclosure as an engagement tool, and it allots $140,000 so that the city can publish annual reports on citywide building energy use as a means of understanding market trends and opportunities for enhanced policy and program development. I was wondering if you could tell us about building energy disclosure as a tool in general and the specifics of how you hope that annual report will help achieve our targets.
This is all about data. So 2 years ago, Council directed us to come back with a program for energy benchmarking and reporting. When we started investigating how we might go about doing that, we had conversations with the province, and the province at that time indicated that they were, in fact, developing the same initiative that we were asked to do. So our decision, we came back to Council and reported back, was that the province was actually implementing this and that we would take their lead. So in late last year, they basically said that they implemented a program over a 3-year period, starting with buildings that were over 200,000 square feet, and they have to report monthly energy consumption beginning in June of next year. And the idea is that if you know what your energy consumption is relative to buildings of the same type as yours, that will give those who live, work, own in those buildings more information to make decisions about it.
So, speaking of the province, could you provide a quick update on the province's energy and water reporting and benchmarking for large buildings? And I think that's what you started to touch on.
That's exactly what it is, yes. Yep, and it was built, just a shout out here, one of the programs that was built upon was Civic Action's Raise to Reduce, which was a voluntary reporting program that was started and ran for 4 years and resulted in significant energy reductions in Toronto buildings.
Do you think that we could be doing more on this front? I mean, on the climate change and Transform TO, not on annual reports.
There's always room to do more, and I think that's what Transform TO intends to do, is to set the machinery in motion to not only get the city moving, but also the province. And, we've had incredible support from our community, and they're ready to act as well.
On page 20, the report talks about a strategy to scale up renewable energy installations and that we would dramatically expand renewable energy generation capacity at city-owned facilities and double capacity by 2020 to 24, I guess that's megawatts. Yeah. So is the money allotted enough to do that?
The money to do that is largely through recoverable debt, and we would bring those dollars to Council through the annual budget process.
So are there federal or provincial programs or even private grants that might help with that?
Up to this point in time, the provincial support has been in the form of a feed-in tariff. And we have over 50 projects installed at the moment, with another 50 that are in the works that are basically part of the provincial feed-in tariff program.
I was wondering if you thought that the provincial or federal government could be doing more in regards to building energy disclosure.
I think the province has got their energy benchmarking and reporting system out into the marketplace now. They've got a 3-year program. Initially, 200,000 square feet is the threshold. In 2 years, in the third year, it'll be down to 50,000 square feet.
In the federal?
We haven't seen a lot of action on the federal government side on that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
All right, thank you, Speaker. The major thrust of all the recommendations is to reduce carbon emissions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And yet, the argument that you gave to explain or defend the recommendations focused on rainfall.
I think the argument is that climate change is a number of things. Climate change is increased storms and its impact on city operations. It's also about the change in temperature.
Oh, I understand that, but did I read this accurately? These recommendations are designed to reduce the carbon footprint.
Correct.
Not to cope with rainfall. I mean, that's something the city has been doing for quite some time. Is that correct?
Carbon emission reduction is the primary objective of the initiative.
Did you read the report that was submitted to the city under the Ford administration that took a look at the latest modeling to see what the general impact would be of climate change in Toronto?
I'm not sure I read that one, but I'm pretty sure I read the one that we submitted, which talked about the various changes.
That one was submitted through Parks and Environment under the Ford administration.
Correct.
That is true. Yeah, that's our report.
But you haven't read it, you're not familiar
No, that's
with
our
it.
report. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
By Senis Consultants.
This report was submitted, what, 2011 or 12?
Yeah, he's right.
2011.
Now, would you agree that the costs of implementing these recommendations fully and on time will be borne by the city and then the public, business and families? Is that correct, those two categories?
I don't think I would fully support that idea. I think that the investment required to implement the measures that we're talking about or proposing here would be made by the city, by the province, by the federal government, by the private sector, by homeowners, by philanthropists. And that the city residents, I believe, would in fact reap the benefits of those investments.
The Board of Trade submitted a brief analysis of these recommendations, and it indicated that capital investments ranging from $320 to $800 and roughly $70 million would be required to fulfill the carbon reduction program as envisaged by this report. Do you agree with those numbers?
Those are I mean, it's a relatively large investment, but the benefits are commensurately large.
One last.
Yes.
Have you tried to calculate the additional costs or investments, costs of the provincial and federal programs as well?
I'm not sure I understand your question. So have we utilized or
all three orders of government have the same objective. You know, it's a worthy one. Reduce the carbon footprint. This could be ours. The province has a series of carbon policies, carbon reduction policies.
Right.
So too has the federal government. And as we're learning from the provincial experience, there are costs associated with these that will be passed on to families. And when you take all three together, have you looked at the complications that might flow from the additional needed investment dollars and or dollars needed to meet the regulations that are proposed?
Correct. So what we've done.
That was your last question.
What we have done is that we have done an analysis of the economic return, the financial payback associated with the portfolio of measures that we've modeled. And our analysis indicates that 70% of the investments that we've identified will generate positive economic returns.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to hold this item down, and what I like to do is, because there's a number of items left, I'm going to ask members of council if we can do some quick releases, because this way we don't have to send all these items to the July meeting. Well, probably July. So do we have any quick releases? Put your name up in the middle column, request a question. Councillor Holiday?
I do, Speaker. I have 3 releases.
Okay.
I'm going to work really hard to find them here on the long list. Page 5. TE 24.56, traffic control signals King Street West and Close Avenue.
Okay, you're releasing?
Yes.
Yep. Vote.
Okay, on page 5, T 24.56, Councillor Holiday's releasing. All in favor, carried. Okay.
Yes, TE 24.59, traffic control signals and turn prohibitions Pape Avenue and Lipton Avenue / Toronto Parking Authority access.
Okay. So on page 5, Councillor Holiday's releasing T 24.59, recorded votes been requested. Right?
Councillor Peruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Lee, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please.
The item carries unanimously, 33 in favor.
Councillor Holiday?
Yes, Speaker, I have one more. EY 22.8, application to remove a private tree at 2 Sarah Lou Court in my ward. Just would give the comment, I hope that we uphold the Community Council's decision, which is what I'm moving.
Which is what?
But, by the way,
Which is what?
Councillor Doucette?
Not sure where I put my name. I'm sorry, I do have a motion on this one. And the motion is that City Council deny the request to remove the remove the tree, and we support the staff recommendation.
Okay. So on Councillor Doucette's recorded vote.
Councillor Peruzza, please.
Pardon?
Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Layden, please.
I can't hear you.
Councillor Cole and Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor McConnell, please.
Huh?
I was just wondering if you can let her go, the ombudsman.
Yeah, we are. Councillor Doucette is.
The amendment carries 22 to 12. That's it.
Okay. Councillor Rajamari.
For 29.41, Councillor de Bearmaker and my motion for the appointment of Paul Ainsley to the authority. I'm retracting my motion, withdrawing my motion, so this one is the only one before you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Davis?
I held the item.
Okay.
And I'm voluntarily agreeing to not dispute this withdrawal or to have a vote on the floor of this council, because I know exactly what's going to happen. And I will be blocked once again. And it's a sad situation that that kind of animosity has been generated. And it's unfortunate. Having been a member of the Dawn Council for many years and having an interest in being on the Dawn Council, it's unfortunate. Thank you.
Okay, on MM 29.41, all in favor? Carried. Councillor Shan?
Madam Speaker, I can release the MM 29.15. I can get 30 seconds to speak, if that's the will of the council.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Well, it's a motion about cricket and acknowledging cricket in Toronto. So I just wanted to say that 150 years ago, cricket was named the national sport of this country, and today it's struggling to find its recognition. But a lot of students are involved in it, so I want to thank the Parks, Forestry and Recreation staff for partnering to do the Mayor's Trophy and Cricket Across Pond and Mayor's School Cricket. I want to congratulate Woburn Collegiate Institute for being the champs for 2016, and the girls' champ was York Memorial Collegiate Institute. I also want to thank Chartered Institute of Management Accountants who organized this tournament, and we hope we can get more support for cricket in Toronto in the coming months and years. Thank you.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Mahavik, please. And Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you.
The item carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Dissette?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am on page 6, CC 29.2, the Ombudsman's report. I am going to be deferring this to the July meeting. There is no June meeting. So I'm deferring this to the next meeting. As you know, I think it's important to allow our accountability officers to come and speak to us, because we are the only ones they report to.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have an item in front of the OMB that I gave to staff. I'm not sure if they want to put it on.
Yeah, that's you have to introduce that. So can we, that's the introduction of a member's motion. It's at the OMB.
It's for,
okay, there it is. All in favor? Carried. So we'll be circulating. You can vote on it before we
Thank you, Madam
recess,
Chair. Thank you.
before we adjourn. Councillor Davis, you're next.
It was the item that
Oh,
Councillor
okay.
Ajmeri.
Councillor Cressy.
Madam Speaker, this is my 5th attempt to release TE 24.72 traffic control signals. If the Deputy Mayor would like to speak, I would welcome it and I will not respond. But it's a traffic light. If we don't do it now, it will not happen for another couple weeks, and this is about safety. So if the Deputy Mayor would like to speak, I would be pleased to afford him the chance to speak, and then we can vote. I have nothing to say more.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do the item then.
So just vote then.
Did you? Oh, okay. So it's not a quick item. Councillor Robinson, do you want to move your member's motion, MM 2950?
So MM 29.50, 16 Ranelagh Avenue, I ask for your support in this OMB hearing. It's an overturned, or it's a...
Okay, on favor? Carried.
Madam Speaker, I have another item I need to reopen and move a motion on, and that is 2017 PW 21.7. The city solicitor has advised transportation staff that there needs to be an additional recommendation for us to get these red light cameras in place. So if I could do that, the motion's before you to reopen it.
All in favor?
It's on the screen. On favor?
Yeah,
Carried.
and the motion, thank you for that. And now the motion, and this has been prepared by the city solicitor and transportation staff, and I'm doing this on their behalf.
On the amendment, on favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Karygiannis, do you want to move your member's motion, the one you just moved? We got a copy of it.
So moved.
Recorded. Councillor Matlow, you don't want to release the member's motion that you held down? Well, no, then it's not a quick one.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Davis, Councillor Matlow.
Councillor Coyle, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Fletcher, when you're seated, please.
The motion carries 34 to 1.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, do you want to do the reopening that you did, and do you want to do...
So I've discussed, fair enough. There are going to be, if this goes to July, there will be a number of community groups that will not have their permits refunded, and this will affect many community groups, and they can all speak to Councillor Cressy about that.
Okay, this was
No,
Councillor Fletcher's
if he wants to
item.
take responsibility for that, that's fine. That's fine.
This was Councillor Fletcher's item. Okay. On the amendment? Okay, so then we'll keep it to July.
No, let her go,
Okay.
Parks, it was a mix-up. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong misunderstood what he moved last night as an amendment. Last night's amendment is fine, so how do we go back to that? Not this new amendment. Not the green one today, the one last night that we voted for. The GM of Parks and Forestry is not here, so I can show it to you.
Well, hold on. What you want to do, 5 minutes before we have to reopen an item that we voted on yesterday, reopened, and then not do this one, and now reopen it again. Is that what you're asking? It's
And Wong
yes.
reopened it
Right.
by mistake. And so we want to close it and adopt what we did last night.
Readopt
Readopt.
the recommendations from committee.
No, this was an amendment last night.
Yeah, I know.
No, this was last night.
Okay, so
Yeah.
You opened it for that reason. Adopt the recommendations.
Is that it? No, it's right here, yeah.
okay, Deputy Mayor, are you willing to move this now?
Not the green one, this one from last night.
Just to
Oh, yeah.
withdraw his
Withdraw it.
motion and reaffirm last night's.
On favor of withdrawing this motion? He never moved it. Okay. Can we re-adopt the item from last night? All in favor? Carried. Okay, so the rest of the items will be deferred to the July meeting. Mayor
Order.
Tory?
Could you clarify then? I thought there was some talk of having a meeting in mid-June. What happened to that? A meeting, continuation of this meeting to finish those items.
Well-
The July meeting is going to be a circus already in terms of the agenda, and I think we're making a mistake. But I just ask you, you were earlier on talking about another date, and I didn't know what happened with that.
Yeah, we decided, I don't know, what date?
Yeah, 16.
Because we have a motion here, Mr. Mayor, that,
Me?
yeah.
Where those votes?
Okay, and members of council.
Do it in July. June's not.
Yeah. So Mr. Mayor, ask him to move his motion. Okay, Mayor Tory, you have a motion you're going to move?
Well, to defer the remaining items, Madam Speaker, to the July meeting
July
of
meeting.
Council.
Okay, and it's on the screen?
Yes, she can make it.
What's your amendment, Councillor Fred?
We deferred on the Ombudsman's report to the July meeting, and I would respectfully ask that that item be with the June 16th date that the mayor was... Sorry, what? I thought he said...
There is no June meeting.
Okay, forget it. I thought the mayor...
No. All in favor of the mayor's motion?
Councillor Perruzza, please. Yeah. Councillor Layton, please. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Lee, Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Matlow, please, your vote. How do you vote, sir? We've closed the vote.
The motion to defer the remaining items to the July meeting carries 33-2.
Councillor Ainsley?
Yes. The committee
Okay,
and
members,
council.
before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Like, my voice is going, so if you can please just quiet for 5 minutes. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion.
I do. The committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That leave
You
be
have a
granted.
you have a motion to introduce certain bills.
That leave be granted to introduce bills 556 to 604 inclusive.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Ajamari, please. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Ford, please. Councillor Holliday, please. Councillor Mahevic. Councillor Crawford.
The motion to introduce the general bills carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw recorded vote?
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Kelly. Councillor Karagianis, please. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Cressy. Councillor Mahevic. Councillor Mahevic, please. Councillor Mahevic, please. Thank you.
The motion to enact the general bills carries 33-1.
Okay, we have one more, please. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 29 on May 24, 25, and 26, 2017.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Councillor Karagianis, please. Councillor.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 32 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote. Yeah, you can vote now.
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Karagianis.
Yep.
Councillor Davis, please.
Wait, there's more.
Councillor Grimes, please.
The motion to enact the confirming bill carries 34-1.
Okay, thank you to staff, members of council. Thank you. Have a nice weekend.